Guess who's back? Back again. Captain's back. Tell a friend. Hello, everyone. Sorry. Welcome. I'm back. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having one wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is in your time zone. Yeah, Yeah, I'm finally back after a month of suffering. A week of suffering. But yes, I am back. I'm a lot better now. So, sorry. You can tell I'm still kind of out of it because it's been a while since I streamed. Yeah, don't stream for 1 week and just suddenly, bam, you're... Because... Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I'm still kind of out of it because reasons. Yeah, I'm still kind of out of it. We're gonna do some slop. Because frankly, we're gonna watch some stuff because I'm actually running out of stuff for the other channel. So okay, so maybe I should tell a bit about my illness, so I'm gonna head over to the chatting. Oh my god, I can't believe it. We're back at the chatting the window. We're back in the chatting window, guys. Been a while. I commissioned this place so I could talk with you guys. But never did. Ah, sorry. Oh, that's awesome. Sorry, I'm doing that thing again where I just kind of doom scroll Twitter instead of actually streaming. But look at this. This is important. Look at this. Look at this. Look. Look at that. Look at that. It's awesome. Just gonna scroll past without saying meowdy. Gotta go to the dentist soon. Aw, that's a shame. I wonder what it's for. Is it just for a regular checkup, or do you gotta get an extraction? Or an extraction. If it's an extraction, I'm praying for you, man. I've been there before. Oh no. Uh-oh. That's bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I'm sorry to hear that, but I just want to briefly, I want to briefly touch on my sickness. So what happened was, pause for dramatic effect. Okay, so remember when I played Mega Man 1 and 2 last week? Are you down? No. Just, distracted. Okay, so, yeah, last week, and by last week, I mean, roughly 2 weeks ago, on the 3rd, down with the sickness. Did you give me the deck? Pause. That's a joke thing. I forgot what it was called. I think it was Down with the Dickness. Or something like that. So yeah, what happened was I actually started to get sick around that day, but I decided, nah, fuck it, we ball, and I just streamed regardless. In hindsight, that was a really bad idea because, yeah, I got full-blown sick over 4th of July, and then, yeah, it got a lot more intense over the week. I think it even evolved into some light tonsillitis because I never got my tonsils removed. Why? I don't know, I just didn't believe in removing my tonsils. It's kind of like one of those things that cartoons talk about, but in reality, it's like, no, you shouldn't actually do that. There's health benefits to keeping all of your bits. There's health benefits to keeping all of the bits in your body. Mega Man was fun, though. Fell asleep around the end of Mega Man 1. Oh, you actually missed me beating Yellow Devil legitimately. Because I did that. I actually beat Yellow Devil legit. like, just to prove a point that I can do it instead of being a cheating, rotten asshole. But yeah, back to my sickness. Yeah, it was a bit of tonsillitis, but I mean the VOD's there. The VOD's there. You can check it. You can check the VOD. You see there is proof. There is proof. Proof is in the pudding. But anyways, I'm better now. Yay! And that's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to touch about fake news.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, enough of that. Enough of that. I know what you're here for. And that is... Sludge. James. What was that? It's me mocking you. Like,
Yeah, dude, you totally did cheat. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about, but I really need to get back into the mines. Shit. You know what? Wait, what the heck? No! Oh no! Oh fuck! Oh no! Oh, this is bad. Oh, I was worried for a moment. I was actually worried for a moment. I was actually so worried because my recording paused for like a full 10 seconds and I thought it broke. But it didn't, thankfully. But yeah, I've been in a Battletoads mood lately, so let's do combat frogs. Heck yeah, Battletoads. The toads that do battle.
To play the shitty games that suck ass, he'd rather have a buffalo. Take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole.
The Reddit mod who called Congress because he got fired for being from being a Reddit mod. Even that's funny. That's really funny. I love Redditors. Being Redditors get owned epic style like that. Nerd.
Battletoads on Nintendo. Now don't worry, it's a good game. It's actually one of the most memorable games in the NES library. But when it first came out, a lot of people were thinking, what is this, a cheap Ninja Turtles knockoff or something?
Hold on a
but
sec.
it was actually pretty good.
Sorry about that. Hold on. Gotta love bots. Anyways.
Thinking, what is this, a cheap Ninja Turtles knockoff or something? But it was actually pretty good.
What the heck, guitar guy?
Who the fuck are you?
I'm your guitar guy. I sing your theme song from behind the couch.
Well then go back behind the damn couch! Jeez.
You know, that's not the welcome I really expect.
Oh, look, you can't just sit here while I do the review.
Why can't I do the review with you?
Oh, because that's not how it works. It's like, I play the game, and you get your ass back behind the fucking couch!
No wonder people
I don't
didn't
ever get to
like
do
the
anything.
game.
You don't even use my song
I mean,
that
the
much
movie
anymore.
even.
Why are you always behind my damn couch anyway?
There are no other couches to go behind.
It's the only couch that's there.
What a piece of shit.
Ass! Fuck!
Ass!
You don't know shit about how fucking shitty this fucking shit is. It's so bad it sucks. It's so fucking suck it fucks. I'd rather eat out the rotten asshole of a road-killed skunk.
Oh, so this is how the song is made. Deep lore.
Cowabunga.
Cow a fucking piece of dog shit. This game is diarrhea coming out of my dick. This game is as appealing as a fucking ooze-infested, dirty fucking sewer rat shit.
Hello, Colonel Violet. Welcome. Damn, it really means a lot to him.
Alright, fine.
He's just a squatter who
this
broke in one
time.
day and never left.
Thank you.
All
I mean, he made a
I'm
pretty
Very
banging
good.
song
so anyway,
too.
Battletoads
Heck
on the
yeah.
NES. Put that down.
Toads.
Put it down. Drop it.
What?
You can't fucking play the game with me
Why not?
because it's not even a two-player game.
Yeah, it
Oh, it
No,
is.
it's not. Look, you see 2 players? Press start. That's it. All right. So anyway, the
Oh.
game begins.
2
and
players.
How'd you do that?
is. I push start.
Oh, so it's arcade style. The second player has to push start.
That is
to
kinda
join in.
weird.
Why not just a regular select screen like any other NES game?
Yeah, why,
Speaking of which,
Rare?
The intro shows 3
Jam
toads,
Frog.
Rash, Pimple, and Zitz. Why such disgusting names? How about herpes, genital warts, and gonorrhea?
Who's your favorite
Besides,
Battletoad?
Pimple's not
Mine
even
is
in the game. He's
gonorrhea.
captured, and the goal is to rescue him. But on to the game. The first level's like a classic beat 'em up. Punching people is so satisfying.
Boom!
I like how your fists enlarge. When you headbutt, you grow ram horns, and when you kick, your foot grows into a giant boot. You can
Hell
throw your enemies
yeah.
and grab weapons.
Combat
So much
Frogs.
fun.
The
And when you pause
only
the
game
you get this
anyone
catchy
ever
beat.
plays. Oh, this one.
What's the point?
Oh, also, this is a very... There's a cartoon about babies with superpowers. Oh, Mega Babies. Yeah, I know that. Mr. Enter fucking hates that one. Also, a bit of an aside. One of the most graphically impressive games on the NES. Though you won't be able to see it because this game is, of course, it's fucking Battletoads. It's one of the hardest games ever.
That when you pause the game, it should just be quiet.
There's also
Dragon, hit him.
Man.
What the hell?
Oh
I
no!
could hit you. Get the pig, knock him off. Hey, you killed me!
Asshole!
Flies, let me get him.
No,
Let me get
I
him.
need him.
Mine.
Mine.
Oh, look, it's a 1-up. Oh, fuck!
Yeah.
Oh, that's not fair. You kill me and then take my 1-up?
Hey, I let you try to get it. It's
Nah.
not my fault you fucked up.
It's a boss.
I think
Don't
this
get
is
hit,
one of the
dumbass.
first examples of.
Okay, level
Boom!
2. You're hanging on strings going.
One of the first examples of shit, I forgot. I already forgot actually.
Down a hole or
Damn.
something. Get the bird.
I'm trying.
Oh, this
you
video is one of the
fucker.
first
I didn't mean to
examples
do
of
it. That's
James and
Really
Mike.
a problem.
James and
You
Mike
shouldn't be able to hit
Mondays.
each other. That's fucking bullshit. Come on, you piece of shit. Ah!
No,
What happened?
Zap.
I died.
But I didn't die.
Oh, that's lousy. If one player dies, you gotta start the level all over.
That's kind of shitty.
Okay, so we can't hit each other. You take the right and I take the left.
Imagine
Okay.
having 2 people having
What
to
the
go
hell
through the
was that?
turbo
I
tunnel.
couldn't
Oh
help it.
god.
Stupid wrecking ball
What's
thing
worse
that
is that the
keeps
turbo
swinging
tunnel's
side
not
to
even that
side.
hard. It's not even that
Oops, I
hard.
didn't mean that.
Well, I could do
see?
it because
Why
of
have an attack like that in a game where you can
I
harm
speak.
the other player?
I'm talking too much.
Ah, fuck.
How are we supposed to
Oh.
work as a team when you keep killing me?
Level 3. We're real lucky we made it this far.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy,
pound
here
the
we
guy
go.
into the ground.
Oh, what the
Oh.
fuck?
Ah,
He
you
got
No,
pounded.
You get him.
Alright. So awesome. You
Boom.
just pound him in the ground and kick him. What the fuck
Boo!
is that shit?
And he's
Alright,
got-
now just don't hit any walls.
Oh
Get the
no!
ramp, get the
Here we
ramp.
go.
Ah, fuck.
How'd you miss that?
I don't know. Alright, let's try again.
Shit.
You missed the ramp. Game over? That's game over for you, not for me.
I don't know.
What? You gotta be fucking kidding me. You died, but we both have to restart the level.
Sorry.
That's bullshit. That's terrible programming. How is it fair that when one player dies, they both have to
No,
my
it-
lives
it's
aren't
not-
replenished?
It's not just terrible programming. It's terrible game design. It's made by the British.
I still have just one extra life. That means I'm gonna die next, and then we're both gonna have to start over again. Watch it. Watch it.
I know. What the
Oh,
fuck?
I swear I didn't mean to
knocked
do that. I was just
off.
trying to hit the guy. Okay, now this is real important. None of us hit the walls, okay? Jump,
Right.
jump.
Jump.
Pop.
Oh, no.
Good job.
Oh my God.
Well,
And
gotta
no more
start all over again.
continues.
How many lives do you have?
Like 2?
Well, I guess we're not gonna make it much further.
Well, I could just die twice on purpose, and then we can both start.
No. Fuck that. There's no reason why
Let's
the game
not
should be
do
programmed
that.
this way, and we shouldn't have to stand for it.
Oh, the hell with this shit!
The hell with this fucking shit.
The hell with this
banana buffalo wearing bastard bullshit!
Yeah, now you're talking. All right. So anyway, Battletoads.
I'm going behind the couch!
Yeah, you do that.
I'm
Go
going behind
bunker yourself from all these like shit.
Now you're
games.
wondering why I'm
Yeah,
watching
so
Battletoads.
Battletoads is not
Well,
a
because
two-player game. Having a second player is as convenient as having a Siamese bulldog attached to your anus. It's just like with one player it's hard, but with two, it's virtually unplayable.
He's the angriest
Isn't there
gamer
even-
you ever heard.
You bet your ass.
Yeah, the
Angry
Inferno.
Video game nerd.
The snake level with 2 people. Oh. Hold on. Yeah, there's so much of the game that they didn't even get to.
Go behind someone else's couch.
There are no other couches to go behind.
Basically, Battletoads is
I'm
not.
going behind the couch.
Well, good then. I mean, go bunker. Fuck.
I gotta love bloopers. Yeah, well, the worst part is, there's actually so much more of this game. I love how that basically implies Kyle wasn't just the nerd's guitar guy. He was just some guy who happened to live behind the couch and wrote music to pass the time. I wish he was I think he was angrier at Kyle than he was at Ben at the, like, I think he was angrier at Kyle than he has been at any game he's played. And James and Kyle's chemistry with each other is completely unmatched. But I want to talk more about Battletoads because, yeah, there is so much more. There's the snake level. There's Klinger Winger. There's fucking Rat Race. It might actually be the hardest level in the game. I haven't even played it yet, but it looks insane. I've seen other people play it. It's nuts. Will I play it someday? Maybe. That's a hard maybe. Look forward to the Blue Shark CBT stream in the future. All right. We watched one of the de facto James and Kyle's. Time for the one you guys know and love the most. Time for the best one. Time for the best one. Of the two, even. Oh.
Here's another game I've had a personal grudge with since I was a kid. Akari Warriors on NES.
Warriors
Let's pop this fucker in.
by
I'll show you how it
Micronics.
goes.
Put
Two
it in the
guys tugging at their
Ninsoster.
crotches, march up to the title, fire their guns around at nothing, and then you pick 1 or 2 players. Well, I'm not getting anybody to play this shit with me, so I'm going solo like usual. Your plane crashes in the jungle, and the game begins. First thing I have to get out of the way, is it Rambo? That's what everybody calls this guy. From the time this game came out up until the present day. He's shirtless, running around the jungle with the headband shooting people, so naturally everyone assumed he's Rambo.
Yeah.
The real names depend on where you're coming from. In most of the world, they're Paul and Vince. But in Japan, they're Ralph Jones and Clark Steele,
Ralph
later
and
to be featured in
Clark.
King of Fighters.
Yep.
Anyway, Akari Warriors doesn't seem
Also
so
kinda
bad at
topical
first.
because,
it's a standard shoot 'em up game. Unlike Akari Warriors 2 when you're on the fucking moon.
Whoa.
Did he just say bath time? Bath
Welcome.
time. Yeah, bath time.
You're welcome.
There were many other versions of this game, like on Atari. That's right,
Oh,
Akari
wow.
Atari. I just wanted to be able to say that.
Atari.
The
Good
frustration
lord.
starts to set in real fast. You're surrounded by enemy soldiers. Missiles fly out of nowhere without any patterns. Landmines appear. Everything explodes. Even when destroying an enemy vehicle, you can't be near the blast radius. To put it simply, you die very easily. An average game of Ikari Warriors lasts maybe 5 minutes, but you're in luck. There's a code.
There's a code. ABBA. There you go. ABBA.
I'm dead again. ABBA.
ABBA. Oh, dang it. ABBA.
Get used to that. You're going to be doing it a lot. ABBA. It's real fair when the enemy bullets travel all the way across the screen.
Unless you're the dancing queen, you're not going to make it through this.
Aiming your gun is a real bitch. Instead of firing in a straight line, it's slightly off center. So how am I supposed to shoot this guy without stepping into his line of fire? I know the reasoning for it being off center is that he's holding the gun in his right hand, but come on, it's a game.
Also, funny thing about the original arcade version of Ikari Warriors is that it used a rudimentary rotary dial joystick. So to aim differently, you had to turn the knob to the sides. It's a lot more difficult and it's very difficult. It's a rotary dial. Yeah, it's a rotary dial. Kind of like Heavy Barrel or Midnight Resistance by Data East. And yeah, the whole story about this game's port, the NES port that he's playing, it's a Micronix joint. So yeah, this game is a Micronix joint. Micronix was very buddy-buddy with Capcom and SNK at the time. That's why they made those really poor ports of 1942 and infamously Athena. Oh yeah, also Ghosts and Goblins, which, by the way, if you don't know, Ghosts and Goblins is completely fucking butchered on NES because of Micronix. Everything, all the enemy behavior is completely random instead of nuanced like it is in the arcade versions. There's a whole deep dive on that video. There's a whole deep dive of how Micronix completely fucked the port to Ghosts and Goblins. Athena, this is pretty much a fun fact, like a Doki Doki Panic for some. But Athena on NES was supposed to be a Famicom Disk System game, which is on before it had to be reported back to NES. But Micronix just left the load times in for some ungodly reasons. The most ungodly reason they kept the load times in, it was a hack job. It's the very definition of a hack job. But anyways, back to angry soldiers.
Even the grenades that look like salt shakers don't help much. Look at this. I can't shoot this guy. It's like you have to be some kind of geometry genius to figure out the right position.
No, I think Micronix fucked up the hit detection too.
Like ABBA. Fluent control and Super Contra. And that was NES just as well. Here, every time you want to face the opposite
I think this game came out before. Wait, didn't this come out before a Contra? Hold on, let me go back to the copyright screen. Sorry, let me just 302. 86. I think Contra was 87.
Time you turn around, you're dead. The arcade version used a special rotary joystick that made it more novel.
Oh wow, 87. Yeah, 87.
Well NES.
This
Even
predates
with the
Contra.
Code, every time you respawn, you start at the bottom of the screen. So if you didn't make the screen move, you haven't made progress. Just want it to go up. Make the screen move.
Go up. Come on.
The
ABBA.
problem is you move so slow. That's my main gripe with this game. It's not horrible. It's just tedious as fuck. And with only one player, this is going to take all night. I need a second player.
Second player, huh? Oh. Couch guy? Oh, he's bones! He's rotted! What happened? Did he starve? Wait, does it work here?
ABBA.
ABBA! He's back! The guitar guy is back!
Oh,
Whoa.
I guess somebody needs a favor.
Yeah, I need your help to beat a game.
Let me guess. A shitty game.
Yeah,
Yeah, of course a shitty game.
Akari Warriors.
Ikari
Yeah,
Warriors.
I know that game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I know what you could do with that game too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, what?
You take the game, and you take your ass cheeks as well, and you
Alright,
just
you shove it
open
up your ass?
really wide, grease up the game, and just take it and you shove it up your ass.
Yeah.
Besides, you never play my theme song anymore.
Yeah, the theme song. I thought people were getting tired of that.
No.
You thought wrong.
Yeah.
I missed the theme
I know.
song.
All right, so if we do the theme song, will you play the
The
game
look
with
at
me?
the camera when he says
Fine.
that.
All right.
Awesome.
Let's do this. Play the song.
Play the song.
Do me, so me, do.
Play the song. Play the fucking song!
Gotta warm up. He's been dead for a while.
It's gonna take you back to the past.
Oh yeah.
Play some shitty games that suck ass.
Now
You'd
we're
rather
talking.
have
Now we're back to the past.
buffalo.
Play the shitty games
Take a
that suck
diarrhea
the
dump in
ass.
his ear. Rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it
With help by
beer.
Mike Matei.
He's the angriest gamer you've ever
Motherfucker Mike.
heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd.
I feel like Kyle isn't appreciative that he was dead a few minutes ago. I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
the shock. Gotta get those gotta go get those scales in.
Okay, Akari Warriors.
Aw,
You know what Akari
yeah.
means?
Ikari?
What?
Anger.
Ooh,
And,
how appropriate.
it depends on
Do you know what warrior means?
warrior? No.
Brave soldier or fighter?
Brave soldier fighter.
Brave
So who
soldier.
is this guy?
huh?
Rambo?
Well, if he's
Rambo.
Rambo, then who's the other guy?
Who's the other guy?
Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Which movie?
Commando.
Yeah,
Fucking awesome
Rambo.
movie.
Rambo
John Matrix and John
Commando.
Rambo together at last. Of course, it would be Rambo and Commando.
Rambo
Say that
and
3 times fast.
Commando.
Rambo Commando. Rambo Commando.
Rambo Commando. Rambo Commando.
You died. Hit ABBA. That's how you come back.
ABBA. Gotta do it. ABBA.
You died again.
Oh, ABBA.
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 That's all you fucking do in this game is hit ABBA.
That's all you do.
Don't bother
ABBA.
killing anybody. Just keep going up. You just want to get that screen to move. Just keep
Gotta
going.
get it to move.
So slow.
Yeah, we'll be old men by the time we make it there.
Go! Go!
I know it's basic instincts, but
damn
pressing the D-pad really, really hard doesn't make you move any
It
faster.
doesn't make you go any faster.
Why is
Power
everybody
sweep
dancing like a
compels you.
ballerina when they die?
I don't know. They just. I mean, why do you
Yeah, they
spin around when
they
you die?
dance around. It's even funnier in
Why
the
does that guy
arcade
spaz out?
version
It
because
looks
they
like
actually
he's
spin
having a
around.
seizure.
Oh my! Oh look, he's tweaking.
Yeah, it's a glitch. What's the point of the bridge when you move just as slow as in the water?
It's for the
They're good
tank.
swimmers.
But they're slow as ass on the bridge.
They're bad walkers.
They're bad walkers.
Get in the tank.
Get in the
Oh,
tank.
Come on, why do I get the pink tank?
Why do I get the baby blue tank?
Those are great camouflage colors.
Yeah, those are good.
Every time
colors.
you think you're gonna get in the tank, it explodes.
Boom! All right, get in.
Boom! Look, there goes
No,
the tank. Boom! There
boom.
goes the tank. And when you
And
do get in
you
the
die
tank, all it does is
ABBA.
give you a false sense of invincibility. You have to keep collecting these
So they're
fuel
Doug
canisters,
then.
or else the tank runs out of gas. And when it runs out of gas, it explodes.
Huh?
Why would it explode if it runs out of gas? Does that make any sense to you?
I guess they blow up the ammo.
All right, you want to get some beer?
Not particularly.
Well, if you drive, I'll drink it.
I'm sure you will.
Oh shit. We forgot to get gas.
Oh no!
It's on empty.
Oh shit! Get out!
Do? Get out of the car.
Get out! It's gonna explode! Whoa!
Does this level ever end?
That's right. We're still playing the first level. You could beat Contra
Hey,
in the time
hey!
it takes
It's
you
the
to beat
level
one
that
fucking
never
stage here.
ends.
I'm sick of staring at the same terrain.
ABB8.
Yeah, it looks like we're walking on a giant chocolate chip cookie. Growing mold.
Chocolate chip cookie that fell out of somebody's ass.
AVGN. James would
Why would it
100%,
have been on someone's
1,000%
ass?
drive a Delo.
All right, well, this has to be the end. Once we get to the other
DeLorean.
side of this bridge.
It's
Nope.
so 80s.
Oh my God, it's
Because he'll take you back to the past.
Okay, well, the boss. Once we
know.
defeat the boss, that's got to be the
Get
end.
The boss, ABB8.
It's still going.
And it's still
This
going.
is a fucking marathon.
Well, the thing is, I think Ikari Warriors is just like that. The game is just designed like that. So once you beat the boss, you don't know it yet, but you're on level 2. Which is interesting design, to be sure.
This is one level. This is the longest level in video game history. Is there like
Because
a
it's all one
checkpoint or
stretch.
something? It just goes on and on and on.
It goes on and on
Fucking
and
music.
on.
Yeah.
Please stop.
And it's the same
Okay.
track.
I've had enough of this. I think I'm gonna blow my brains out.
Just hang in there, okay?
I don't think having 2 players is speeding this up at all.
Hey, they did it.
finally,
Okay,
level
never
2.
mind. Do they play Dirty
It's the
Dirty-
same fucking thing.
Dirty Gary or
I mean,
Dirty
well,
Harry?
Same terrain. The music is the same.
I think I'm stuck.
Oh
You're
no,
not
he's stuck.
Stop fooling around. Get out of there.
I'm trying.
Oh no.
You're really stuck.
Just kill me.
I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to do.
No, kill me for real.
Wait. If we just wait for one of these missiles to come. There we go. All right.
There you go.
We're back in business now.
Move the
Oh,
screen.
Oh shit! You respawned inside of another rock.
I've had it
Oh,
with
you
this
gotta be
fucking game.
kidding
I'm gonna blow
me.
my fucking brains out.
Oh, it's a light gun. Wait, how did he do that?
ABBA. Oh, fuck.
No!
Yeah, you're right. Having 2 players doesn't help much.
Get me out of this couch, you damn Nintendo dork.
ABBA in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Hey,
made
level
it to
2.
Level 3.
Finally.
And finally, it looks different. But the music's still the same.
And the music's
Anyway, it
still the
looks
same.
so different. It's like you stepped out of the jungle and into the Twilight Zone. Look at all the white
Whoa.
chocolate bars and scrotum guns.
White chocolate bars and scrotum
White
guns.
chocolate bars and scrotum
Wait,
guns.
I don't remember the episode with the scrotum guns.
The
But
scrotum
the one
guns.
with the gremlin on the wing was pretty good.
Oh, so that's where the Twilight Zone thing comes
Ah,
from.
I'm stuck. What's holding me back? Oh, I get it. It's the green pipes. You can't walk through them. But you can walk over the yellow pipes, and the yellow pipes seem to be above the green pipes, so the layout just doesn't make any sense.
That's because Mario goes through the green pipes.
Oh, so Mario's going through there. Yeah? Well, then who goes through the yellow pipes? Luigi?
Don't be stupid. Shit goes through there.
Even the bad guys hover inside the walls. Anything goes with this game. And look at these guys, hiding inside barrels of flammable liquid. If you're in a gun war, would you hide inside a barrel of flammable liquid?
A barrel.
Better than hiding behind a fucking couch for all these goddamn years.
The layout of the stage is unsuitable for a tank. You can't even use the tank. Look, I'm stuck in the water.
Tank in the water, can't get out. Pink motherfucking tank.
And you can't shoot people who are up on a wall.
Really?
I guess I'm gonna have to go through the doorway.
Sounds pretty normal if you ask me.
Yeah, that's real fair.
Nice.
It's not fair at all.
If you get the helicopter, you'll be lucky if you can keep it for 2 seconds.
That's a really
Oh,
bad rental.
and-
The enemies
That's a
explode
really
now,
bad
by
one.
the way.
Spontaneous combustion.
Exploding
A hidden bomb under
kamikaze
the doorway.
enemies
That's real fair.
under the doorway.
That kind of sucks.
Maybe
It's
you went to
just
the
me or
wrong
my
one.
bullets going through people. I can't seem to hit anybody.
What the heck?
No,
It's another
Fuck.
shitty game.
look at this. My bullets are going right through them. My bullets
the
are
hell?
going
What?
right through them. Look at this.
What the fuck, Micronix?
Yeah, finally.
It's a game of life. ABBA. It will bring you back today if you want it to.
ABBA. ABBA.
Yay.
Hey,
Fuck.
Oh.
I'll save you today.
A
It didn't
run
save
out
me
of
now.
ran out of
Bring you back to
continue.
life.
Apparently, near the end of level 3,
ABBA.
ABBA stops working.
Didn't save
Oh.
him today.
ABBA didn't
Okay, so here's what we're
today.
going to do. First, we're going to use Game Genie to get infinite lives. Then, we're going to use a stage select code. That way, we can go back to level 3 and continue our fucking game. You can find the code in the classic book, How to Win at Nintendo. Now, check out this code. Right before the title screen, press up, down, A, B, left, right, A, B, up, A, down, right, right, left, B, up, left, A, right, B, left, right, A, left, up, A, down, A, right, left, B, select.
What the fuck is that code? All before the title.
Why does the code
all
have to be
before
so
the title
fucking
screen.
long? And
What the fuck
book,
is wrong
have
with
to
you,
punch it all in
Micronics?
right before the title comes up. Up, down, A, B, left, right, B, A, B, up, A,
Gotta
down, right.
work for it.
Fuck.
Up, down, A, B, left, right, A, B, up, A,
Fucking
down,
Micronics.
right, left, B, up, left, A, right, B,
Oh,
left,
no.
right, A, left, up.
1 hour
So
later.
I'm faster than Grease Lightning now. I can pull off the whole code
Grease
before the title
Lightning.
screen comes up. But turns out the book was wrong. To really find out how to do the code, you check out the VHS tape.
dang
Secret
it.
Video Game Tricks, Codes, and Strategies. Yeah, I used to rent this fucker from the video store all the time. But anyway, the real way to do the code is during the title screen, not before it. Let's try again.
Up, down, A, B, left, right, A, B, up, A, down, right, right, left,
Let's
B,
not forget
up,
the-
left,
oh,
A, right,
the
B,
Booger Man.
left, right, A, left, up, A, down, A, right, left, B, and start.
So
Good
here we are,
Lord.
back in level 3.
Right, back to
We
level
might
3.
be past the scrotum gun,
The scrotum guns.
but I haven't forgot them.
Oh yeah, here we
Because they
go.
are so hairless. Where did their hair go?
Where did the hair go? Where did the hair go?
Where did
the hair go? Where did James's hair go? Where did the hair
Oh,
go?
fuck. I'm
Oh
stuck.
no, he's
I'm
stuck.
barricaded by all these green pipes. That means I have no choice but to reset the game and put the code in again.
Oh
Down,
boy.
A, B, left, right, A, B, up, A, down.
Ooh, red carpet. I smell
Oh,
boss.
red carpet, and there's
Okay,
the
I guess I'm at the
boss.
final boss, and it's a dead guy sitting behind a desk.
It's a skeleton.
Dead guy behind the desk.
Dead
looks
guy behind the
so
desk.
Dead.
Blow him up.
Okay, he's
Boom,
even better now
you
because I
did
just blew
it.
him into oblivion. But now, what do? Where am I supposed to go?
According to this book, you have to bomb the floor and a staircase appears.
Bomb the floor and a staircase appears. Yeah, that's really great.
Yeah,
How
just
the fuck
bomb
would
the
anybody
floor.
Figure that out.
Just
All right,
by
just
throwing
the
bombs
floor here.
around.
Bombing the floor, bombing the floor,
And all the missiles are coming down.
bombing the floor,
Oh,
bombing
shit.
the floor,
Let a guy look for a staircase in peace.
bombing the floor, bombing the floor.
There it is.
All right, there we go.
Found the
Floor is
secret.
bombed.
And level
And-
4, really? All right, is this the last stage?
This says it is.
All right,
It's the
classic.
last
Instead of many
stage.
stages offering lots of variety, just have 4 really long, boring-ass stages.
Guys dancing around, guys stuck in the walls.
Bravo,
Tanks
Micronic.
getting blown up. Pink Fortress, fuck.
Pink Fortress. Now that's a manly
Rambo
color.
Commando, where are you when I need you?
Rambo
You
Commando.
motherfucker, you're
James started
stuck in
losing
the
his hair
wall
when Mike
again.
started using the official company Twitter to talk about
Guys
all the
dancing
sex he
around
had.
Wearing pink suits
Makes sense.
and baby blue sky suits.
Baby blue scoots.
I just want to ask you, what the fuck is wrong with you? Who put
James
down
is
your
trying so
outfit?
hard not to
Anyway,
laugh.
the last stage is hard as fuck. I hate these guys who swim underwater. You can't shoot them when they're submerged, and they're too fast to outrun. What are these, human beings or fucking torpedoes?
Throw milk at them. Just try it. Might work.
Okay.
Also, they run over the islands like it's nothing. But if I try to do that, look how slow I am. And if you go under a doorway, you can count on there being a bomb there. That's real fair. Look at this.
That's
I'm gonna go through the
nice.
doorway. How much you want
Wait.
to bet there's gonna be a bomb there?
Let's see.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Boom.
See,
Why do you walk
some
over it
days
then?
You just can't get rid of a bomb.
Batman.
These pink motherfucking tanks.
The pink motherfucking tanks.
They're making love to all the scrotum guns. It's a
The
different part of the
scrotum
game. You haven't
gun.
noticed it yet, but it's a level that's hidden. Just trust me.
Okay, I believe you.
You motherfucking Nintendo dog. No question.
You heard James laugh.
I live behind the couch. I live behind the couch. And now I'm back in front of the couch. And I saw scrotum guns. And
All
the hairless. Where did
Oh,
the
he's running
hair
out of
go?
steam.
Sing it with me.
James.
Where did the hair go?
Where did the hair go?
I
Where did
asked
Rambo Commando? Where did the hair
Now
go?
here's the real final
And now
boss.
the real
Just some
final
weird
boss,
robot
8BBA.
face on a wall. Looks like Skeletor's cousin or something. You just throw a few grenades at it, and that's it.
There you go.
There you have Akari
That was it.
Warriors.
Beat the game, congratulations, nerd.
Now let's see how
Nice.
bad this ending
All
sucks.
right, now let's see the ending.
You have accomplished the mission. You are the very prevailer that protect right and justice. I will express my sincere thanks to you. Take good rest, General Kawasaki.
Thank you, Eiichi Kawasaki. Very cool. Thank you, Micronix.
Get back behind the couch.
Get back in
Angry
behind the couch.
video game nerd.
Take good rest, Akichi Kawasaki. The boss died. Oh, what was the deal with the dead guy behind the desk? Well, that's because the boss died because it took so long to get to him. This episode feels natural and unscripted. These guys have great chemistry. If I could rewrite history, or at least this person, they would make Nerd and Kyle Mondays a thing. You could see James trying his hardest not to laugh during Kyle's playing, which makes the episode much funnier. What would have been funny is if Kyle randomly played Dancing Queen, Mamma Mia, or SOS, because, you know, ABBA. 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 No karaoke today. All right, I'm going to take a break because I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Sorry for the long wait. I had a real heater of a bathroom break. Anyways, let's keep going. We're going to take a little break from James, actually. Let's give old James a break. There's a new slow start. Well, new is a bit of a stretch. But, hey, it's a follow-up to the Axe one, so... Splice. The final frontier.
There she is.
There she is.
Planet Alpha.
Wow.
Home to only the hottest babes and the chillest dudes. Oh shoot,
Heck yeah.
I gotta get ready for landing. And what better way to prepare for a close encounter of the third kind than with Axe body spray?
Of
one
course.
Small stench for man, one giant leap backward for male-female relations.
Oh,
for over a decade,
right.
Unilever's
It's
Axe
Axe.
was the iconic men's grooming brand that
It's
helped to
Axe.
popularize the concept of hygiene for an entire generation of young dudes.
Wow.
I mean, who could forget commercial classics like the mildly sexist Axe Effect campaign, the mildly racist Axe Africa campaign, and of course, everyone's
Mildly
favorite
racist.
sleep paralysis demon,
the chocolate man.
the Axe Chocolate Man. And yet, whenever I hear people reminisce about Axe's most iconic ad campaigns, it always baffles me how no one ever seems to remember
nightmare.
the Axe Apollo Space Academy.
Holy shit.
But maybe that's for the best. In 2013, Axe Body Spray would devise one of the most outlandish proposals in the history of advertising when they granted their customers the chance to go to space. That's right, baby. Actual space.
Actual
I'm talking
space.
Juniper, Gregory's Cluster, Basel Prime. Ever heard of it?
Wow,
At the time,
no.
this idea was
First time I've heard of it.
Insane. I mean, in 2013, commercial space tourism was barely a thing. Hell, it barely is now. But Axe
I mean,
swore
it kind
they
of
could
is
get it
thanks
done.
to Virgin Air.
They had a
wait.
spaceship. They built a training academy. They got Buzz Aldrin as brand
Buzz
ambassador.
Lightyear on this
Not to
shit?
be confused with Buzz Lightyear,
Oh.
beloved astronaut. The Axe
Buzz
Apollo Space Academy was a
Aldrin,
contest to
not
reboot the
Lightyear.
company's classic Apollo fragrance during a time when space was making its bold return to the cultural spotlight, resulting
Yeah,
in a
break that baby
monumental
bottle
branding
over
event
the-
that spanned
the
60
spaceship.
different
Just
countries,
get glass on
received
that
over
baby's
1
hand.
million entries, and broke headlines across the globe for its pledge
23
to turn
dudes
23
into
of its
space.
loyal customers into full-fledged astronauts.
Wow.
And it just didn't happen.
Of
And I mean-
course.
Of course it didn't. What, you think we all just collectively missed the headline where 23 frat guys went to the moon? No.
That would be awesome
No one
for
went
a
to
science
space.
fiction
Like
setting.
they weren't even close now that I
that's
really
ba-
think about
that's
it.
basically
In fact,
science
the Axe
fiction,
Win a Trip
really.
to Space contest was kind of a complete mess, filled from start to finish with an embarrassing slew of screw-ups, false promises, and poor branding decisions that would ultimately serve as a turning point for the company's eventual downfall. A downfall
The beginning
that, by the
of
end of this,
the
you'll
end.
probably say was pretty well-deserved. So sure, spoiler alert, 23
Wow.
Axe Body Spray customers did not end up becoming the world's first ever crew of civilian astronauts. But the story of how they almost did is arguably even better. 1969,
Oh,
the course of
boy.
humanity would forever change when 3 best friends decide to build a rocket ship to go to the moon.
Now that's
And
a
by
concept.
God, they actually do it. On the day
Or
of the
did
landing,
they?
1/5 of the world's population is watching, in a moment that would come to be known as one small step for man and one giant leap for mainstream marketing. I mean, holy
Time for the
smokes, folks.
space
The success
race!
of the Apollo 11 mission would end up resulting in one of the biggest marketing bandwagons of
Time for
the
the
20th
space
century,
race.
with pretty
When we
much
started-
every brand you could imagine releasing an Apollo-themed advertisement as soon as they were 100% sure it hadn't gone full Kerbal space program. And then
Oops.
they did it again, and again, and again.
We don't talk about
For the
13.
next 3 years,
There's aliens.
the Apollo mission served as an unbelievable testament to the achievements of mankind, and would also become one of the most effective ways to market products during a time
It's
when the world was
space age.
discovering that the sky
When
was
cowboys
definitely
started
not the limit. It was federal funding and the Vietnam War. And so, in December of 1972, the final Apollo mission would come to a close. And with it, the end of manned lunar missions.
No more space.
And since
That's
then,
when we all
space
decided to
just
focus on
Hasn't been
other
that exciting
things. You know
until
what
we
I'm
started
talking about.
going ourselves. By the year 2010, the internet had begun to shed light on a handful of small aerospace companies and a couple big ones that had been building and testing their own privately funded rockets out in the desert. Now, for what, you might ask? Well, the commercial space industry actually offered a myriad of lucrative business opportunities.
Wow.
Mostly boring. But only one truly captured the public's attention.
Really?
Space tourism. Suborbital
Ooh.
space flights for the common man.
Nice.
And while the industry was still certainly in its infancy, people were at least beginning to allow themselves to envision a future where they could look to the stars and not just see satellites, planets, and faraway space stations, but themselves.
Random
And this really
people.
inspired people. Or at least, advertisers. The early 10s were a time when the prospect of recreational space travel had become the driving force behind another subtle yet notable revival.
Believe it or not, that
in
wasn't
space-themed
AI.
advertising. One that would go on to reignite the power of the idea back into the minds of consumers.
Back to the space race.
And I guess it also helped that around this time a guy jumped from f***ing space.
Oh yeah,
In
that guy.
2012, Professional
Remember that
stuntman
guy?
Felix Baumgartner broke 8 simultaneous world records when he attempted to prove to millions of live viewers that Red Bull very clearly does not give you wings. I mean, this guy plummeted 25 miles from Earth. He had to recover from a death spiral. He hit a sonic boom when he re-entered the atmosphere.
Nice.
Was that him breaking the... Yeah.
That's crazy.
Right about here, when Axe took notice. Now, why was that?
Axe got
Well,
dollar
you see,
signs.
for over 20 years, Axe Body Spray had been naming their fragrances not to describe a smell, but an idea. One where each one, regardless of how pathetic and insecure you were, was always just enough to get you women.
Wow.
And these concept scents were how Axe communicated with their customers. Axe's target demographic didn't know what a pairing of mint and rosemary smelled like. And to be honest,
Whoa.
neither do I. But when you slap...
Thank you for the 5 gifted. Very cool. Thank you for derailing that. But anyway, yeah, mint and rosemary. What the hell is that?
a name like Phoenix on the can. Well,
Phoenix?
that's something I might be able to get
Now
into.
that I can
Since the
get
90s,
into.
Axe had released a countless
Phoenixes
number
are
of these
cool.
fragrance concepts.
Firebirds are cool.
There was Adrenaline, Voodoo, Africa, Shock,
Blessing the
and
rains
even
down in Africa.
2012.
Really?
The smell of 2012.
2012.
And then,
the
of course,
smell must fucking
there was
reek.
Apollo. A bold,
Apollo.
aromatic blend of sage and cedar wood that attempted to bottle the essence of the lunar missions of yore.
Wow.
For over 15 years,
Amazing.
the Apollo fragrance enjoyed a respectable place in Axe's catalog as the brand's premier space-themed fragrance. And with space's cultural capital now back on the rise, Axe's Apollo was becoming uniquely positioned to make a really big comeback. One that Axe felt was capable of inspiring the same level of hysteria as its namesake all those years ago.
Very cool.
And so,
I
in
love
2013,
hysteria.
the Axe Apollo fragrance would go from being just another random scent in the company's product line to becoming Axe's premier fragrance, complete with a brand new, multi-million-dollar ad campaign, a bold new look, and a slogan
To boldly
that proclaimed
go
to every
where
man
no
on
fragrance
Earth
has gone
that
before.
when it came to attracting women, nothing beats an astronaut.
Nothing beats an astronaut.
It's pretty clear where
aliens,
they got that idea from.
Lasers.
Ever since Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull stunt the year
Lasers,
prior, the image of
aliens,
the handsome and heroic astronaut
The fragrance
had
of
been
planned
circulating
constipation
every
and
major
pissing
news
into a
outlet
tube.
in the world.
My favorite.
And with Axe's entire brand image built
And
on
cosmic
the idea of
radiation.
attracting women, well, it certainly made for the perfect mascot. But the Nothing Beats an Astronaut commercials were just the primer. The psychological operation to influence young men into believing that there was absolutely nothing more attractive on Earth than a man who'd left it. Axe had given men the idea, and now they'd give him the opportunity. That same year, Axe Body Spray would relaunch Apollo with their biggest contest to date. If you won enough votes on their website or received a winning entry code on a can of Apollo, you'd win a trip to Orlando for a chance to join the
I
Axe
too
Apollo
want a
Space
woman,
Academy
but Axe lied to me.
and go to space.
Say it ain't so.
And what better way to announce such an opportunity than with one of the Apollo mission's
But hey,
very own
at least we
heroes, Buzz Aldrin.
There he is.
Second man to walk on the moon, first one to piss on it. And look, no disrespect to
Nice.
Buzz here, great American hero, cool
Nice.
guy, punched a flat earther, yada yada yada. But whatever Unilever paid him to get on TV and promote Axe Body Spray for the NASA Space Center,
Nice name.
I mean, I'd rather
That
see
is
him flying
pretty
the Soyuz. But it happened. On TV. during the Super Bowl. In 2013,
Super Bowl?
Axe Body Spray was offering 23 of their customers the historic opportunity to travel aboard the Lynx, a suborbital spacecraft from an up-and-coming aerospace company that had become a very prominent contender in the commercial space industry.
Oh.
Sound too good to be true? Well, how about you tell that to this impressive concept footage? Or how about this model replica?
Wow.
Okay, but where's the actual ship? With the relaunch of Apollo,
where is it?
Axe had managed to capitalize on both the
Potential
renewed
ship.
cultural interest in space and the latest advancements in commercial spaceflight to craft one of the most impressive marketing campaigns
The thing nobody
of
except
the 21st
Americans
century.
will ever care
One
about.
that would
Damn
span over
straight,
60
bro.
different countries and
Damn
break headlines all over the world for its promise to have you leave Earth a man and come back a hero.
Holy shit. Where do I sign
And this is
up?
where things got a little controversial.
A little?
While Axe had never
What do you
strictly stated
mean?
that the whole win a trip to space thing was just for dudes, it was certainly heavily implied. All the advertising was for men, the slogan was for men, the events were for men.
Definitely
and by
for
the end
men.
of the contest, only 2 out of the 23 winners actually ended up being female. As you can see in this picture. Way over here on the right. And this almost got the brand in serious trouble. During the contest, Axe was hosting sponsored events all over the globe to choose the candidates they'd send to Orlando. And I mean literally all over the globe. From what I can find online, Axe had hosted promotional events in basically every single one of the contest's 60 countries. I mean, this was a multi-bajillion dollar campaign that was being organized
That's a lot of
all
money.
over the world, which
Everywhere.
may have caused some communication issues.
Uh-oh.
Because while official rules never explicitly barred women from participating, some of the countries, I guess, just didn't get the memo and straight up banned women.
Oh.
And here they are. I'm gonna snitch on them. Now look, I understand that Axe is a men's grooming brand, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with a contest being geared towards a certain gender. But I think it's a little disappointing that one of the most unique contests in history, one that offered an opportunity that only 537 human beings had ever experienced, was being reserved almost exclusively for Axe guys. Oh wait, this guy's name was Rizman?
Rizman!
Okay, he can go, but not everything about the contest
important.
was this regressive.
Most of them are,
In fact,
are Muslims,
the Axe Apollo
and then
Space
there's
Academy
Mexico.
would have made a lot of history
cool.
with its winners. Like with the first black African to go to space, the first Southeast Asian female to go to space, and perhaps, most notably, the first Filipino in space. No,
Nice.
seriously, it's actually
Swagapino.
wild how stoked the Philippines was for this. When 23-year-old CrossFit trainer Chino Roque was announced as the winner in his home country, he immediately would embark on a national tour.
Wow.
He did interviews. He did press conferences. He attended speaking events.
dude.
He broke headline after headline all over the country. I mean, judging by their level of enthusiasm, you would have honestly thought the Philippines had just beat NASA to Mars, which is great. Seeing this level of pride from a country that's never been to space is super endearing. And I certainly wouldn't want to burst the bubble of an entire nation, but...
Oh, no. Oh, no. You're going to have to do it.
This wasn't a mission, right? I mean, the whole thing, to be honest, was kind of the aviation equivalent of a roller coaster ride.
It's just
they'd go up, then they'd come down.
It's just
Hell,
a
the kid
zero-G
wouldn't even be
trip
flying
now.
the thing.
Was this when
But that didn't
Duterte
mean
was
there
still
wasn't
president?
training.
I
And
hope
thanks
it
to
was,
YouTube,
because that guy
this
is
is
the
all
most
documented
based
really
man
well.
on earth.
Turns out one of the contest winners was Chief Pat, a Clash of Clans YouTuber that ended up vlogging his entire 5-day experience at the camp. And had things worked out, Pat would have technically been immortalized as the first Clash player to go to space.
Now that's more impressive than a Filipino in space. Actually, that's a lie. Of course nothing is. Nothing can ever beat that. But yeah, Duterte is a fucking awesome guy. Oh, is that a drug dealer? Just fucking kill him. He ran literal death squads. Well, I'm of the opinion that if you're a degenerate drug dealer, yeah, you don't deserve life.
Which doesn't really sound cool when you say it. Actually, it doesn't sound that cool even not saying it, actually. During the 5-day training, cadets were challenged to their physical and mental core. They would complete assault courses, an aptitude test, bottle rockets. Okay, this one's lame. And would even fly in real-life fighter jets to ensure that they were physically and mentally prepared to go to actual space. Okay, but what exactly was actual space? Well, in reality, it was a lot more like
technically space,
or
almost space.
Almost
you see,
space
the Lynx
means
was
it wasn't
suborbital
space.
Spacecraft, meaning its peak altitude would place it well above the stratosphere, but still well within orbit, likely placing it somewhere around here in the upper mesosphere. And yes, I am repeating all of this info from Google, dangerously close to verbatim. But who cares? What are you, some kind of nerd? This was a contest for Axe body spray. No one's doing the geometry. Space was space, and they were going. They had trained for this, traveled hundreds of miles from all over the globe. And now, with all of Axe's prospective astronauts gathered at the Kennedy Space Station, the moment of truth was feeling closer than ever.
Oh shit, we're getting there.
Little did they know, while Buzz Aldrin was giving his final speech to the world's first generation of prospective civilian astronauts, the Lynx was lying half-built in a warehouse somewhere in the Mojave Desert.
It's not even built?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? They hadn't finished the spaceship. Now look, I know this looks bad.
I forgot about the spaceship.
And it is. But the truth is, due to expected delays in the Lynx's development, the winners of the contest had been made aware that it would probably be a couple more years before they would actually get to go to space.
Actually, even.
But this wasn't the first time the Lynx had been delayed. X-Corp, the company who manufactured the ship, originally began work in 2008 with plans to finish by 2010, which then moved to 2013, and then 2015.
And then...
But this was just the reality of the commercial space industry. In order for these small aerospace startups to complete their projects, their timelines were often entirely dependent on how well they could secure funding. And one of the ways they did that was to sell discounted tickets for space flights that may or may not happen in the near future. But Nick, how could they do that if they didn't have a finished spaceship, stable finances, or a realistic and concrete roadmap?
And that's where Axe
Who needs all that logistical nonsense when you have concept footage?
Concept footage and sponsorship. Just make it Zahir in-shot concept footage with the quadcopters.
And we can probably assume this is exactly what they showed to Axe's marketing team. In fact,
and they bought it hook, line, and
even
sinker.
The footage that Axe used in their Super Bowl ad is recycled concept footage. Clearly, Axe approached X-Corp to discuss a collaboration, saw the impressive visuals, and decided to pre-purchase 23 tickets to the Mesosphere for some time in the hopefully, probably, maybe near future.
It never happened.
But that day would never come. In 2017, due to a combination of manufacturing challenges and insufficient funding, X-Corp had ceased development of the Lynx and officially filed for Chapter 7.
So much for the first Filipino in space.
No one ever went to space. Not for a while, actually. In fact, the first fully crewed, highly publicized space tour wouldn't take place until 8 years after the initial contest.
Dang!
So, safe to say,
only 5 years ago.
But just because Axe's contestants never ended up actually going to space doesn't mean the campaign was a failure. Far from it. To this day, Axe is still one of the largest fragrance brands in the world. Apollo has been their best-selling fragrance since 2013, and Mr. Chino Roque of the Philippines is still listed as an astronaut on Google.
Let's hope he actually is an astronaut.
You see, up until this point, the Axe brand had achieved global success through a set of marketing tactics that placed the idea of female attraction at the forefront of their brand image. Every commercial, every slogan, every fragrance concept they marketed was built around this idea.
And
Apollo was no exception. And while the campaign was certainly a success from a marketing standpoint, at the end of the day, its entire message was still based around the elaborate million-dollar pretext of selling sex.
It all comes down to selling
pushed
sex.
Back. By the mid-10s,
but
the general opinion on Axe had begun to sour. What was once viewed by men as an edgy and attractive new lifestyle brand,
and then Obama happened,
sexist, and incredibly juvenile, which ultimately led to the product falling out of favor with its target audience.
It makes for a better grenade.
It was a complete shift.
It's a lot better as a grenade than an actual fragrance.
Axe's one last obnoxious hurrah.
I also did a reaction of that video.
To grow up. And while Axe has certainly made efforts to try and change their image since then, that infamous reputation has still very much managed to live on.
The damage has already been done. It smells like shit. Besides, Old Spice is much better. I think it's been around longer than Axe.
In our memories.
And it just smells a lot nicer.
And our nostrils.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm an Old Spice guy. Yes, the meme marketing. Yes, the Old Spice meme marketing worked on me. Hook, line, and sinker. I'm not made of stone, but it still smells a lot nicer than Axe, I will say. I'm pretty sure that if we're going off of dog rules, the moon belongs to Buzz Aldrin because he marked it. He pissed on the moon. Well, he's like Eggman. Astronauts. That's a good name. In space, no one can smell your musk. Your Elon Musk. Ha. Rizman really was the only person who truly deserved to win the contest. Aside from Chino Roque from the Philippines. Axe chocolate was more memorable because at least acid never haunted me like the chocolate man did. This person's wife's boyfriend doesn't like Axe body spray, but they think it's great. That's because your wife's boyfriend wears Old Spice. Completely fascinating that they were able to market the bulky, boxy astronaut suits as having sex appeal, despite the fact that they look like if an industrial vacuum cleaner made exclusively to clean hospitals was pretending to be a person. That's nice. The whole thing sounds like a Nathan For You sketch. A plan to save Axe, win a trip to space. My name is Nathan Fielder. This is Axe. No one's doing the geometry. But in the end, you could say the trip to space was axed. Give him the axe. Rest in peace. Rest in piss. Rest in axe. Yeah, rest in Buzz Aldrin's moon piss. You will not be forgotten. All right, you're going to want to buckle down for this. Oh, wait.
This Reddit mod just called Congress because he lost his job as a Reddit mod. I have never seen a stereotype more true.
Nah. That one's something I'd probably watch on a later date, but not today. He's already reacted to it. So what else? Just let me give it a bit. You got excited for 6 seconds. That one seems like a video that I would rather watch offline because someone else watching it. Go away, Carl Jobs. Go away, Carl's Jobs. Carl Jobs. Sorry, it's gonna take a bit. It's gonna take a bit. I really don't want to watch more AVGN, even though I really like AVGN. I'm just kind of tired of. I need to give it a rest for a bit. I need to give it a rest. You also stopped right before the public video and sent it directly to Reddit. Sorry, it's gonna take a bit. Sorry, I'm not gonna record this, but I want to watch.
Are
some
you
sort
tired of
slop.
aiming at skinny player models in this post-Zempic world? Do you want to play like the pros do?
Information, I we're rarely gonna 4x3.
Oh, not this again.
4x3 in the modern day.
Do you want another setting to change to convince yourself that's what's been holding you back this whole time?
What the fuck are you looking for? There's no pot of gold down there. Are you adjusting the seat, really? That's been your fucking problem the whole time, the seat height.
Then fear not, playing in 4x3 is for you. Believe
Why?
it or not, 4x3 wasn't originally used because it stretched player models. It was originally used by pros because that's the size the monitors were back then. Thankfully though, due to
It's only
modern
like
display
5
technology,
minutes,
you can now take that
even that.
4x3 resolution and stretch it to fill a 16:9 display and make it look like people are now Ferrari peeking you even faster than before. So let's learn how to enable this magic technology. Now, there are two ways to play 4x3, stretched and black bars. For stretched, simply right-click on your desktop, open NVIDIA Control Panel, and under Display, select Change Resolution. Now, click the Customize button and make sure Enable Resolutions Not Exposed by the Display is checked on, and then click Create Custom Resolution. Now, all you need to do is punch in your 4x3 resolution. For 1080p monitors, this would be 1440 by 1080. And for 1440p monitors, this would be 1920 by 1440. Then simply click Test and make sure it works. Click Yes, and now all you have to do is go in game and select it.
There you go.
Congratulations, your game now looks worse.
Yo, why is the guy so fat?
So chunky. Looking like white Putin over here. Look at this thick boy.
Now, for non-stretched 4x3 or black bars, it
Black
doesn't require
bars is
using
a
NVIDIA
bit
control
better.
panel at all and is much simpler.
Just, yeah, there you go. Just carve that fucker. Just carve that fucker.
That wasn't that bad.
There
And look
we
at those
go.
higher frame rates too.
Wow.
It feels just like CSGO.
Look how much room there is. Oh my god, look at that. Look how big this doorway is now. There's so much. Damn, look at this living room. Holy shit, I feel like I'm those real estate photos where everything looks much wider than it is. Damn, this is great. Oh my god, I don't feel like I'm crowding here anymore, bumping into teammates. This is fantastic.
Amazing.
Damn, I hate to admit it, it does really zoom everything in and make everything easier to see. I hate to admit it, it is kind of nice.
Very
Do
nice.
I start
Very
recording at like
cool.
4x3 but 4K? Is that an option? Can I set
Oh,
that as
oh
a custom
shit.
resolution?
4x
What's 4K,
4x3
4x3 aspect ratio? Hold on,
4K.
let me Google this. This is the world's first 4K 4x3 CSGO gameplay. Wait, hold on, is this? There we go! World's first 4x3 4K
There we go.
240 Hz
Holy
gameplay.
shit.
Hey,
Yeah?
what the hell is this?
Have I just
God's
accidentally switched back
This
to
is
4x3 by
God's
making this video? Son of a
resolution.
bitch.
This is God's
I was supposed to be making
aspect
fun of
ratio.
4x3 players. This is actually kind of nice.
This is how the Russians
4x3
play, by the way.
4K actually looks kind of clean. God damn it. It feels so cozy. Like for any other game, fuck no, dude. I would never play this shit. But for Counter-Strike, it just feels right.
I mean, yeah, it's a
Come on, Mr. Hopper. Fuck! See?
20-year-old
That's
game.
the problem right there. 4x3, I was locked in on the Opper, and then the guy swings me from the edge.
It's Predator
So,
vision, though.
That's all you need to enable 4x3 resolution. Subscribe and tune in next time for even more handy guides just like this one. And let me know which guide you'd like to see next.
Nice. Wide Putin being referenced in 26 in the big 26 brought a tear in my eye. I use a 4x3 monitor. I don't play comp, but God himself can't take my Dell monitor from 1998. Based. Rocking the CRT even in the big 26. And yeah, it's mostly because pros are just so used to 4x3. Pros are so used to 4x3 by playing 1.6 for so damn long. By playing 1.6 for so dang long. Which is crazy. But yeah, 4x3 is God's aspect ratio. So, yeah, play everything in 4x3. All right. Let's answer the question. Why on earth does Chuck E. Cheese serve alcohol?
Chuck E. Cheese is one of those North American staples that anyone with a childhood in the last 40 years can remember. Somehow,
I remember
Chuck's has managed to bridge the generational
Sneedy
gap between millennial
Cheddars.
age groups, uniting us all through the same weird shared experience.
iPad kids.
Who could forget the sea of arcade games, the pizza, the animatronic in-house band? If I close my eyes, I can almost hear the sounds.
Ooh.
Shh. Do you hear it? The sound of the ticket muncher, the frantic laughter, the joyful chorus of happy birthday juxtaposed by the sound of a screaming child that just cracked himself in the head with a skee ball after a wildly inappropriate overhand throw. The place was a blast,
We've been
and
there.
if you were fortunate enough to have a birthday there, you were given the VIP treatment. I mean, you got a sticker, a balloon, high fives from Chuck himself.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
shortly after, you'd be ushered into an assembly line of birthday parties with rows of other kids who had the exact same sticker and the exact same balloon. As a
Dang.
6-year-old, this was one of those subtle realizations that you weren't actually all that special.
Oh,
Regardless,
no.
the overall consensus by
Well,
most
at
of
least
us
we
is
had,
that Chuck E. Cheese was a positive
brave
experience
firefighters.
as a child. Something that we can remember fondly from our youth. But over the past 12 years or so, with the rise of cellular cameras, guests have begun to capture a different side of the restaurant. And it is absolutely insane.
Oh boy, Chuck E. Cheese fights!
Two brutal brawls this week at the same Chuck E. Cheese restaurant.
At the same Chuck E. Cheese!
With a expired CCW permit.
Oh no, it's the Ratchet Realm. Milk? He needs some milk.
Now this is a place where kids go. Unbelievable.
Ah, yes, where a kid could be a kid, huh?
The number of violent outbreaks
That's
that occur at Chuck E.
hospitality.
Cheese on a yearly basis is absolutely staggering. To quote numbers, certain locations like the one in Pennsylvania had the police called to their location 17 times in 18 months. Another location in Amherst, New York had 123 calls to police in a 3-year time frame.
Jeez.
Violent outbreaks range from fistfights to knife attacks to even a handful of fatal shootings. I mean, you don't even see this much action at a Dave & Buster's. The whole thing makes you
nobody
wonder,
goes to Dave
what
and
happened to all the
Buster's?
wholesome experiences
Who
we
goes to
remember as
Dave and
kids?
Buster's?
You know, like Chuck E. Cheese lighting a menorah for a bunch of Jewish kids, kind of wholesome.
We need you to light the shamash, the tall candle in the middle. Light that menorah.
With a little digging, you can find headlines that go as far back as 2005.
Chuck E.
regarding
Cheese is a
countless instances
Zionist?
Where violent outbreaks have occurred.
Tel
As we
Aviv
move
impressed.
into the tens, the amount of recorded fights is almost overwhelming. I mean, literally just search Chuck E. Cheese fight on YouTube and you'll find a curated playlist of 91 different videos.
Holy
this
shit.
One's my favorite.
And
where
growing.
The guy in the green shirt looks like he's winding up for the meanest sucker punch of his life, but it turns out he's just applying hand sanitizer while two women go at it in the background.
I don't want to go.
As for the company's
I do not want to be
response to all these incidents,
involved.
well, from the looks of it, Chuck E. Cheese has essentially been playing PR dodgeball for the past 15 years, with public statements that never really address the issue directly. The company makes an effort to point out
Didn't
the
we dodge that one?
99.9% of guests that come to their restaurants without incident, while claiming to have spent over $15 million on measures to improve safety. One of those initiatives included an improved security camera system, and as we all know, security cameras don't really improve safety. They just ensure that the next ball pit RKO is caught in glorious 240p. There's clearly more issues at play
God's
here.
resolution.
It comes as no surprise that birthday
The
parties
machine
are
God's
stressful
resolution.
situations for parents, especially at public establishments. Everyone involved wants things to go smoothly, and when it's every kid's special day, tensions can start to rise. Incidents have spawned from anything as simple as disputes over tickets to a child taking too long to choose a prize. Petty arguments that end up having pretty extreme outcomes.
Oh shit!
But even with the hectic
He
atmosphere
needs
and
some
birthday
milk.
stress, there's one factor that rises above all else.
What is
Turns
it?
out Chuck
I
E. Cheese
wonder.
franchisees have the option of applying for alcohol licenses, granting them the ability to serve beer and wine to adult guests. From a business standpoint, it's genius. Sure, the place is for kids, but what if we found a way to capitalize on all the adults? It's a no-brainer. But from a liability standpoint,
Yeah, they're gonna need
it
a lot of
starts
drinks
look
to
like a
deal with
much
this.
dicier
A
operation,
children's birthday party.
at least at face value. CEC Entertainment will say that their 2-drink limit on adult guests prevents the possibility of alcohol-fueled arguments.
No, we got to think about the
that's at least
lightweights
comforting.
though.
Chuck E. Cheese has a policy of serving only 2 alcoholic beverages per adult.
But when she wanted 2 more, she's told how to get around their 2-drink limit.
We just need someone else's ID. Someone else's ID, and then I can order 2 more, but just with somebody else's.
Okay.
Really?
Pack it up. Yeah.
No,
We got it. Now we're
dude.
good. This kind of publicity is just another nail in the coffin for Chuck E. Cheese, a company that has been over $1 billion in debt since 2014. The truth is, Chuck's balance sheet has never been great. The restaurant has filed for bankruptcy twice. Once, just after the video game crash of 1983,
Dang.
and another in 20...
You mean the North American video game crash? Remember arcade games and console games didn't do so well in North America, but computer games were doing just fine. And yeah, Japan and Europe, their gaming industries were just getting started. In fact, they were booming. It didn't really affect those other places. But yeah, North America, sure.
2020, when the company was forced to close during the pandemic. Tack on violent news headlines, accusations of the irresponsible vending of alcohol, and an inaccurate yet overly publicized scandal about recycled pizza.
Thank you, Shane Dawson.
A pretty rough brand image.
Thank you, Shane Dawson.
That Chuck E. Cheese practically changed their name during COVID. Kind of. Let's just say the company took some pretty drastic measures to make ends meet when the pandemic hit. To make a long story short, if you ever ordered from Pasquale's Pizza and Wings on Grubhub or Uber Eats, then congratulations. You literally ordered takeout from Chuck E. Cheese. This was all part of a temporary rebrand to establish ghost kitchens inside of recently closed locations. Since the restaurants couldn't open, but still had the infrastructure to serve pizza, the company would simply list themselves under a different name on food delivery apps to make some extra money. And since you'd have to be a psychopath to willingly order takeout from Chuck E. Cheese, the company made a harmless little name change to appear more enticing. Of course, you can't blame franchisees for trying to make ends meet, but the company still caught some bad press for it. The truth is, Chuck E. Cheese has never been too good at finding ways to improve sales. Throughout the last 40 years, the restaurant's knee-jerk response to slipping revenue has always been that Chuck just isn't cool enough. As a result, Chuck has undergone a myriad of makeovers over the past 40-plus years, going from cigars to skateboards to electric guitars. This kind of response comes as no surprise from a company that owes a huge portion of its success solely to its mascot. The character's been a tried-and-true hit for decades, and to this day, kids still come to the restaurant just to get a chance to see Chuck himself. Originally, when Chuck E. Cheese's competitor, Showbiz Pizza, bought out Chuck's in 1985, all Showbiz locations were actually turned into Chuck E. Cheese's instead of vice versa. A large part of the reason was owed to the fact that Chuck was just a bigger hit with kids than Showbiz's Billy Bob the Bear.
He looks melted.
The company has always been looking for new ways to bring in customers, from the constant mascot reworks to menu changes to even removing their entire animatronics show from most locations. Most recently, the restaurant has been working to reinvent itself in an attempt to capture the attention of millennial parents. These changes include free Wi-Fi, fancier pizzas, and even craft beer choices. And no, this is not satire. In all honesty, the whole thing is kind of an eye-roller.
Dang it!
But it's not like there wasn't some sense to it. Millennials are the ones taking their kids to Chuck E. Cheese, so it's gotta be attractive for the adults too. And as a Gen Z/millennial hybrid myself, I had to admit those craft beer
Which side are you on? You have
sound
to pick a
pretty good.
side, dang it.
So I decided to do some field work. I was on a mission to find out how Chuck E. Cheese had stood the test of time, and if it really had devolved into the violent, alcohol-fueled mess that the media made it out to be.
It really depends on the
My first order of
city.
business was to get me a beer.
Hi, I have a really quick question. Do you guys serve beer at your establishment?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thanks for calling.
Bye now.
Oh, they serve
And with
beer.
that,
Oh,
we hit the road,
geez.
eager to play some games, eat some pizza, and hopefully crush a few beers. Turns out Chuck's has no problem with letting an entire group of adults walk into their restaurant, so we were let right in, where we promptly learned that they had run out of alcohol. That's right. Either some manager did a really bad job at keeping inventory, or Chuck E. Cheese really did have a drinking problem.
Happens to the best
this
of us.
moment was a little discouraging. Did I maybe lure the majority of my friend group to Chuck E. Cheese with the promise of free alcohol? Yes. Did I let that stop us from having a good time? Hell no. So we ordered an extra large pie, loaded up on some credits, and hit the arcade while we waited for our pizza.
Heck yeah.
And here's where I hit my first nostalgia crush of the day. Turns out, at some point in time, Chuck E. Cheese opted to use play cards instead of coins.
No!
Kind of like what Palladium or Dave & Buster's does. Now, what does that mean exactly? Coins, gone. Tickets,
no more
gone.
tokens,
Patience
no more
after
tickets.
tapping the RFID reader 6 times just to play skee
Broken
ball.
RFIDs.
Gone. Now listen, I understand this is a much more sustainable option, but the fact that kids today will never know the feeling of running wildly from cabinet to cabinet with a stack of tickets falling out of their pockets is kind of depressing.
Or a cup of tokens.
Or how about when you find that one lone coin some kid left behind because he was too jacked up on Orange Crush to notice? Now everything's just been reduced to ones and zeros. You tap to play, and the tickets you win are transferred onto the card you play with. Bummer. As for the games themselves,
so lame about modern arcades, to be honest.
You see, this was my first time to Chuck E. Cheese since the advent of mobile gaming.
Mobile
and it really
gaming.
showed in the selection of cabinets they had. You had a lot of touch screens, a lot of one-button mashers, and not a whole lot of long-lived fun. I guess these games are a lot easier for younger audiences to latch onto and understand. But at the same time, I can say without a doubt that the games they used to have were objectively better in almost every way. In 2004, at this exact same location, they had Star Wars Pod Racer, a Turtles in Time cabinet, and a game called Brave Firefighters, where you literally manned a light gun in the shape of a hose and dove into blazing buildings.
And this has never been ported. Never been ported, and the emulation for this is still pretty rough. Emulate his Sega Hikaru, if I remember correctly, is still incredibly rough.
Clearly a lot was lost, but thankfully, the location still kept some of the classics. There was skee ball, basketball, a few good racers, and Simpsons Soccer, which has literally been operational at that location for over 20 years at this point.
Damn.
Moving on to the rest of the venue, I am glad to report that this location still had the decency to keep the animatronic band.
Yeah, they
at
beat
least
the
for now.
FNAF allegations.
You see, another part of CEC's big rebrand involves the removal of one of the restaurant's most distinguishable features, Munch's Make Believe Band. In its place, restaurants are installing interactive dance floors where kids can jump around and be treated to special appearances by Chuck's Walk Around, as it's dubbed in the biz. As for the band, well, only the shadow of their silhouettes remain, painted on the walls to serve as a constant reminder of what once was.
They got blasted in the bombs of
After we explored the venue
Hiroshima.
and played some games, the pizza showed up at our table.
It looks like they're the silhouettes of the children that got blasted in Hiroshima. That was the real nuke, the Freddy nuke. Just completely ruined Chuck's brand image.
And I can say with full confidence that it actually wasn't that bad. I can also report that there was no evidence at all of reused slices, which, for the uninformed, was quite the scandal at one point.
Once again, thanks to the cat fucker.
True, it seems Chuck's took it to heart.
Thank you, cat
and
fucker,
now all of their
for
remodeled
ruining
locations include open kitchens. Coincidence? Hardly. When we finished with our food and our 30-minute all-you-can-play card had expired, we decided to pack it in.
Darn.
Turns out we actually racked up a half-decent amount of tickets and went to cash out. There were a couple items that caught my eye, but the one I wanted more than all the others was a little too expensive. We were about to settle for something cheaper when I learned that you can literally just buy the items with real cash. And that was all I needed to hear.
The Chuck E. Shutter Shade. That's funny.
Overall, my experience at Chuck E. Cheese was actually pretty pleasant. Yes, the games may have been subpar and the play cards may have been a little bit more than disappointing,
it's the most
but the
okayest
food was good
place
and I didn't find myself in any sort of violent altercations. Would I have enjoyed myself a bit more with a couple of beers? Probably, but the trip down memory lane was enough to keep me occupied. And that's why I'm giving my experience 4 rats out of 5.
That's a lot of rats.
Mice. Is he a rat or a mouse? Do we ever?
Who knows? Who cares?
Now, I
It's
know
a
Chuck E.
rodent.
Cheese has been getting a bad
It's a
rap
rodent
these
that
days,
serves you
and
pizza
I know
and
in a weird
dances
way
and
this
is
video
cool.
may have contributed to that. But no matter what we think about the direction Chuck E. Cheese is headed, we can at least remember fondly about where it's been. Yes, the company's had some rocky moments, and yes, you have an incredibly slim but still slightly possible chance of being shot there, but for the most part, it's just how we always remembered it. As a place where a kid can be a kid. Or
just,
in my case, pretend to be.
Just stay away from the inner city ones. Those are probably why there's a lot of fights there. Imagine how selfish you have to be to fight at a Chuck E. Cheese. It's your child's birthday. You're gonna ruin it by physically fighting with someone else? Literal brain rot. Mad respect to Chuck, though. He was an orphan who never found out his legal birth date and instead took that sadness out by making sure he created an establishment where every kid can have the best birthday possible. I choose to believe that, not because it is true, but because it's funny. Chuck E. Cheese brawls are some of the weirdest things in history. It's like the combined Fazbear's Pizza, Saloon, and Mortal Kombat. Lighting a menorah in a Chuck E. Cheese costume sounds like a South Park game achievement. Sounds like something that would happen in Stick of Truth. Or Fractured Butthole, which I still haven't played. I remember one time the skee ball ticket dispenser, well, this person, had an error and it spit out all the tickets and the staff let them keep it. That's awesome. I think I've had that happen a couple times before. Felt like hitting the fucking jackpot. Charles Entertainment Cheese. That's the major takeaway. That's the major takeaway. Charles Entertainment Cheese. I'm gonna take this video. I'm gonna take this video and save it for
photosensitivity warning. I cannot stress this enough.
Oh, I do not like that sound. I do not like that voice at all. I'm sorry. Ooh, I do not like that. Yeah, I seriously don't know what else to watch. I guess I could do another Windows destruction. Ah, sorry. Sorry. kind of want to watch that video of the Doom thing, but unfortunately, oh shoot. Hold on. Oh. That Doom. Nah, I'm gonna watch it now. Screw it. Nah, I'm watching it. Once again, this is gonna be this is gonna be unarchived, as same with the CS.
So about
video.
a month ago, we made a video talking about the complexities of running a game such as Doom on the Neo Geo. And this is because the Neo Geo does not have the concept of a frame buffer, which means that everything that you see on the screen on the Neo Geo is rendered as a sprite. And I also had initially talked about the concept of a Raycaster style engine, which worked pretty well on the Neo Geo. And this concept that I had was essentially what we would do was build out a flat grid of blocks, and for every vertical column on the screen, we would cast out a single ray. And there was even an interesting attempt made by a developer known as Sabino, who made a Doom-style game using that raycasting engine. Now, of course, a raycaster and a Doom-style engine is not the same thing. A raycaster can only handle a grid, which is, square blocks, which means that everything has to be the same height and all the walls are at right angles. Doom, on the other hand, is more complicated. You can have walls that are on any angle,
comically
rooms at
tiny,
different floor heights. There are staircases,
comically tiny
lifts, doors,
imps,
sloped sight lines. Nothing like this fits on a raycasting style game. So even the attempt by Sabino, you could see here as you're turning the corner here, didn't really look very natural, because ultimately we're talking about a grid of square blocks. So trying to build something out like E1M1, the hangar, simply is not really that feasible to do, right, with the raycasting approach. However, there has been some new updates to this Doom on the Neo Geo saga, and I'm very, very excited about where this is going, because as mentioned in the last video, the community has really stepped up to the plate to kind of just make things work. And for better or for worse, we've got some really cool new approaches to Doom running on the Neo Geo.
Look how crusty that is. Looks like Doom on Atari.
And use what is known as a sprite micro frame buffer. Now, this particular approach comes from a developer known as Frenkel IS, who developed a port known as Doom 64KB. Now, the interesting part about this approach is this is actually Doom. This is real BSP, real map geometry. This is E1M1, which is completely unmodified. And essentially, the developer has taken the genuine Doom rendering code and squeezed it down small enough to fit it on the Neo Geo.
I mean,
but how does this actually work? Because we did say that the Neo Geo has no concept of a
doesn't
frame
look
buffer.
very
So how does
good.
real
Look
Doom,
at that.
built
So
around running
crunchy.
pixels, plotting pixels into a frame buffer, run on a machine without a frame buffer? The Neo Geo has a text or fixed layer, and this is what we typically use, or what games typically use, to store things like the score displays and the HUD elements. Now, Frenkel IS has used the fixed layer as the tiny frame buffer, and this is something that some people left some comments in my original video, potentially to use or take a look at the fixed layer to make or to build a renderer on. Now, as you can see here, we're running E1M1, albeit at 38 by 28 chunky blocks, and this looks particularly blocky. However,
it looks like freaking Lego,
unmodified.
but it
this
runs
is Doom in its full glory. And the performance, as you can see
Lego
here, is definitely
Doom.
not optimized, but it is running. And this is definitely an interesting way around the problem that we have running Doom on the Neo Geo. And it does work, right? But this is not the end of the story. There is another piece to this.
There's
and
more.
This is quite interesting. Now, Sabino, who worked on the NG Raycaster, or the Doom Raycaster, I should say, on the previous video that we talked about, has now built out what is known as a sprite micro frame buffer. And the whole concept of this is, instead of using the text or the fixed layer, the frame buffer is built out of sprites. So we take the Neo Geo sprite scaler, which is the same hardware scaler which was used in the Raycaster, and you shrink it all the way down to tiny 4x4 blocks. And then what he does is he tiles the whole screen with each of those little blocks. So each one of those 4x4 blocks is a single pixel, which means that we can now render Doom at 80
by 56, which is more than double the detail.
That's slightly
now,
better,
this
but
a lot
now
more
it's
clearer
now it's
and
running
lot
a
more
little
like Doom,
slower.
and it's a lot less mosaic. But this does have the side effect of having a significant performance hit, as you can see here. Now, I ended up compiling this myself and applying Sabino's patch, and it does work. And this is definitely very interesting because there is probably room for optimizations, but furthermore, we did say that the Neo Geo AES Plus, when it releases later this year, hopefully it still is on track for releasing in November of 2026, has what is known as overclocking features. So I believe there are some overclocking features in the AES Plus, which means that something like Sabino's Sprite micro frame buffer could run pretty well on stock, albeit AES Plus hardware. Now, there's also a second port that I've been keeping tabs on, which has been developed by someone known as
Neo Geo
ports. Now, this second approach is known as Doom NG. Now, this is an interesting approach because, as you can see here, it's clear as day. This is still using the sprite-based hardware. You can see these strips running down the screen as clear as day. Now, if we go back to the Raycaster that I built in the first video, the reason why it was quite fast is because that the CPU only was used for visibility, which means that it was only used to figure out how far you can see and
not
how
a lot
far
of
away it is,
enemies.
and then everything else was handled by the hardware scaler. Now, the bad part of that approach, of course, is what we said previously, and that is it only uses a grid. It doesn't actually use real Doom maps. So for Doom NG, a new renderer has been developed known as VSlice, and it basically takes all the good parts of the raycastering approach and throws away all the bad stuff. It keeps the hardware scaler to draw all the pixels, so there's no frame buffer and there is no per pixel CPU work, just like the Raycaster. But instead of casting rays through the grid to decide what's visible, it walks through an actual Doom BSP tree. And if you don't know what a BSP tree is, there are many different videos out there of explaining what that is, but just for a quick primer,
that's
the
pretty
BSP
cool.
tree is the data structure
Doom on
that
the
basically
Neo
builds out
Geo,
the
the
map for you.
strongest.
It handles everything from arbitrary angles, it handles sectors at different heights, it handles occlusion.
Maybe one of my
everything
friends
that a
is right.
Raycaster can't. So when the
Sega Saturn might be a little
real
stronger
Doom
than the
geometry
Neo
front to
Geo.
back and works out what
Just a
pieces of
smidge.
the wall that you can see and what you can't,
Just
this
a
is what it actually does. And the VSlice renderer now will take real geometry from a Doom map such as E1M1 and have free roam movement. You can walk and turn freely across real Doom maps, and all 9 maps of Episode 1 are running completely stock on unmodified Neo Geo hardware. And although you can see these sprite strips walking down the screen, you can still see that this is Doom running in its full glory. Now, this is obviously not flawless, pixel-perfect Doom, and the developer doesn't pretend it is. There are real compromises here, as you can see.
Yeah, pick your
but they are
poison.
also
Do you
quite
want
smart.
chunky
The
Doom
floor
or do
and
you want
ceilings aren't actually drawn. They're pre-baked lookup tables, and the far distance is deliberately faded into haze to hide where the detail runs out. The vertical texturing is snapped to 16 pixel chunks, and the frame rate, as you can see, is not locked. The engine watches how much is on screen, and then when there's a big wide open area that kind of slows everything down, it pulls back the draw distance and lets the haze cover it. Of course, this is a proof of concept. It's an engine that's being developed by clever optimizations that's been tuned by the eye, but the feel is there, and this is starting to look like a Doom level where the hardware is doing all the work.
Wow.
So both of these approaches are still obviously nowhere near perfect, right? There's still various compromises and limitations of both. We have the Doom 64KB Sprite Micro Frame Buffer, which is real Doom with a real renderer. It does the job by brute force, but it works. And by faking a frame buffer out of sprites, it gets the job done, although you pay for it in speed, right? And then we have the VSlice renderer by Retroports, which kind of sits in the middle of both of these. You've got real Doom geometry, but drawn in the way that the Neo Geo wants you to render by using scaled sprites. So it's never needing a frame buffer in the first place. And that's why I think we're slowly starting to get closer. Both of these approaches have
getting ever so closer,
interesting use cases. And I'm not really suggesting one is better than the other. Both of them have interesting, ways to get the job done. But this, for me, is really the two projects that are the first serious attempts at running Doom. One of them by shoving the real renderer through the hardware, whether it likes it or not, and the other by taking advantage of the hardware's sprite scaling. Now, neither one, of course, is finished, and neither one is going to, come out anytime soon as a, version 1 homebrew release. But the point is, the Neo Geo, as we said, was never supposed to run Doom, and people are making it happen. And I think this is very, very interesting, and this is what I love about the homebrew community. When there is...
That's what I love about the Doom community. If you say, oh, I can't run Doom, no, challenge accepted, bozo. We are going to make it work. We are going to make it work. All right, I need to take another break because again, bathroom. BRB. Okay. Hey, gang. Hey, gang. You want to hear about... Hey, gang. You want to hear about the strongest gamer of all time? Too bad. Here he
Speaks for
is.
itself. The internet is like a window.
Really? I could see right through it.
It allows us to see into the lives of many. Some people keep
It's
their life private,
Boogie 498.
and others allow it to be shown for the entire world to see.
Oh,
some people
that's
are
another
living
book.
completely normal and functional lives.
It's the fence
and others
sitter.
Are, well, that speaks for itself.
Oh,
but if it wasn't for the internet,
it's-
you would probably
it's
have no
him.
idea any of these people even existed, and that's for better or for worse. But due to this, many people of many shapes
Oh,
and
it's
sizes
him,
have
the
documented
man who will
basically
outlive
their entire
everything.
lives online, and we get to see just how some live.
And
those
it's the
lives.
Banana Man.
Now,
So
of
many
course,
colorful
if we were just
internet
talking about a regular
characters.
person, we wouldn't be here today. Who wants to talk about some guy who goes to his regular 9-to-5 job every day, stuck in an endless loop?
Coming to bed, honey?
Yes, dear.
That's not interesting.
y'all
That's
been
too
there.
realistic.
We
And
gotta-
you come to YouTube to get away from that.
We gotta
Instead,
learn about
what
someone
we're talking about
wacky
today
and
is one of the
crazy.
strangest people I have ever seen on the internet.
Even
And it's a
weirder than
challenge
Chris
even
Chan
saying his name.
and Terry Davis?
This is Ulalilia. Real
Ulali?
name, Nick Smith.
Oh,
Lil is a
just
man
Nick.
who loves video games, really loves video games,
Ooh,
and has had video
really?
games integrated into every aspect of his life. He was discovered very early on in the early 2000s, and has since had a ton of aspects of his life documented. Some praised him, some ridiculed him, and some just thought he was an interesting person. And I'm in the last group. Join me today as we
Very
dive into the
I
story
love
of
eccentric
Ulalilia.
people. I love it. Ulilila, the internet's strangest gamer. I thought it was the strongest gamer, but I suppose that too.
What could possibly go wrong?
Neurodivergent.
I'm doing something
What could possibly
a bit
go
different
wrong?
with this video. My
Oh,
previous
really?
story of videos have been on people who were very detestable. They were usually seen in a negative light, but I think I like to be a bit more positive than the average YouTuber who
Ooh,
makes
something
these types
more
of videos,
positive.
because I can see the potential and glimmer of hope in some of these guys.
Let's hope.
Olivia is not going to be like those others.
Let's ignore
He's
the
very
chibi video.
strange, but he's not unlikable or detestable. Quite the opposite, really. Sorry for the clickbait. I might crack a few jokes here and there.
I
but
don't
the main point
know.
of this vid is to
3,600
show
hours
you
in
this guy's
Bubsy.
quirks and
He's
really
he's
pick at his
stronger than
brain why
some.
he is the way he
Stronger
is.
than most.
Lil is not just a neurodivergent. He is the neurodivergent.
He's
We'll see
the-
what that is.
The God
Nick Smith
King
was
of
born on January
autism.
10th, 1984, in North Dakota. And, well, despite how much of a spectacle he would become later in life, we surprisingly know very little about his adolescence, so I'm going to make my own fanfiction. I'm going to imagine Nick was born, and as he got older, his family started noticing all of his abnormal sensibilities and quirks. There was probably something going on upstairs that they didn't know about, and it was the 80s, so the studies on someone like Nick probably wouldn't explain much of anything. I should go ahead and mention this because it's very important. With it being the cornerstone of my channel and being mentioned almost every damn video, Olililia is not diagnosed with autism.
Oh, he
has never been
isn't.
officially diagnosed with it, which is actually surprising. What he is confirmed to have is he has a very severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, which makes him have all sorts of phobias and fears, and a ton of obsessions, which we'll get into later. His case of OCD is to the point where it majorly affects his daily life and ability to function in social situations. Basically, with his condition and needs, he's probably not going to have a functional normal life, which may be a blessing and a curse. While he may not shine in the normie world, where he did shine was the realm of video games.
Ooh.
Nick is a huge
this
gamer. He always has been. He
is
was
the
born in
strongest
84, the right
gamer.
time to become a gamer. It has been a part of his identity and always will be. But the thing is, Nick is also the most dedicated gamer I have ever seen, with not a hint
How
of exaggeration.
dedicated?
I thought speedrunners playing the same games over and over and over was some dedication. But Nick puts them to shame. Nick has claimed
Really now?
he has put hundreds of thousands of hours in games you would not expect. Games that only have, arguably, a handful of hours of gameplay in them. He has somehow pulled off the most tedious, mind-numbing tasks possible no normal man would ever attempt in a game. Listen to some of
He's
his
playing
feats.
Disgaea. That alone
Super
takes
Mario
thousands
3.
of...
Oh,
hours.
how I remember this one so much. I've
Oh,
actually
boy.
literally gotten a max score on the very first level in the game. This
Max
one I have
score
about
on the
1,500
first
hours
level?
on. Seriously, 1,500 hours. And there you have it. I've maxed the score, and I'm only 8 minutes in.
Damn! Max the score out.
The levels are really big, so there's a lot of places I can figure out that two-tailed fox named Tails that I just love abusing so much.
Tails abuse
create
never gets
debug,
old.
created course.
Unironically never gets old.
Just ding 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 ding, you know, like that. And wait for him to drown, get a new fox, and go from there.
You know, role-playing games and the concept of grinding. You know when you have to kill a ton of things to get your level up in a game. The most tedious part of any RPG that
The
everyone
Sword
hates.
of Vermilion.
Well, Nick spits in your face and shows you how it's done.
Only a few more plays remain, and then I finally have level 9999 for the very first time in this game. Yep.
There it is.
The nines.
Quad nines. Holy shit. That's insane. Quad nines in Disgaea. That is average.
The strangest one of all is, Nick has a massive obsession with a furry mascot character with attitude from the 90s that is strong with the neurodivergent community.
Oh,
That's
really?
right, Bubsy the Bobcat.
Bubsy?
He's probably the world's biggest Bubsy fan.
3,600. That is a lot of play. And it's all
3,600 hours
Glide
of
hops
Bubsy.
and speed like you would never believe. You can
He
just
likes
go so
Bubsy.
fast on this
Now
game.
this
It
is
just
a
blows your
man
mind away.
He
of
has scoured
quality.
every single inch and centimeter of every one of his games. He has videos up showing
He
secrets about Bubsy
explored
3D probably nobody else knows
every
about.
inch of Bubsy
Just go
3D.
forward until you see the shadow. Once you see the shadow, stop moving forward. Welcome to the highest possible point you can stand on in the entire game.
He
Holy
has
shit.
numerous videos on Bubsy 3D. He probably has more hours in this game than the entire base of people who bought Bubsy 3D, collectively.
I know this game extremely well.
He'll just thoroughly dissect every single part of it. Every single mechanic, everything about
Everything.
it. You know how there are those obscure video game glitches that make you wonder, how did they ever find this out?
It was
People
Ulala.
like Nick and pure dedication to the craft.
It was him.
To also
People
add to
like
this dedication
him.
to video
Fucking
games,
crazy.
Nick is also
He's-
a mathematic genius. He
can
tons
tap
of
into
math
the
equations and all sorts of
Matrix. He can
hypotheticals and
see
such
the
he's
lines
written
of code
just for the
in
hell of it.
each game.
He created his own color system he followed using mathematics. He
That's
created his own
fucking
sleep schedule
awesome.
using his math skills so he could follow it in his own way.
Instead of following a 24-hour cycle like most of us are otherwise familiar with, I follow a 25 2/3 hour cycle. There's 24 hours in a day, and my sleep-wake cycle is 25 2/3. The difference? 1 2/3 hours.
The man is clearly talented
Holy
in more ways than one. He would apply his love for video games and mathematics to his everyday life, equating any sort of skill or practice in something and turning them into experience, like in an RPG. Now, yes, it does seem a little strange and maybe a bit cringe to do some "my life is like a video game" type of shit here, and I thought the same thing too at first. But reading on this dude and all he's accomplished, you can't help but be charmed by the guy.
He's the
And
other
we'll get
side
into
of the
why
bell
throughout this video.
curve.
So Nick is driven by pure love and dedication to video games and math.
He's the
willing
other
to go to
side
such
of the
lengths
bell
to basically
curve.
tear them apart and apply mathematical equations and such to them. And it's for games that aren't even that good. But just so you
That's
know, this
awesome.
obsession and passion for video games Nick has is not entirely positive. In fact, it also affected Nick in a very negative way that not many people would even think about.
Uh-oh. Video games affecting
Did I
someone.
mention I don't like heights?
Scaredy cat.
In the vast majority of video games, you're usually dodging obstacles. You know, enemies, pits, spikes, whatever gets in your way counts as an obstacle. But what makes gaming so fun is that they're easy to spot, and you usually know what is the danger to be avoided in a game. But video games are fictitious. Most of what happens in the games stay in the games.
It's just
Nobody trusts to
fiction.
apply anything we learned in Bing Bing Wahoo to real life. Our boy Nick played video games so much, as he grew up, he gained phobias over various different things in real life that he learned to avoid in games, as he thought they would harm him in the real world.
Uh-oh.
He has a laundry list of strange phobias and fears, and we're going to go
What the heck? Why am I freezing? Why am I freezing? What was that? Anyways.
Over some of them right now. One of the most
Right.
troubling of his phobias was his fear of blue water. He had
Blue
played many games
water?
where water automatically killed you. And growing
Oh.
up, he thought it was the same thing in real life. So anywhere with any kind of water, he would attempt to avoid. But you know, water is kind of impossible to avoid. Blue water is hard to come by, but essentially he got over this fear due to the fact that water is just water. The same thing also happened with grass. As he equivalated grass with video game spikes, he thought if he fell on grass, it would kill him. This phobia was also never going to last because, well, you can't avoid grass.
It's fucking grass.
Another one of his phobias was
He's not a
the
Reddit
stairs.
user.
It's not that
Stairs.
he's afraid to go up the stairs, but he will only go up them in a very specific way. He states he has no clue how this even came about, or even how this phobia started, but he can only go up them like this. And this looks like an absolute pain of a phobia to have.
Oh,
Wonder
that's
he would handle those
horrible.
rocky steps. And then there was his fear of mirrors. Oh boy,
Mirrors?
This one is crazy. Nick had an awful fear of mirrors. He would go out of his way to avoid ever looking into one, dreading what would happen. He had such a crippling fear of mirrors, he even mapped out this theoretical department store and all the ways all these mirrors could be facing, and then planned an entire route so he would never have to face or look at a mirror in the process. And he
Holy
goes into
shit.
excruciating detail about what he would do to ever avoid coming across a mirror in the
That's
department store,
nuts.
treating it again like a video game. He had a fear of ketchup and mustard because they reminded him of video game lava. He had a fear of the letter P.
P?
I think we just found his true identity. Now, yes, all these phobias are very
Topless.
strange and unconventional. But look,
Topless.
the definition of a phobia is an irrational and unrealistic fear.
Irrational.
And these fit that definition perfectly. But yeah, too long didn't read. It's a bunch of really weird and really irrational fears. Exactly what I said. But the thing you must understand is, today, we live in a world where people will demand the entire world stop for them and just them. Everyone has to stop everything they're doing and cater to them.
Oh no.
But Nick here,
Karens.
Nick was different. He never asked anyone to take down anything or get rid of anything because he hated it. He just stood there and took it and found out his own way around these phobias.
And there's also concerts going on over there. I otherwise never really go to those because of one thing. N-O-I-S-E.
Oh.
And that's high. It's really loud.
Some of these phobias he never got over, at least to my knowledge. His parents even considered sending him to a hypnotist to fix some of these phobias, but he went against it last minute.
I wanted to hypnotize Nikki to get him out of the mirror situation and the stairs situation. I thought, oh, if I hypnotize him. So I went to a hypnotist and I asked him, and she said, sure, we can do that. The patient has to be willing to do it. And at that time, Nikki was. And now he won't do it. He lost interest.
His family
Not a
has
therapist,
really tried to work
straight
on
to a
Nick's lifestyle all these
hypnotist.
years. They're
Yeah,
supportive and tried their
sure,
best to accommodate
okay.
him, like his eating choices.
Yeah.
One of his favorite meals is degreased pizza, where he heats up a
Degreased
pizza and goes through the painstaking process of taking all the grease off with a paper towel.
Carbohydrates are 4 and protein are 4. But look how much this all comes up. This is a lot.
Removing the
This
cheese
is why I
grease.
eat grease, and this is why I'm actually otherwise at a pretty healthy weight overall, despite the fact I eat almost nothing but pizza.
Wow, he's even dissecting his food. Because of his quirks and his
Even down to removing the oils from the food. He even recognizes that the oils in the food are what make people fat, because that's unusable fat. That's interesting.
strange phobias, it was very difficult for Nick to really connect and get any friends, because nobody really understood him but him.
They would just be mean to me, say mean things. They would... Well, there's one case where one of them literally spit on my back. Seriously.
Wow, what a jerk!
They often whistle for no reason, really getting me irritated. What's
a jerk.
Easy way to trigger a fight with me is whistling, so better be careful with that.
No hope of getting a significant other either, which he has also expressed, but you know, it is what it is.
So you have no romantic interest?
Nope, I have zero interest in that kind of stuff.
Why is that?
Dang.
A lot of things. There's so many negatives on top of one another, on top of another.
Like what?
There's 4-digit negative for
4 digits of negatives.
getting married in a sense.
He understands.
So far in a negative territory that it almost
Oh no,
rivals
he
robbing
understands.
Nick has no friends, nobody to connect with, and also lives in one of the US's least populated states. Finding anyone who he can relate with is pretty much impossible. While in real life, he was a weird loner, on the internet, he thrived. And this would lead people on the web discovering the story of Ulalilia.
And here comes the internet. An amusing discovery.
So Nick, in the early 2000s, will discover a way to get his frustrations out and document his life. And using the power of Angel Fire, he created his
Angel
own website,
Fire.
Ulalilia. Most of the info in this video came from his very own website, as Nick himself did almost all the documentation of himself. He wears his heart on his sleeve, which gives him an extra 500 max HP.
Nice.
On this website, he documents
that
everything.
heart.
His life, his interests, his fears, what he does for fun, his likes and dislikes. He put it all out there for the world to see. One thing I neglected to mention is on this website, Nick also documents almost every dream he has. He uses the website as a dream journal of sorts, and having the mind Nick does, he has some weird fucking
in
dreams.
Japan.
Dreams involving video games, dreams where he travels to far off places, dreams where he's covered in mud. It's a trip reading through all the ones he's recorded. But he just doesn't record them. He also reviews and ranks them, categorizes them using mathematic formulas. He went above and beyond for this stuff.
Even
Meanwhile,
rating
if I were
your
to
own
record my dreams, I just put down in a text file, Mario, if he real. Going through the archives of this Angel Fired site from the early 2000s is not only nostalgic as hell, but also actually interesting. Even though I'm too grug-brained to understand the mathematic formulas, everything else is a sight for the eyes. Back in the early 2000s, when the internet was still really niche, still being on dial-up and all, there wasn't any one place really following certain individuals like there are now. Well, except for one place. Something Awful. Something Awful being probably the first congregation of internet dwellers looking at weird people and weird things online. Someone
here
happened
come
across
the
Nick's website
goons.
and was so perplexed by it, they had to share it with the rest of the site. It was originally meant to just clown on the guy and posted it to the Comedy Goldmine part of the forums. When they shared the website, the people over on Something Awful were polarized. Some were amazed, some were impressed, some were disgusted, and some thought it was a joke. But all of them were definitely intrigued. They had just discovered an absolute oddity, and they weren't going to let him go. In fact,
found a
they decided to
lolcow,
actively start following him
guys.
and his endeavors.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
if you think this is the
That's
part where
probably
they
what the
start screwing with
goons
Nick
were
and making his
thinking.
life a living hell, you'd be surprisingly wrong.
Oh,
In
really?
fact, the opposite happened.
They didn't.
Nick was such a weird and interesting guy, he became somewhat of a little micro-celebrity on Something Awful. Some flat out became obsessed with the guy and desperately tried to get an interview with him or find some way to talk to him, but the mods had put their foot down on the people obsessing over him. He was definitely
Nut
one of
jobs.
the earliest internet celebrities, at least on Something Awful. With this exposure on Something Awful, word of Nick's antics spread to what was the internet at the time, and he quickly gained a cult audience who were now following his website. I don't
Very
think he really had a grasp
cool.
on the idea that potentially dozens and dozens of people were now reading his stories and progress throughout life. But from everything I've seen, he just continued business as usual, updating the website constantly with more stories, progress on life, and other things. So yeah, he's congregated sort of a fan base following him. A lot more impressed and were actually charmed by his motivations and how he got around in his daily life. Then, YouTube came out, and so Nick started using YouTube to record and document his life on there. Although he's since deleted the channel, of course people have archived the videos.
Oh, thank
His
God!
life,
Thank
his
God
phobias,
for
his dreams,
archivists.
and his math skills are interesting to read about, but does he have anything he wants to do with these skills? Anything he'd like to apply them to help him in the future? Why, yes. Yes, he does.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't like this stuff.
Paw Printing Press.
If you ask me, the most interesting part about everything involving Ulalilia is what he calls his mind game.
The mind game? We're getting into some mind games now? Dominican mind games?
You see, Nick has played so many video games and spent so much time in them, he has ascended to a new level of video gaming. He has developed his very own video game inside of his mind. Whenever he's bored and not doing anything in particular, he will enter a trance and start playing this video game inside of his head. What does he do inside this so-called mind game? In this mind game, he has superhuman abilities that allow him to do whatever he wants in his mind. Climbing mountains in literal minutes, running at supersonic speeds.
Whoa!
In this mind game,
There he
is
goes.
completely immune to pain and damage, so he can
Wow.
do basically whatever he wants.
A
And
god
the only person who
mode?
can stop Nick in this game is Nick himself. In his mind,
Wow.
the chains are taken off and Nick is free. This is a very, very difficult thing to try and express to people what you do in your free time. If you told people you stare off into space to play this video game you've created inside your head, they would look at you like you're fucking insane.
Just say it's
And
your
admittedly,
mind space.
It is a very loaded thing to
Your
drop on
mind
someone.
space.
And Nick knows this. So after
It's
years of playing this
meditation.
mind
It's
game and trancing in
meditation.
and out of the real world, Nick decided he had to find a way to show everyone the vast amount of creativity and his skills in mathematics, and wanted to give people a way to experience the things he enjoyed, so he got on his computer and started to develop his very own game, called Platform Masters. After graduating high school, Nick would dedicate a lot of his time developing this game. He had no real coding or game development knowledge, nor any artistic skills, but he basically brute forced all of that with his knowledge of mathematics. He would post constant updates and developments of his game over the years, because, well, this was a collection of all the knowledge and skills he had built up over the years, and for a game made by one guy, who had never developed a game before and never really had any connection to the outside world, it's technically impressive.
Pretty
I also
freaking
didn't
cool.
Just individualize them, I also made them bigger. And if you look closely, I've also made an enhancement on the lighting. Whoa, look at these crazy platforms over here. That one stops.
Can't wait
up
for
it
it.
goes.
And there he goes. He's riding the
platforming.
platforms.
Nick would dump a ton of time into
Sick.
the development of this game. But that's not to say he didn't do other things, as Nick has also gone out of his way to write books. Yeah, a lot of people have talked about seeming to love and enjoy writing
More
novels, and I'd
books.
rather not talk about some of them.
Buy my book.
Nick's most famous novel is called The Legend of the 10 Elemental Masters. Look at that cover art.
Look
oh
at
my
that.
god.
Graphic design was his passion.
The early CGI look,
It's
it
so-
has a very nice vibe to it. I went out of my way
It's
to
so
read this.
vaporware
In fact, to show you I mean
or
business,
something.
I actually went out and bought a hard copy of this. I wanted to tell you all Nick's story and also support him at the same time. And having read through
actually
the book,
bought the
well,
book.
I did some speed reading, and I'll just say, this is only made for a very specific group of people. And, well...
It's for people that are
I really hope you
very-
like numbers. The entire book is formatted like an old-school RPG, and its plot is also as basic as an old-school RPG. The main character is this weird
taps-
purple furry named
It's-
Knuckles. Not the Knuckles you're thinking
Knuckles?
of, but he's described as resembling a human, but with differences. Knuckles is neither male nor female, though referred to as a he.
So he's
3/4
an
inch thick,
AMAB.
dark violet colored fur
Okay.
covers his entire body. He is only 25 1/3 inches tall, 4 inches wide, and 2.5 inches deep. Knuckles gets his name from his large hands, 40% bigger than a human his size would have. No, we never get any picture of what Knuckles looks like in the book, so here's an artist's rendition. You know, I get the feeling that yaoi artists would really enjoy this character. Now, if you couldn't tell,
I hate
that
it.
description of Knuckles is hyper specific. From his exact size to how thick
Man,
his
it's
fur
like that
is, from how big his
it's like
fists
American
are.
Psycho,
Now take that
like this
and imagine
book.
an entire book like that. This
It's for
entire
people
book
who have
is
tapped into
hyper-detailed about all the
Gnosticism.
numbers and the experience gained. Like reading through this, it's clear that the actual plot or anything happening takes a back seat to the number crunching and all the RPG mechanics involved within. It even has some menus on some pages, like the status screens in an RPG. I don't think there is a single page in this book that does not have at least one number on it. Plot-wise, it's really easy to follow. It's a very bare-bones plot, but Nick wasn't writing this for the plot. Nick made this book for himself, basically.
Is
And there's nothing
Knuckles
wrong
the
with that,
demiurge?
But don't buy this expecting something made for everyone. I bought this to support Nick. I didn't want anyone to get the wrong idea that I'm trying to pick on him. He's a strange man, very strange indeed, and I've made some quips here and there, but after all the research I've done on him for this video, he has a lot of issues. But he's overcome all the odds and has found a way to be productive. He'll go on to make more games and write more books. They're all about what you would expect from him.
Barricana, my 2D side-scrolling platformer role-playing game hybrid, has undergone significant change since the last update. I've
I
actually
think this is
finished
just
every single
completely from
background,
scratch
except for
too.
shops and a couple
No
other
Unity,
maybe
no
side
Unreal
story-related
slop
stuff,
to be
but
found
that's about
here.
it.
He's been known on the web for more than 20 years, and from the looks of things, today, not much has changed.
Well, are you still playing this thing?
The finale.
Enough eyes would get on Nick, to the point where eventually someone decided to do a documentary on him. An actual documentary, with a production crew, and not just some guy with editing software like yours truly. However, during the production of said documentary, Nick's
reacting to said
hometown was
documentary,
flooded, and it was pretty devastating on the community. So because of this incident, it's sort of half a documentary on Nick, and the other half is talking to the members of the community and how the flood affected them. It's kind of weirdly formatted, but other than that, it's alright. Strange enough, though,
it's okay.
This documentary was completed in 2012, but it did not see the light of day until about 7 years later, and no one knows why. It is what it is. The documentary
that must have
goes
taken
over pretty
a
much everything
long time to
Nick's
get all the
life,
resources,
Nick's aspirations, his
DVDs
family,
and such.
and also how the flood affected him. Now, don't get the idea you can use these videos for replacement. I highly recommend you go check the original video out yourself. It says way more than I can. But remember, this was made back in 2012. That was 12 years ago. What about
no,
today?
not anymore.
What is going on with Nick these
It's
days?
nearly 13 years.
Well, his original website
or
is
14
now
years
no longer
even.
up. The domain is completely dead, but archives of it still exist, and I've been a big help with this video. He's also deleted a lot of the videos he uploaded to YouTube. I guess maybe the fame was a little too much for him or something like that. Even though the man had a bunch of people following him and enjoying what he did, if you have any bit of fame on the internet, you're going to get some trolls and some level of harassment. There are people who just thought Nick was a weird freak who deserved to be castrated or something.
Nah.
But really, the man isn't harming a fly. He keeps to himself and just does what he likes. Checking up on him, he's made a life for himself. He's moved from place to place, doing different odd jobs, still dealing with the same struggles like his picky food choices or phobias. He's taken vacations and swam with the stuff he used to be afraid of. He seems to be living just a normal life. As normal as someone like Nick can have, anyway.
He became a nomad.
Blue water kills you. Or at least that's what it would have said 21 years ago. I wouldn't have even touched a rain puddle of all things. And yet, here I am, sunk in up to my neck in it. And it's about as blue as it can ever get.
You'll probably be sad to hear that Platform Masters is still not available to the public, despite working on it for well over a decade. He is currently working on other projects, though. He has a Patreon up where he gives updates on some of his games. He's making almost $800 in Patreon money every month just by doing this.
Dang!
That's a pretty chunk of change. So yeah, he still has a very dedicated following. He still updates about his games and his personal life to this very day. Very recently, he had his name legally changed to Ryan, because he just likes the name Ryan. So technically, I've been using an outdated name this entire time, but hey,
you've been dead naming
I already wrote most of the script before I found this out, and I didn't want to bother pronouncing Olililio this entire time. Leave me alone! So why did I make this video so much different
it is
compared
pretty
to the
hard
other
to
ones?
pronounce,
Well,
I'll
there are a
admit.
lot of absolutely screwed up people who found their way to the internet, and it is fun to see them flop and flail around like a trout on land, but sometimes you get success stories, like Nick, and you gotta show them. This is a man who is self-admittedly severely mentally ill, but not only did he use the strengths he had, he also overcame many of his fears. I mean, the man used to be scared of grass for Christ's sake, but now here he is, making his own games, making hunters on Patreon, and still trying to navigate through life. I've seen a lot of people call
Must
Nick
suck to be
the
scared
good
of
Christian.
grass.
They were both guys
The
who were very
good
mentally
Christian.
ill, didn't have good social skills, and didn't seem like they were going to go far.
Light mode
One went on a path of
Christian.
self-destruction, and the other actually did impressive things and lives a semi-normal life. But calling him the good Christian, I think, is underselling him.
Yeah,
the story of Alleluia
yeah.
is one that shows you, no matter how often your own disorders or insecurities get in the way, you can use what you have in any way you want and make a name for yourself. It's not over for you, you'll just have to persevere in your own way. Olililio, Nick, or Ryan, whatever you want to call him, was one of the first internet oddities. At surface level, he may seem like a gigantic weirdo, but when you dig in deeper, you see a man who was dealt a bad hand, but used what he had to get through life. And if that isn't a compelling and motivating story, I don't know what is. Please go support him and his endeavors. I feel he deserves it.
Go support
God bless,
Lilia.
like and subscribe, and good night. And remember, boys and
Lilia.
girls, Olililio was the world's biggest Bubsy fan, so no one else would have to be. That's among his greatest accomplishments.
Damn.
Godspeed.
I bet when Bubsy 40 came out, he was excited. Bet he probably has all the high scores. And by that I mean the lowest.
Kitty, kitty.
When I say that, I mean the lowest possible times.
Kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty.
Kitty, kitty.
Kitty, kitty.
Oh.
He was just a computer-generated bobcat, but Granny loved him.
Oh, I bet she did. He had the name, he had his name legally changed to Ryan just because he likes the name Ryan. Fucking Chad energy right there. The clip of him swimming in the blue water and talk about him overcoming his fears is actually heartwarming. He was never diagnosed with autism. That's because he is autism, the platonic form made manifest. If this guy were born in the 1600s, he would have invented calculus. Drama free in his own lane, degreased and comfortable, Bubsy pilled and focused, master of the elements and of the mind game, conqueror of mirrors, he is the best. Unbothered, moisturized, comfy. His fear of stairs definitely came from Castlevania. Yeah, fuck those stairs. Fuck those stairs. They're awful. I believe Uli's obsession over Bubsy rather than Sonic is the reason he didn't go down the average lol cow path. You know, that is pretty dang true. That's pretty damn true, actually, if you really think about it. That's how you know that Bubsy is the true This is why Bubsy is the true patrician's choice over Sonic. Wowee. Wowee. Wait, why did I stop watching this? I'm gonna have to vet this for a sec. Hold on. Oh man, I already watched that video a while back. And it explains that the ultimate evil would and will be shit. I forgot what it was called. I forgot what it was called. Oh yeah, gotcha games. Gotcha games and mobile games. Gotcha games and mobile games. I don't know if that's gonna even. When? Fuck, I've been waiting for this for. Okay, now is this in Euro time or is this Is this in European time or? Okay, 8:11. Shit. 8:11. Now is that 8:11 Euro time or? Man, I've been waiting for Agent 64 for so fucking long. Okay, it's American time. Hell yeah. Hold on, I need to get that trailer because I need to get that trailer because I need to get this trailer. Also, remember friends, if you grab a link, make sure you remove the everything after the question mark, because if you don't, that's a tracker and it can and will dox you. It can and will dox you. But yeah, I'm just so glad that Agent 64 is finally coming out. August 11th, even next month. Man, August is going to be super fucking stacked. Beast of Reincarnation, which is Game Freak's first true. It's not always a tracker. Well, it's basically a tracker. But yeah, on August 4th, Raystorm Day. Beast of Reincarnation, which is Game Freak's first true AAA game. Yeah. Game Freak's first true AAA game, Beast of Reincarnation, but also Big Walk, which is the big friend slop by the guys that made Goose Game. I'm almost hard pressed to say, I'm almost kind of devaluing it by calling it friend slop. It actually looks really neat. Good old collab slop. I love it. Love me some collab slop. That's a link generated by YouTube. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. That is, by and large, that is ostensibly a tracker. Okay, I'll throw you guys a bone. No. All right, I'll watch the Reddit video.
True in my life. This Reddit mod is called Congress because he lost his job as a Reddit mod. I have never seen a stereotype more true in my life. This guy's entire life revolves around being a Reddit mod, and he is doing his absolute best to destroy it. Because just within the span of a few weeks, this former Reddit mod went from getting kicked off his own community to, I guess, making...
Look at this dude. He absolutely looks the part. No wonder he would beg and plead and cry to keep his Reddit mod job.
Phone calls to the US Congress like he's uncovering some sort of like online conspiracy. And somehow this wasn't even a meltdown in his head. This was his mission to make people
that's
see
not just Widow's
what only
Peak,
he could
that's
see.
Hello,
Widow's...
Spaz, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness. I was the top moderator of your /1 gaming subreddit r/livestreamfail before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team.
So If you spent any time watching live streams on whatever platform,
This
chances
my
are
man's
you already
here.
came across the subreddit called r/livestreamfail. Usually, it just goes by LSF. It's been around for years and has grown into this
LSF though,
main hub on
it's
Reddit
only
for
for
everything related to streaming. For example, when something goes down on a stream, like a ban, a fight, a meltdown, LSF is usually where it surfaces first. And
but and there's a big but. If you are a large channel, yeah, you'll get put on there. But if you're a smaller channel, yeah, you can get fucked.
and where it gets amplified and then, you know, spread on Twitter and then YouTube videos and so on and so on. So naturally, the people overseeing this, and especially the head moderator, ends up with a decent amount of influence, you know, since they're not just removing spam or enforcing the basic rules, but they're also in a position to somehow kind of like shape what people end up seeing, what gains traction, and what quietly disappears.
Oh, so he's the reason why.
And that person, since late 2024, was a guy who goes by Stale 2000, whose real name is Brian. But I guess he also has a secondary account called Tarot Card, which, you know, we haven't covered anything here recently that ended badly that was in relation to tarot cards. Absolutely not. But it's safe to say this guy's run as a mod here has been quite controversial way before any of this happened. Because right when he got his position as head moderator back in September 2024, several other mods went public almost immediately, and they asked the community to move to a backup subreddit and accused Stale of refusing to step down after the whole team voted to remove him, essentially citing what they described as a pattern of power abuse. So when you're accused of power abuse, what do you do? Well, apparently his response was to kick the entire team and replace them with his own people. Bro, that's like straight out of the dictator handbook. And even a detailed document outlining his conduct was sent to Reddit's admins, though publicly, nothing really came of it. Like, it didn't really take off, and Stale stayed in place. Nowadays, there are two different subreddits running. Livestream Fail, which is, I guess, the original one, and then Livestream Fails with an S that never really managed to succeed. Then March 2025 rolls around, and a new mod team comes in. And this one, you know, the one he assembled after the first purge, I guess you could call it, they essentially start having the same issues with him. But this time, things got a lot more heated because the new team found evidence that one of the moderators that Stale had added, I guess someone who was described as a power mod because he was running like 200 subreddits at the same time.
Jesus Christ!
Had, some very bad
Those
and
exist.
Inappropriate interactions with under 18s, allegedly.
Oh,
you know, I'm just trying to tiptoe around this without getting the video smited. That's at least my understanding of what happened. But
well, I could say it because I have literally nothing to. He was fucking kids.
But when they brought it to Stale,
or
according to their account, he sat on it and did nothing. And I guess when they pressed him on why, he admitted that at least part of the reason was he was worried that if he removed this guy, it might put his own standing at risk. Apparently, this guy's priorities are completely mixed up. But the moderators eventually approached the power mod directly and got him to step down voluntarily. Stale, however, responded by thanking him on the way out and then firing the mod team for making a fuss about the whole thing. Excuse me, what?
Wow. Really now?
Yeah, that's just not someone you want on your moderating team. What do you mean, make it a
kill
fuss about
everyone
it? So essentially, you
if
have
they don't
two
agree
complete
with
separate
you.
groups of
Yeah,
moderators
that's what a mod should
who,
do.
Rallied
Thumbs
against
up.
Stale, who now
Big
have the
thumbs
same
up.
fate. They just got deleted from the server because they had problems with them. So now we fast forward until early January 2026, and a new project starts, I guess, making noise online. And this is called $1 Million Fan. The idea is pretty simple. A bunch of content creators and their fans would compete head-to-head in a luxury mansion.
I think we're
in
getting to the
Canada
scam
with
now.
An absolute enormous prize
This sounds
pool
like a
of
scam.
$20 million.
$20 million?
For Prime Video with, you know, filming planned for November of 2026. And for scale, I mean, Mr. Beast's game show, which has also been produced and distributed by Prime, had a smaller prize.
Academy.
So right away, the numbers alone are massive. And a handful of streamers got behind it publicly. And on the top of r/livestream alone are massive. And a handful of streamers.
I've never even heard of these people. This guy's name's literally cunt.
Streamers got behind it publicly.
No
and
offense
on the
to
top of r/livestream fail, a pinned
Nut
post
or
appeared
whatever.
promoting it. And this was put there by Stale himself. And he said later that he'd reached out to the show's organizers on his own because he personally thought the project was interesting and wanted LSF to be a part of it. But still, assured he wasn't paid to promote it. However, given the scale of the project, it was never going to stay contained to LSF. So once the pin post went up, $1 Million Fans started drawing attention outside of the subreddit. And when the broader internet caught wind of it, they began digging. And what they found was definitely not reassuring, to put it
investigation.
lightly. Because the front page of their website contained a mansion photo that was an AI-generated stock image.
Uh-oh,
The company
of
behind the
course
show had
it's
been incorporated through one of the
AI.
cheapest registration services in British Columbia, and the listed address was right beside a falafel shop. So it just didn't make sense.
No,
Then on
it's
top of that, the domain
Indian.
itself was registered in Iceland. And then suddenly, other things started to change. The price amount had apparently shifted at some point. The main website said $20 million, but now suddenly it was $10 million. There was just a lot of things that didn't line up here. But an interesting find here was the fine print, because a section of the official
fine
rules appeared to have just been copy-pasted from Omaze,
2023?
which used to be like this celebrity sweepstakes company that did like a whole bunch of like
Omaze?
Lambo giveaways, and they just gave away everything. So it's like, why is this copy pasted from Omaze? And that company
Because
was shut
it
down,
was
by the way,
from
for a whole bunch of
Omaze?
lawsuits. But the Culver City P.O. box used for copyright claims was the same one Omaze had listed. And the company's name in the document was written as $1 Million Fan Reality Show Incorporate. Actually, there was two incorporates. $1 Million Fan Reality Show Incorporate. What? And then you had one section which just seemed like ChatGPT was drafting notes, which also included some like weird note to how to frame payment language and dispute with credit card processors. So it's like, what is this website? What's going on here?
What exactly
Whatever it
is this?
It was very sloppy. We're
It's
using
very-
this comment
it's
for reference
sloppy,
because
alright,
that
alright.
original website is no longer up. But the only sponsors anyone could
it's
identify
sloppy,
were a
alright.
handful of affiliate
AI
links,
sloppy.
a supplement brand, and LSF itself. So
These all look very... Both of these look very AI.
that's
I
interesting.
can
But nobody
tell.
could track down who was behind the whole thing or where the $20 million
And
were
it
actually
was
coming
all
from. So
that
naturally,
one
people
guy.
started saying that this looked like a scam. And on Reddit, Stale started deleting those comments. So then, on January 13th, the $1 Million Fan website went offline without any warning or explanation.
Oh, where'd
Within
it
the
go,
same
huh?
few days, though, every social media account
busted.
associated with the project was either deleted or wiped clean. And at that point, Critical had already put out a video before the shutdown, calling the show suspicious and walking through the red flags. But once the site disappeared, he followed up, pointing out that everything about the collapse was consistent with what he described.
And it pertains to last night's video about the $20 million reality TV show called The $1 Million Fan Show. I speculated that it was a big scam, and a lot of Twitch streamers had been publicly put on the website. Some had even made announcements about their endorsement of the $1 Million Fan Show, and nothing about it seemed legitimate. But last night on stream, like 45 minutes after I posted the video, they took their website down. Then I was checking their other ancillary and all of that is removed.
Then back on Reddit, the conversation had shifted almost entirely from the show to the mod who pinned it. So people were formally reporting Stale to Reddit's admin team, asking whether he had been compensated and arguing that using a moderator position to promote an outside project was a direct violation of Reddit's rules. So 2 days later, Reddit's code of conduct team concluded the investigation and removed Stale from the LSF mod team. And this wasn't only his main account, this was also his secondary account, which was Tarot Card, and apparently had a third account called the Positivity Patrol as well. All of them were removed. So I guess just after a year, his run on Livestream Fail was completely done. Now, this is where things start going down. Because on the same day he was removed, he uploaded a video to
Get
YouTube
the fuck out of here with your
addressing Reddit
scam.
CEO Steve Huffman, also known as Spez. And he, it's safe to say he went viral, to put it lightly.
Oh,
for all the
it
wrong
was a
reasons.
crash out.
This is a crazy
He went
video.
insane.
Hello, Spez. I
He
hope
went
you have received this
postal.
public video that I have created and sent to you
And
via
there it
your
is.
email. This video
We're in
is
present
about
day,
a topic
present
of
time.
deadly seriousness, and that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform. I became a Reddit moderator for
I
one
think
reason,
he's even
and that is because
AI
I think that Reddit
upscaling.
communities and correspondingly its
It looks
moderators
AI
have
upscaled,
massive power
too.
and influence, and for some reason,
You can
nobody
tell
seems
by
to
some
notice,
of the-
care, or take this seriously. To summarize,
It just
Reddit
doesn't look
moderators should
right
be treated
at all.
like celebrities
It doesn't
or
look right
influencers.
at
Not because
all.
they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence.
Again,
he
I
looks
have never
too
seen a
smooth.
stereotype more true
He
than
looks
this.
way too
but for some reason,
smooth.
he also defended $1 Million Fan, saying there was no definitive evidence that it was a scam, and he took a direct
No, there
shot
was a
at
lot of
Critical
evidence
for
that it
what
was
he
a
felt
scam.
was irresponsible coverage. And after that, Stale and Critical
Also,
had
I'm
this,
not
like,
very
small
good with
back and
drama
forth with a
videos.
couple of response videos, and it
I
was
missed the
one of
dumb
those
stuff he
follow-ups that Stale actually made an argument that was
because I
slightly more
don't really
interesting than
do
his original
drama
one. Because here he
videos.
pointed
I don't
out that
care
he'd been
for that
able
shit.
to run live stream fail for over a year
don't
with
really
what he
care for that
described
stuff.
as near
That's actually why I
dictatorial
passed on
control.
it.
And for the most part,
care or take this seriously. To some, correspondingly, its moderators have massive power and influence, and for some reason, nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence.
again, I have never seen a stereotype more true than this.
my
But for
fucking
some reason, he also
God.
defended
Yeah, I did miss
$1 Million
that.
Fan, saying there was no definitive
Holy
evidence
fucking
that it was a
entitlement.
scam.
You're just
And he
a
took direct
janitor,
shot at
dude.
Critical for what he
I was
felt
just kind of shocked
irresponsible
about that
coverage.
AI
And after that, Stale and
upscaling.
Critical had this like small back and
That he
forth with
AI
a couple of response
upscaled
videos. And it
himself.
was one of those follow-ups that Stale actually made an argument that was slightly more interesting than his original one. Because here he pointed out that he'd been able to run live stream fail for over a year.
claiming
what he
that
described
you,
as near
as a Reddit
dictatorial
moderator,
control. And for
are
the most part,
important.
nobody
That's
above him
another
stepped in.
step
And that's
of-
not a small admission because, you know, what he essentially was arguing
That
was,
is
if I
another
had all this
level of-
unchecked power, imagine who else does.
If we're worried about bias, I can promise you that there are way bigger fish to fry, that I'm not sure that
See what I
brand
mean?
deals
Look
for
at this. This
community
one
events is
looks-
really the biggest danger out there.
There are no qualifications to be a Reddit mod.
You're right. Maybe because there are no such qualifications. This is why we're
Even his
seeing all the
background's
problems that we
AI.
see. Reddit is a $50 billion company that moderators have power over. Maybe not as much power as an overly invested, egotistical power mod as myself might like to believe, but power nonetheless.
Well,
And
at
most
least
Reddit
he
moderators
admits
are
he's
completely
power
unqualified,
mad.
biased, power
At least
hungry,
he
and are
admit-
doing a bad job. And Reddit isn't doing anything to fix it. Maybe it should.
But I guess what he didn't understand was that's what all of the mods previously were accusing him of doing. So it's kind of like, okay, you just proved our point, dude. And to be fair, I mean, Reddit has had recurring issues with moderator overreach for years now. For example, just a couple of months before this whole situation, a single mod on the r/art subreddit locked the entire community after an artist posted about selling their own prints. And apparently they only reopened the subreddit after Reddit staff stepped in. So even though some of the points Dale was making could be true, I'm not sure he's the right messenger. And that's when he made things even worse, because he decided to call Congress. Like,
Oh
literally.
boy, here we go.
What
Let's
are they
call.
gonna do?
I lost my
I guess
Reddit
the
mod.
second
My
he realized
power
there was some
mod
sort of
status. I'm gonna
backlash
go
and the videos
Congress.
maybe weren't
I'm gonna
landing
call
the way
my
he probably
congressman.
expected, he uploaded a video talking about the 4 levels of irony, which sounds a little bit like a pivot to me, but you know, then a month
You do
later
you,
he
bud.
starts calling Congress. Again, what are they going to do? You are a Reddit mod. I mean, ex-Reddit mod. What does Congress have anything to do with a Reddit mod? Like, if you want to be a Reddit mod so bad, just make your own subreddit. But in February, almost a
Yeah,
full
I
month
don't
after this
know.
video,
I think
Stale
he's
started
already
posting a series of
tainted.
videos making phone calls
He's
to
already
government
tainted.
officials. Now, to understand
make
why that even
another
happened,
Reddit-
back in November, executives
Reddit.
from Reddit, Twitch, Discord, and Steam had been called on the front of the House Oversight Committee for a closed-door session about extremist content on their platforms. Those sessions were transcribed, and the transcripts are supposed to be released to the public at some point. So Stale had decided to try to make that happen by himself.
Let's make the call.
The House Committee on Oversight and Government.
Hi, I'm calling back about getting some transcripts for an unreleased kind of event that happened. There was meetings with companies like Twitch and Discord,
here we
and were these
go.
ever released? This is about a couple months ago. Somebody told me to call
Definitely
back
has
today.
the hairline of a
apparently, after
Reddit
being
mod.
removed from the subreddit, he convinced himself
Barely
that the
hanging on
closed-door
by a
meeting
thread.
transcripts might contain something significant, possibly discussions about the platform moderation that hadn't been made public yet. So he started treating them less
Bet he's
like
a real
common
pussy
government
destroyer.
records and more like hidden evidence to help him make a case for himself somehow. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I don't understand his mission. But he called for 3
He
consecutive
just really
days,
wants his
working
power
way
mod
through different
status
staffers and
again.
officials each time, asking them to release what he was calling the Twitch and Reddit files. And at least
The
by the third date,
Twitch and
someone
Reddit
told him the committee was
files.
aware of his request.
That's
and we're looking
insane.
into it.
Hi, I'm calling back to see about an update of something that I called about previously. Some meetings with internet companies like Twitch and Reddit, and I think people forgot to release the transcripts.
I believe you talked about the snapper Peter.
Yep.
I believe, and we got back with the team, and they're currently they are aware of that. So that's the update I have for you now, but they are aware.
Okay. Okay, so they are aware. Were they just to ask, did they forget before, or like, was it just like in the works, or is they just working on it?
It's just in there. I don't have an answer for you, but they are aware.
Awesome.
So apparently, contacting the government is pretty common, but in this context, it just made it kind of funny. So in the end, Stale's situation turned out to be multiple stories, which kind of overlap that I wanted to cover. You obviously have the $1 million fan side, which doesn't make sense whatsoever. You have the moderation history, and then finally you have all of his hypocrisy. But either way, the dude, I guess, just destroyed his dream life of being a Reddit mod because he was a little bit too power hungry.
Yeah, that's pretty much how Reddit mods do. With minimal power comes a giant ego. Yeah, he looks exactly what everyone pictures a Reddit mod. He looks like he's been divorced without being married. This video's... I fucked up and accidentally left the... I fucked up and accidentally left the, Sorry, but, I don't really do drama videos. I don't like drama videos very much because there's not much to talk about. I like fun things like gaming and such. I'm not critical. And yes, and yes, I did do that and yes, I did poison the recording on purpose to throw it out. I don't really care if I did it well. I just don't like, wow, it's not James, and it's not James, it's not Chasington, it's not Empleman, and it's not an Empleman either. Also, I broke the rule. My recording should only be on YouTube. But hey, I managed to dodge the James one, so that's good, I guess. Did I mute myself? No, I'm actually kind of I fucked up, and when I fat fingered the stop streaming button on Twitch, and I can't turn it back on. So, Yeah, I'm kind of stun locked now. Kind of stun locked. So, Twitch guys. Oh wait, they can't hear me because I cusoed this. I cusoed their stream. Just give me a sec. Nah. You know what? I'll save it to. Cursed by stale in his blind spot. I mean, I could start up the stream again, but I'm only gonna be up for like, bald spot. Hey gang, you want to see cartoons, cartoon AI critters get horrifically tortured?
With the advent of modern LLMs like ChatGPT and Gemini, society as a whole has come to experience the next big boom in the AI field. Some people are speaking to it as if it's a real person, and the shutdown of GPT-4o has revealed the deep roots it has established in those communities. But this isn't the first time people have grown to love a fictional being, or even the first time people have loved a neural network. I'm going to bring you back to 1996, one of the earliest times when people were given access to AI creatures, and then others immediately went on to torture them. This is Creatures, a game released in 1996. In this game, we manage some animals called Norns. These Norns need to be fed and protected from monsters called Grendels, and could actually learn from how you raise them.
Literally a game called Creatures,
not
that's
unlike
it.
neural networks we use today, except of course much smaller in scale. They only had 952 neurons by default, making up various lobes of their artificial brains. These would take in stimuli, such as things they see or needs they have, and come to a decision on what to do from there. For comparison's sake, ChatGPT had 175 billion artificial neurons back in 2023. These numbers don't directly scale to human intelligence. The human brain has fewer than 175 billion neurons, but is still smarter in many ways than even ChatGPT today. In more services of
this
reference
is
point
nerd
for how
shit,
new
so
their
I can just
implementation was,
zone out
it's still
for a bit.
pioneering for tech of the time. The person behind this game was Steve Gran, who's also known for creating monster. I have no other words to describe this thing. Made several years
that
after
is definitely
Creatures,
a monster.
This was Lucy, an android running on software to emulate human brain neurons. Lucy's
the
big
monster.
trick was having access to a very subtle digital camera in its eye, which sends footage to its 50,000 neurons. With these 50,000 neurons, Lucy is capable of telling apart a banana from an apple. On a good day. Steve's goal with Creatures and eventually Lucy was to simulate, at least in small part, a human brain. When Creatures was given to
old
the public,
LLMs
people were very
are something
impressed with
else.
the gameplay. At the time, this sort of creature-raising simulation was not common. The closest was a Tamagotchi, and that was programmed in a much more traditional way than Norns were in Creatures, and they could not learn. The game was also surprisingly flexible for the time. Each individual Norn was actually a file that could be shared with other players, named breeders for how they raised generations of Norns, and could give them away like real creatures. These files held a lot of things, including the specific training ingrained in a Norn from its breeder. You could influence the behavior of a Norn by tickling it to encourage the behavior more, or by slapping it to discourage that behavior. This was just one part of how Norns operated. Their behaviors all stem from their underlying neural network. Unlike something like a sim, where it has to code directly
Sponsored by EA, bow before the overlords of Trip Hawkins.
The Norn would take in the stimulus of being hungry alongside the location of food, and then its brain would tell it to go eat that food. This distinction is important because it allows for complex
That's how I'm feeling
interactions,
right
such as
now. I'm
attempting to
hungry and
save
food is
hunger
near
with
me.
junk foods. These foods decrease the hunger drive in their brains, but did not break down into the glucose needed to survive, allowing Norns to die of malnutrition even when not hungry. The Norns could even learn language and would do so by being taught words from a computer. These words have no inherent meaning programmed in, much like Norn behaviors. The meanings of these words were meant to be manually taught by exposing a young Norn to it while it looked at an object. It would then learn to associate that word to the object and would eventually become capable of putting that word together with verbs to do specific
You know,
behaviors.
of the millions of iterations of Tamagotchis in Japan?
Yes!
Well, kind of. I know Digimon, which is one of them. I know that
place of the
Digimon is
existing
one of
nouns
them,
and
but there's like a
verbs.
billion
Part
of
of the reason
them.
why players were called breeders was also because these creatures had a sort of DNA they could pass down. Their genetics would influence appearance, but also the behavior of a Norn by affecting its chemical drives in its brain.
Damn,
One Norn
look
might
at
greatly
that.
value sating hunger, while another Norn
Early
might value
90s
sleeping.
is
If one breeder wanted
mid-
a Norn that had specific behaviors and appearances, they could
Early
employ selective
2000s
breeding by
as
using an
fuck.
ugly tomato. This item reduced the sex drive of a Norn, effectively removing them from the gene pool without needing to
My
kill them.
parents
All
fed
this formed
me
the
the
basis of
ugly
the Norn breeder
tomato.
community. Players would share their Norns to share what interesting behaviors they had found or manually bred into them. Because of the internet growing more prolific at the time, it was normal for people to have their own personal sites hosting their favorite Norns for others to download. This 1997 Wired article interviews
Norn
some breeders, and we
eugenics.
get their perspective on the Norns they take
This
care
must
of.
be
When asked
the.
about emotional
Maybe
attachment
this
to
is what
Norns, one
Edmund
interviewee says this,
Macmillan
"It's not uncommon for younger
was
breeders to burst
inspired
into
by
tears when their first
eugenics,
Norns die.
or
I
how
even
he's
got an
been
email from a
inspired by
fully grown man who
eugenics.
admit cried when his favorite
Eugenics,
Norn
even.
died. Another was asked about interesting behaviors they had seen in their
Eugenics.
Norns. The most beautiful scene I recall was two Norns playing football with a carrot beetle. They kicked it, the other caught it, and they kicked it back and forth. What's notable about this is the fact that this football session, like other actions, was not programmed directly into the game. This was emergent behavior that came as a result of the neural networks in the Norns. Finally, we get to learn some of the things breeders specifically look for in the Norns. There are many answers. Among them are interesting colors, high health, high intelligence, and a comprehension of commands. This mentality made up the majority of the larger creatures community. Even if they were not specifically breeding their Norns for certain traits, they enjoyed taking care of their little creatures and watching how they learned. However, others would derive interest from more dubious behaviors. From a forum user in 1998, Norn Basher, do you beat your Norns or do other things to terrorize them? Come on, I know some of you must have some worlds dedicated just to pain for the little devils. Yes, I have a normal Norn world too, but I have one in which some Norns are tortured for the betterment of others.
Do you
but I would be
beat
willing
your
to send
Norns?
the HANN group some of my Norns to see if they can be rehabilitated. The HANN group they reference here is the House for Abused and Neglected Norns, a group that was dedicated to rehabilitating Norns. Rehabilitation in this context is very similar to reality. It's the act of trying to fix the behavior of a Norn and prolong its life. At this early point in the game's life, rehabilitation was generally only for Norns that had accidentally gone down a training path. The complexity of this game went over many users' heads, and this provided an opportunity for more experienced breeders to rehabilitate failed attempts to raise Norns. Some did this out of altruism in an attempt to give a better life to a Norn that was otherwise living a bad one. Others would do this as a challenge, bringing a Norn that was otherwise doomed back from the brink of death. The first reply to the thread displayed this latter intent, stating, "I also like challenges, so if you could send me your group of tortured Norns, I'd like to see if I could fix the little buggers."
Fix the little buggers. That is
issue with the act
insane.
of torturing Norns, even if it was supposedly for the betterment of others. That is just plain wrong. I mean,
by the
they're
way,
virtual,
they did a
but that's
Black
just
Mirror
enough.
of
No more
this.
of these tortured Norn postings.
This
or
reminds me of
someone's gonna get you.
a site of YouTube.
You and anyone else
yes,
who's tortured
Capuchin
Norns are
Media.
not invited
He's
to
still
download any of my
unbanned.
Norns from my website to use in your torture world.
Is he?
Therefore, the good people of this
I
news
hope
group
he's-
who are
he's
mature enough
banned.
to give them proper care and attention. Later that month, though, another user would pick up the momentum created by this thread. This was Anti-Norn, who birthed the Tortured Norns GeoCities site. This site is dedicated to those who torture their Norns. If you have any questions,
I
comments,
forgot
or
what his
suggestions,
name was.
please send me email, Anti-Norn. The first post on their website was a Norn simply
The
named Slave,
Anti-Norn.
and they elaborated on the
Anti-spiral.
process they used to condition this Norn.
Slave
After I created
food.
her, I started by hitting her constantly for about 5 minutes. Then I taught her all the words so it would be easier to make her scared of her surroundings. After she knew all the words, I put her in a small area with 5 Grendels. I left her there for about 20 minutes,
Jeez,
beating
5
her when she
Grendels?
attempted to defend herself from
You
the
know who
Grendels.
isn't banned?
After she was
My
sufficiently
mom.
traumatized, I put her
Who?
back in the garden. In the garden, I forced her to get, look,
EDP?
push, and pull everything around her all the time,
EDP?
constantly beating her.
I
made her
mean-
fear running so I wouldn't have to deal with that little problem. I also forced her
Nah.
to eat weeds, rewarding her when she did so. At the time, I exploited her. She's a quivering
Dang.
mass of fear. She might eat if you're lucky, but she probably won't survive long enough for food to do any good. At the
Have
time,
fun!
this was easily the most comprehensive description of the torture
Press
of a
the play
Norn,
button
and
above
possibly
to
the
hear
most
slaves
broken
being
Norn
slapped
mentally
to
in
death.
existence. In response to this, people of course attempted to rehabilitate the Norn as they had done many others in the past, but there had been one thing not mentioned in the description of the page. Anti-Norn hadn't just tortured this Norn, they had manually modified the Norn's genetics. Because all Norns were simply files, it was possible to edit these files using certain tools, and in turn edit their genetics more directly by bypassing breeding. Specifically, Slave had a genetic mutation that caused them to generate immense amounts of alcohol straight into their bloodstream, leaving them perpetually drunk. The community found out about this soon after downloading
gave
them.
her auto
She staggers
brewer
because the alcohol was
syndrome.
passed out. Check it in the science
Jesus
kit. Save for
Christ.
sleepiness. In the current alibi I'm running, she had one child who inherited the max alcohol, so I assume that is a mutation, though I can't find it. This mutation, alongside her reluctance to eat real food, refusal to listen to commands, fear of everything, and also starting off poisoned by mushrooms, made this one of the most difficult Norns to rehabilitate for even the most experienced players. Anti-Norn had many more of these Norns hosted on their site, although none were as
auto
famous
brewery
as Slave.
syndrome.
Out of these, the most notable ones were the ones named after other
These
users
people
of the
are
forum.
nuts.
Here's another Norn dedicated to someone from Creatures Chat. This is
If
Alex.
you tried to do this now,
Norn's genes cause her to
leftists
crave
would fucking
constant
string
attention.
you up
She hates to be alone.
and
If she's
skin
not
you
the center of attention
alive
for a long period of time, she'll feel pain and will get sick. And much
over
like the real Alex,
pixels.
she won't grow up. These creatures drew many detractors, and Anti-Norn would post their emails up on a separate page of their website. Many of these emails would threaten Anti-Norn themselves, talk about getting the page shut down.
How much
or
are you
both.
willing to bet
At the
that
bottom of this
Anti-Norn
email
is a
Anti-Norn
something
would
awful
reflect on the
goon?
perceived irony in the behavior
Very
of the
likely,
creature's community.
even though
Despite
this was
portraying
during
themselves to be
IRC.
caring, nurturing people, they went so easily to threaten the life of a real human being. Anti-Norn also attacked their rhetoric, stating that none of these emails were written in a mature manner, although they would amend this later, mentioning they had received a few more that were more well written. They even made their way onto their own Wired interview, just a year past the previous one that had interviewed other breeders in the past. In this
That's
interview,
still
we learned
awesome,
more about
giving
outside of hosting the site,
the
they
one
were in their late 20s,
Anti-Norn
serving in the US
giving him-
Navy. They also mentioned that the site was never meant to stay up for this long. The initial creation of the
Giving
site was
her
something of an
auto
experiment,
brewery
meant to gauge the
syndrome.
community reaction after seeing that thread from Norn Basher, who Anti-Norn identifies as an obvious troll for their initial post. He knew that he would be the bad guy here and was fine with the possibility, but he hadn't realized how strong the reaction would actually be. Once the first wave of responses came in, Anti-Norn found it so interesting to be the bad guy that he reconsidered his original plans to take down the website and had come up with 3 specific reasons
Don't
why
put
to keep
alcohol
it up.
up
The first
your
was
butt,
that the
by the
majority
way.
of content around creatures was already positive, and so the site filled a unique niche in the community. The second was the fact that Anti-Norn saw developments around the happy breeding side of the community as stagnant, because there's nothing more to
The
learn
happy
from creating
shit-
happy Norns. And the final
the
reason
happy
was that they wanted to
happy
provide a challenge
slop.
to breeders, something
You
known
only
to be a
like it because it's
motivation
happy.
for rehabilitators in the community. They also described their perception of the community as a whole. Anti-Norn saw the majority of them as vindictive, hateful people who lack a firm grip on reality.
They're the
Although
type of
he did
people
find
that would
appreciation in the
engage
people
in
who actively
Norn
developed their skills in an
eugenics.
attempt to better rehabilitate his tortured Norns. The extensiveness of Anti-Norn's conditioning and their tortured Norns was causing rehabilitators to learn more about the specific mechanics of Norn behaviors. A notable example would be
Happy
Slave and
slop.
her genetic mutation that caused her to be persistently drunk. Anti-Norn finishes out the interview by commenting on the types of emails they've gotten. He admits he's gotten emails from fellow torturers, and that some of it even creeps him out. Generally, though, he finds enjoyment from the hate mail. As evident in a previous response to a question, Anti-Norn is content playing the bad guy here, and to him, this sort of overreaction
Say
to the
goodnight
torture
to the
of a
bad
fictional
guy.
creature is hilarious. From the more negative side
A
of the
man of
inbox,
conviction.
Anti-Norn reveals his greatest disturbance with the emails is not the amount of death threats, but the age of his correspondence. He puts it simply, "It's actually a bit sad to see kids so full of hate." Anti-Norn would continue to update their website.
Wait, what
as
did
more
he say
versions-
about that?
A bit sad to see kids so full of hate.
Oh.
Anti-Norn would continue to update
Oh, he
the
di-
website
he doesn't
as more
really
versions
like
of
that
creatures got
either.
released. They also released custom items that you could download
Crack
and use on your
pipe!
device. One example was a crack
Hell
pipe, which
yeah.
granted great pleasure to a Norn that used it, but would quickly rebound. The pleasure granted would be temporary, replaced with a need for more pleasure, along with a desire to use the item again, creating an addiction. Groups would also get
Holy
made in reaction to
fucking
Anti-Norn's
base.
behaviors, such as Equal
That's
Rights
awesome.
for Norns, or ERFN for short. This group would attempt to get Anti-Norn's site shut down, but imploded on its own due to infighting. People in the group were getting more aggressive towards Anti-Norn, and even supposedly escalated
imagine
to mail bombs.
that.
These actions were blamed on the
Imagine
owner of
that.
ERFN, and people went hunting for the owner of ERFN for these transgressions. However, the people hunting for the owner of
An
ERFN had
equal
targeted
rights
an
group
innocent
seeking
person.
to destroy a seemingly negative group that dies on its own due to its own infighting. Huh? Imagine that.
Under the name Jarrett Fowler, leading the real owner of the ERFN to shut it all down after realizing the chaos they had inadvertently created. Anti-Norn wouldn't end up shut down by anyone and would eventually vanish from the community for reasons unknown. One of their last relevant posts was an article in the Home Creatures site, a popular news feed for the Creatures community at the time. He starts off by asking the audience, if
this
you
happened
truly
before
believe that
J.K.
Norns are
Rowling
alive and have
wrote
feelings,
slavery
or like
into
to
her
think
books.
that they do because it's
Really?
fun, how can you truly define
That's
what Norn
cool.
torture is? He then gives 3
Cool.
long scenarios, out of which I will only give a detailed summary of one due to their sheer length. However, I will more quickly summarize the later ones, as they all contribute to a singular point. The first scenario describes a boy, Billy, who lives a blissful life at home. He has a loving family at home, and when he goes out, he enjoys hanging out with his friends at school, playing, or going to the movies. While his life is not perfect, he is happy to know that they will always be there for him. But one day, Billy is taken out of this world. Unknowingly, he had been taken and duplicated by godlike beings, put into a list of many others like him, and was chosen like produce in a grocery store. When he comes back into consciousness, he's no longer at home. His friends and family are gone. The world looks similar, but has nothing he remembers. When he attempts to approach strangers, they shout and throw rocks, and Billy has to run away. This, alongside the 2 other scenarios, are not 2 subtle jabs at the community that had grown so negative towards him, and the actions they took both in and out of the game. Billy's scenario is most directly commenting on what people do when they share Norns, raising a Norn in a happy life only to leave them to others in worlds that are not their own. These Norns may have been happy, but to the breeders, they were items fit to be picked and chosen for their own enjoyment. The second scenario has a couple that uses serums to both have and raise their children, forcing their children into perpetual happiness and hungerlessness with these serums, as they remain proud of how good parents they are for it. This scenario attacked the way much of the community would play the game, using custom items similar to the crack pipe Anti-Norn had made. Unlike the crack pipe, however, these custom items would artificially boost the performance of their Norns, while proclaiming how happy their world was. The final scenario introduces a kid, Ricky, who didn't enjoy playing with cars like his peers, but because of this, he would end up ostracized, getting constant threats against his life for not following the steps of everyone around him. The scenario ends with the kid getting kidnapped and tortured by his peers who saw him as different. The scenario, like the other 2, was not subtle about its intentions. However, this one focused on Anti-Norn's experience as the bad guy. While Anti-Norn had said he was fine with taking this position in the community, they clearly had problems with the extreme
Now this is
response they
creative
constantly got,
writing.
when in reality, they were just playing the game differently than others were. This was possibly why they ended up leaving the community.
How dare
as
you
many
not
people
have
emailing
fun
in had chosen to
our
prioritize the
way?
feelings of a fictional
You're
being over the
weird.
human life that was right there on the other
You're
end of that
weird.
email. Anti-Norn's influence would end up so large that it even reached the creator of Creatures, Steve Gran, who gave his thoughts when asked about Norn cruelty. One Creatures fan started a website entirely devoted to the ways in which people could be cruel to these creatures. He devised various tortures to make their little lives a misery, and I think he did so with his tongue firmly in his cheek and a challenging grin on his face. I was so pleased about this because it forced people to think about whether this was really cruel. I expected him to elicit some response from the other creatures' owners, but not quite such a hostile one as ensued. The poor guy received an enormous amount of hate
even the
mail and was
creator is
excluded from
on the
Creatures
side of
internet community for a long
Anti-Norn.
time.
That's
Much of his
awesome.
hate mail showed a greater regard for the creatures than it did for the life of this one human being. Less dramatically, I was pleased to see people start up websites of their own in response, setting them up as rehab centers and adoption agencies to provide shelter for the poor victims of this virtual abuse. This was not the behavior of people who had felt that life had been debased by the existence of artificial beings, nor was it the behavior of people who were scared of artificial intelligence. These people were going out of their way to protect and care for these creatures, and they held them in equal regard to other more natural forms of life. They may have been overreacting, but I was glad of the sentiment. As modern neural networks push their way into society today, you can think of many parallels to the Norns of the 2000s. For instance, the way people will mold them into certain patterns, how people will share files and prompts to spread specific trained behaviors, and most notably, the way some people will treat them as equals to themselves. Whether this means there will be another rising of an anti-Norn, however, is yet to be seen.
Very interesting. I think even some videos, even some people have just started becoming anti-Norns in the modern day, tormenting character AI and such. Case in point, Oni plays. Case in point, Oni plays. Case in point, Oni plays. Oni plays is probably the best example because he's also the funniest. I miss when AI meant stuff like this and not art stealing generative slop. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. The sad thing is, the Wayback Machine is struggling financially, and soon all this incredible history will be gone forever. These forums need to be preserved. This is something I absolutely agree with. I gave them a donation a while back. Reading email chains from 1996 feels like the modern equivalent of reading letters from the Civil War. Auntie Norn was playing the Undertale genocide route before Undertale even existed. I wouldn't go that far. This is the most go touch grass situation I've ever heard of. It's just bitmaps. It's just bitmaps and files. Get a good lord. I downloaded your Norn and made it smoke crack for hours. It's actually so sad seeing kids so full of hate, says the man who subjects Tamagotchis to the full 120 days of Sodom as a hobby. Ain't this deadass a Black Mirror episode? Yes, it is a Black Mirror episode. In fact, yeah, we may be able to watch that on the Discord someday. Wink, wink. Look in the description below for that. But the moral of the story is intelligence from these virtual creatures is the most expressive thing ever from 96. The fact that you can they can play catch and it wasn't even programmed with that in mind. Man, it really is true. It really is true what they say about innovation and limitation. Limitation, indeed, breeds innovation. All right, I got one more, and it's a big one because this dropped literally last week. Here we go.
What is the deadliest job in America? Well,
Oil
according
rig.
to the U.S. Bureau of Labor, the most hazardous
Oil rig.
occupation fluctuates between logging and commercial fishing. In any given year, these industries can expect about 1 out of every 1,000 workers to die on the job. Of all the possible career paths in modern America, this is pretty much as deadly as it gets. Unless, of course, you're willing to think outside of the box. Because in the United States, there is one job whose fatality rate towers far beyond the others.
Presidency. Ah, yes. The classic.
Across 250 years of our nation's history, only 45 men have ever had the honor of being president. And of these 45 men, 8 have died on the job, representing a fatality rate of more than 17%. To put it another way, getting elected president is roughly equivalent to playing Russian roulette with 1 bullet loaded in the chamber. Out of everyone sworn into the Oval Office thus far, 1 out of 6 would not live to see the end of their term. If you're misfortunate enough to die as the president, your legacy will go down in one of 2 ways. You will either be immortalized within the essential fabric of our nation, or you will be quietly forgotten as if you never even existed. Whichever outcome you receive will mostly depend on your cause of death. If you die of natural causes, almost no one will remember you, and those who do may only ridicule you. This was the case with the very first president to die in office, William Henry Harrison, someone who was evidently quite eager to lead the nation, as he concocted the longest inauguration speech in American history.
Oh,
unfortunately,
boy.
This may have directly contributed to the shortest presidency in American history.
How
After
long?
speaking for 2 hours
How
in the
long
frigid
was it?
rain, Harrison soon caught pneumonia and died just a month into his term. In the present day, anyone who knows him only knows him for this. Zachary Taylor was the next
You wanted to be a
president bite the
lumberjack,
dust
and
in
that's
office.
okay.
Just
You can sleep
16
all
months
night
in,
and you work
he
all
contracted
day.
an intestinal disease after drinking some rancid milk and died shortly after. He is
This is
another
why we have
president who has been almost
pasteurization.
entirely forgotten by the American public. If anything,
This is why
he was
we
better remembered for
pasteurize-
his distinguished military career than anything he did in the White House. The same cannot be said for Warren G. Harding, who was somehow even more of an afterthought than Taylor, despite serving nearly a century closer to our time. He died of a heart attack 2 years into his term. But as it turns out, not all sick and dying presidents are doomed to be forgotten. Franklin D. Roosevelt passed away in 1945 due to complications from polio, and he went on to become one of the few presidents immortalized on legal tender that Americans see every day.
dime.
However, FDR's legacy is certainly a special case. Not only was he the longest-serving president in American history, but he happened to guide the
He's
nation
Mr.
through
Two
two of its
World
biggest crises of the
Wars.
20th century. His political
2 World
accomplishments
Wars.
overshadowed his eventual death to such an extent that I suspect most Americans today aren't even aware that he died in office. The truth is that people don't want to remember their greatest leaders as sickly and feeble. They want to remember
He
a
died
hero,
fighting
someone
like a
who made the
champ.
ultimate sacrifice for the ultimate job. That distinction
Harding is
belongs
remembered
to a
more
separate
for the
classification
smut
of
he
presidential
wrote
deaths.
while
Of
president.
the 8 presidents who died on the job, half were assassinated. This was the case with 2 of the most dramatic moments in the history of American
Killed by the
politics.
CIA, by the way.
Elected a century apart, Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy would both meet the same grisly fate, being executed by a lone gunman in full view of the adoring public. Lincoln's death represented the culmination of the most divisive war ever fought on U.S. soil. Kennedy's death and the dubious events surrounding it sowed the modern age of paranoia and distrust in the clandestine institutions.
We all
that
know
rule
why
over us.
JFK
By
died,
all
though.
measures, these were 2 of the most critical turning points in the long and winding story of this nation. The men who paid the price for these unspeakable tragedies have been memorialized for the foreseeable future.
We know why Kennedy died,
However,
and it
not all
was the
presidential
CIA.
assassinations are
And
remembered
Garfield was
equally.
also there.
Far more obscure than
Damn
the demise
you!
of Lincoln and Kennedy was the murder of William McKinley. Although
Wait,
he met
is
more or
that
less
the
same
video?
fate as the others,
It's about
his death went on
Garfield?
to receive far less notoriety over time. This may have to do with how McKinley existed in an awkward middle ground of U.S. history, too late to be considered foundational and too early to have any relevance within modern politics. At the very least, he did end up getting a notable mountain named after him.
At
so
least he
hasn't
has a
been
national
completely
park
lost
after
to
him.
Time. Oddly enough, McKinley, Lincoln, and
You'll
JFK
never guess what this
actually have
video
something
is
else in
about.
common. They are each part of what may be America's most bizarre historical coincidence. Starting with Lincoln in 1860, each successive president elected in a 20-year interval would suffer a sudden and untimely death in office. This pattern would persist for a century, finally ending with the 1980 election winner Ronald Reagan, who
smash.
famously survived an assassination attempt. This mystifying trend has arguably shaped the very groundwork of the nation we
And
see
you know what?
today.
And you know
Each of
what
these
else
men,
happened?
No matter how important or irrelevant,
Joe Biden
played their part
actually
in altering
managed
the
to thug
course
it
of our
out.
destiny.
I will give him
But
that.
wait a minute, isn't there someone else you're forgetting?
Yeah, aren't you forgetting about
If you happen to be murdered
Lucky
while working
20?
the most important job in the nation, you'd think it would be a pretty big deal. You'd think that future generations would at least remember you in some capacity. But remarkably enough, that is apparently not the case. James A. Garfield
There
was
he is!
assassinated while in office, and he
Garfield!
is somehow in contention for the most forgotten president in U.S. history. At least some presidents like
Damn
Millard
you,
Fillmore are ironically remembered
Garfield!
for being so forgettable, but Garfield doesn't even have that. He's not taught in schools, he's not brought up by modern talking
Yeah, he
heads.
just
He
exists.
was not even included in the Simpsons musical number about forgotten presidents. His
Wow,
very name has been
the
completely
most
overshadowed by an
forgotten
orange
president.
cartoon cat who eats lasagna.
Wow, Garfield.
For most of my life, I had known that there was a President Garfield. I knew he had a beard, I knew he existed in that same awkward part of American history as McKinley, but beyond that,
Well,
I couldn't
Garfield,
really
it's
tell you
actually
anything about
pretty
him.
tough
It
to-
was only very recently that I found out he was assassinated at all, which you'd imagine would be a fairly significant detail. I mean, really, doesn't it seem odd that we had a president who was murdered in office and no one today seems to know it even happened?
I mean,
How can
you
this
could think,
possibly be the case? At
Salmonella
first, I
for
suspected that it
bringing
must
it
be some
to-
insidious deep state cover-up designed to blind us from the truth. But no, pretty much all the information
No,
there is
he's
to know
just
about
that
the incident
mid.
is readily available, and any political motives that may have once existed for such a scheme have surely been rendered obsolete. Maybe this particular presidential assassination just happened to be especially boring and unremarkable. A complete oxymoron if you think about it. In the modern age, our appetite for true crime stories has never been greater. And what could be a bigger crime than killing the president? Why would anything like this be swept under the rug? When
Yeah,
I started
why,
looking
though?
into it, I quickly found out why.
Why though?
This whole catastrophe and everything leading up to it deserved to be forgotten, because it might just be the dumbest series of events that has ever transpired in the history of American politics. I understand that this is a bold claim to make, especially in modern times, but rest assured, by the end of this
I think I have an
many
idea of
you
how
will have no
stupid
choice
this
but to
is.
reach the same conclusion. This is the story of how the most brilliant president we've ever had was killed by stupidity.
By the dumbest man ever, in fact.
James Abram Garfield was born in 1831 at what was then the edge of the American frontier. He came into this world in abject poverty, the youngest of 5 children, all living in a log cabin on the outskirts of the wilderness. When he was just 2 years old, his father dropped dead after using every last ounce of his strength to defend the property from a forest fire.
I already
As a
watched the
boy,
Salmonella
Garfield
video on
dreamed of
this.
Sailing the seas. Not long after,
We're
he
gonna
would
get
come
to
pretty
that.
close
This
to
is
doing just
essentially
that,
the
taking
extended
a job
cut.
as a ship worker on the Erie Canal. Then
I've
one
seen
treacherous
this.
night, he was flung overboard into the chill
no.
of darkness below. His cries for help went unheard by the rest of the crew. Flailing around in the swirling, choppy water, the young Garfield was completely and utterly alone. Then, by some miracle, his hand grasped onto a single wayward rope dangling off the boat. He pulled himself to safety and lived to see another day. Nearly
Dang.
every moment of Garfield's life would be surrounded by death, but back then, that was pretty much business as usual.
Yep, that's
19th
just how it
century
be in the
America
American
wasn't exactly the
frontier.
most pleasant place to live.
I have seen the Salmonella
Disease
video,
ran
though.
rampant. Violence was common and working conditions were brutal. These factors contributed to
the
a
kids
life
yearn for the
expectancy as low
looms
as
and the
40 by the
mines.
middle of the century. It was practically impossible to go through life without being constantly exposed to death and tragedy. Surprisingly, many Americans would actually take pride in these harsh realities. The United States has always been guided by individual excellence.
Individual
We romanticize
excellence.
this idea
American
of finding diamonds in the
excellence.
rough, praying that somewhere
Hell
out there in a sea of
yes.
suffering and mediocrity, the truly brilliant among us will emerge and lead the rest of us to prosperity. Our
That's
heroes cannot simply be
me.
created.
That's
they must
me.
be forged through the chaos and
I'm
dysfunction
Muhammad
of American
Ali.
life. Sure, we sacrifice a great deal of collective welfare along the way, but when you finally find that diamond, nothing else can compare.
Nothing else
James
matters.
A. Garfield is that diamond, and it wouldn't be long before he started shining. Following his near-death experience, the young Garfield undergoes a religious revival. He becomes an unwavering man of faith and finds himself with a new
Yeah, I'd
sense of
find
purpose.
God
He is now
too,
determined to
if
fulfill his
I had a
mother's
near-death
lifelong
experience
wish
like
of getting
that.
a formal education. At the age of
But-
19, he enrolls at a nearby college,
Oh, wait, I have several.
having
I
to
had
work
several.
as a janitor to afford his tuition. But
Oh,
despite
wait, I
his
had
humble
several.
origins, Garfield would quickly establish himself as a brilliant student. After only a year, the school had already hired him as a teacher. He soon develops a talent for public speaking, and before long was able to hold a crowd in the palm of his hand. His newfound thirst for knowledge would bring him to the prestigious Williams College in Massachusetts.
Find talented people,
his
steal their
first
work, and claim it
exposure
as
to
his
a
own.
broader view of the American people.
Uh-oh,
Returning to rural Ohio
we got a
with a
Tesla
rare East Coast
fan
degree,
here.
Garfield was already one of the most distinguished
Tesla
men in
fan
the state.
here.
In 1859, at the age of 28, he was elected to his first political role in the Ohio State Senate. Just over a year later, the nation erupted
How do I
in
have
civil
such
war,
bad luck? Very
and Garfield
carefully.
left his seat to fight for the Union. He ended up leading a brigade of troops into the Battle of Middle Creek. Although he was outmanned, outgunned, and totally inexperienced,
piss off a
he
witch?
would successfully repel the Confederate
I didn't
forces
give
through
her
superior
the
tactics.
a
But
shiny
despite the
nickel.
glory of victory, while scanning
So she
the
tried to
aftermath
curse
of the
me.
battle, Garfield was overcome with a profound sadness. His gambit
Profound
had cost the lives
sadness.
of countless men, many of whom he had personally recruited from his own hometown. The stillness of those fallen soldiers haunted him, and forever changed his perspective on the sanctity of life. After the battle, Garfield was promoted to general. News of his military triumph quickly spread, and propelled him to a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives as part of the nation Republican Party. But just as he reached another milestone, tragedy would strike him once again. Shortly before taking office, he lost his 3-year-old daughter, Eliza. Distraught with grief, he started to reconsider his political career. But after Abraham Lincoln insisted he stay, Garfield would make his best effort to serve the nation.
Heck
When
yeah! Break
evaluating
out the Sonic
politicians
Mania
from this
music.
time period, you'd expect to encounter a litany of
Well, it's
archaic
actually
and
two.
backwards views. But in this
It was
regard,
two.
Garfield was surprisingly progressive even by our modern standards. A radical abolitionist, he fought to end slavery and preserve the suffrage and
Suffocating
civil rights
in
of
air
free
and,
men. From his own life experience, he knew
almost
that
falling
dedicated
off
people
a-
could
falling
rise
down a
from
mountain
nothing if given the opportunity, and thus
hill.
fought for the rights of the oppressed and downtrodden. In another rare sight for men in his position, Garfield had seemingly no interest in climbing the political ladder. He was perfectly content with the spot he was in, unwilling to pursue any greater power or prestige. Garfield would remain in Congress for 17 years. Over that time, he became widely respected by his peers, known throughout the Capitol as a man of great honor and quite the skilled orator. He would also try his hand at practicing law, at times defending men who had no one else on their side. He kept up with academics too, at one point submitting an original proof of the Pythagorean theorem just for fun.
Whoa!
And away from Washington, he spent most of his
Now
days
that is
humoring his wife and
that
kids
is
on the family farm
fucking
back
beast
in Ohio.
mode.
Life was good, but soon enough, everything would take an unexpected turn.
Uh-oh. What now?
Following the Civil War, the newly formed Republican Party enjoyed a crushing grip over Congress and the presidency. But as the years went on, their plans start to go south. In the 1876 election, the Democrats had the Republicans dead to rights. It was here that many believed the two parties cut a deal. A never-before-seen electoral commission awarded all the remaining votes to Republican candidate Rutherford B. Hayes, who won the election by the smallest margin in U.S. history. In exchange, the Hayes administration withdrew all federal troops from the former Confederacy, effectively ending Reconstruction and leaving civil rights issues in the South unresolved for the next century. By 1880, the Republican Party is close to imploding from constant infighting. Hostilities have broken out between two rival factions,
the dark
Garfield's
side,
the half-breeds who want civil service reform, and the stalwarts who want to continue a tradition of political patronage known as the spoils system. In the US during this time, it was common for presidential administrations to reward their biggest donors with powerful positions in the government.
Let us have a
and
peace.
Thus, winning elections was used as a means of personal enrichment for yourself and your cronies. This is otherwise known as blatant corruption, and totally undermines the values of a free democracy which is supposed to reward merit. The stalwarts are led by a senator from New York named
Is Emp
Roscoe
having a
Conkling,
Lisa
who
Simpson
over the
moment?
years has built America's single biggest political machine in New York City.
having a
Conkling is
Lisa
arguably
Simpson
the most
moment?
powerful politician in the country, using his influence to sabotage the entire Hayes presidency after he refused to fall in line. The half-breeds are led by Conkling's sworn enemy James G. Blaine, who wants to dismantle the spoils system once and for all. This heated power struggle comes to a head at the 1880 Republican Convention. The two frontrunners for the nomination are Blaine and Conkling's choice for president, Ulysses S. Grant. The former Union general had already spent 2 terms in the White House and had agreed to stay out of Conkling's way. Attending the convention is James A. Garfield, but only to campaign on someone else's behalf. You see, Garfield has no desire to become president. In fact, he views the lust for the presidency as a spiritually destructive force that can only lead to doom and ruination. Today, his only job is to pledge his support for fellow Ohioan John Sherman. The endorsement makes little difference, however, as the Republican delegates simply cannot decide on a candidate. The 3-way split leaves each prospect well short of the majority required for nomination. And so, the convention is forced to re-vote over and over again until a winner is decided. The stalemate extends past 10, 20, and eventually 30
Jesus
ballots.
Christ!
But then, an
How long is
extraordinary
the
development
stalemate?
starts to take place. Several delegates from all around the country begin
Garfield?
casting their votes for Garfield. With each additional
As a
ballot,
joke.
his support grows higher and higher.
We did it as a
Disturbed
joke.
by what he was seeing, Garfield tries insisting to the convention that he's not a participant in this race, but his
Wait,
protests
guys,
fall
I'm
on
not-
deaf ears. Even more delegates start to join
Fuck
in on the
it.
stampede,
Vote for
and
Garfield,
eventually,
then.
Blaine and Sherman throw in the towel. It's all
Well, vote-
coming up Garfield.
Oh,
when the dust
shit.
settles on the 36th ballot, he stands at a total of 399
Oh my God.
votes.
Everyone
James
just votes
A.
for
Garfield has just
Garfield.
become the Republican nominee after
Oh,
never
shoot.
even agreeing to be a candidate. He is now possibly the only person in U.S. history who is being forced to run for president against his will. And then he won. Congratulations to James A. Garfield, the 20th
And
president
he
of the United
won.
States. Despite facing a dead
And get
heat in
this,
the
this is
popular
another
vote,
Black
he
Mirror
wins the Electoral
episode.
College by a fairly comfortable
sorts.
margin. This is quite impressive, considering he did practically
And funnily
nothing in
enough, it
terms of
involves
a
the
campaign.
VTubing.
In fact, he never left his farm during the entire election cycle. But despite this, the
We
rest
may
of the
also
nation
watch
had
this
started to become
someday.
enamored with Garfield's story.
That video that episode.
After going from penniless and fatherless to the most powerful
Fatherless,
civil servant
penniless,
in all the land, he
maidenless.
practically
Okay, maybe not
embodied the
maidenless, he had a
American
daughter.
dream, and people from all walks of life began to rally around him. When he
Guess
finally
that is a
learned of
form
his
of
victory,
maidenless.
Garfield felt pride in vindicating his supporters. But on a personal level, he couldn't shake the feeling of sadness that the simple pastoral life he desired was suddenly over. He was now expected to climb what he described as a bleak mountain. The presidency may not have been good for Garfield, but Garfield was undoubtedly good for the presidency. The fact that he never wanted the job actually reveals why he was the perfect man for the job. He now has
Because
the rare
sometimes you just gotta
opportunity
do
to
what you gotta
fulfill what has
do.
long been considered impossible. The myth of the truly noble president.
The truly noble president.
In the modern age, we view this idea as some kind of vague abstraction. For as much as they try to fool us into believing otherwise, we all know deep down that the men who become president are not ordinary people like you and I. Their job is to toe the line for the most powerful institutions in society, not to have a beer with a bunch of blue-collar workers. The truth is that modern-day presidents tend to be money-hungry, power-hungry, and totally out of touch with the people they rule over. And this is precisely what makes James A. Garfield significant, because he actually made it to the White House while maintaining his real, honest-to-God integrity. He is modest, conscientious, and understands the plight of the less fortunate because he personally lived through it. In
And
an
they
age
all
of darkness
fucking
and
hated him
corruption,
for that.
This ridiculous political circus of ours accidentally gave us a hero, someone who was truly brilliant in both intellect and character. If all goes well, a leader like this has the potential to guide our nation into a new golden age. At long last, we have finally found our diamond. Now,
did
it's
it.
time to meet the rough.
And now who's the rough? June 11th. Or what's the rough? Oh.
On June 11th,
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
1880, a terrible tragedy occurs on the Long Island Sound. While navigating through dense fog, 2 passenger ships suffer a head-on collision. More than 50 people drown or burn to death in the ensuing fire.
Jesus.
One man, however, makes it out of the calamity completely unscathed. His
Who?
name is Charles Guiteau.
Charles Guiteau. There he is.
Hardly anyone knows who he is at this point, but that won't be the case for much longer. In many ways, Guiteau could be described as an anti-Garfield. He was also born into abject poverty and raised by a single father
there
instead
he
of a
is.
single mother. While
Our
Garfield
villain
grew
of
up
the
to be a
story.
tall man with broad shoulders, Guiteau maintained a short and frail stature.
He's
Both
the
men were
quintessential
devout Christians,
virgin.
But while Garfield practiced his faith with grace and humility, Guiteau quickly slipped into radical fanaticism. This was mostly due to the influence of his father, who moved the family to a polyamorous commune in upstate New York.
There it
While the
is.
young Guiteau
Upstate
enjoyed
New
the
York.
idea of free love, he did not enjoy the volunteer labor required to live on the
He didn't
grounds.
even get the
And
free
so,
love.
After falling out with the rest of the community, he set off on his own path. By this point, Garfield had taken on a life of great sacrifice, whether through teaching, military combat, or public service. Guiteau happened to take a different route that basically involved scamming everyone who crossed paths with him.
Snake
His
oil
lifestyle
brand
resembled
snake
what we now
oil.
know as a grifter. Someone who'd
A
be willing to sell the
grifter,
world and
just
then act
like
confused when there's nowhere left to spend the money.
Insert your least favorite
At
VTuber here.
first, he becomes a lawyer, perhaps taking after his brother-in-law, the person in his life most willing to
Scoville?
loan him money that he'd
The
never
hot
repay.
sauce guy?
During this time, there was
The hot
essentially no
sauce
barrier
guy?
of entry to practicing law, which many of Guiteau's clients found out the hard way. His
Oh.
behavior in the courtroom was considered by many
you
as a
too,
bit
buddy.
unhinged, and any argument he made was often totally incoherent. On the rare occasions he actually won some kind of
Nyara
settlement
for
for
me.
his clients, he would pocket the money for himself and skip town.
I'm
Once
sure
it
people
becomes
will
clear that
not
the legal
appreciate
profession
that.
isn't working out for him, Guiteau tries his hand as a traveling evangelist. He wanders from
Oh,
city to city,
boy.
hopping on trains without paying for tickets and staying in hotels without paying for rooms. He publishes an alternative Bible which was almost entirely plagiarized from some other zealot. He desperately tries to convince passerbys to attend his lectures. Very few would, and those who did pretty much always regretted their decision. Guiteau's constant lies and recklessness did get him arrested on several occasions, but the punishment was never enough to deter him from trying again. He keeps this up for over a decade, jumping to
just
town after
keeps
town,
doing
working
this.
scheme after scheme, and all the while, he never once suspects that he's doing anything wrong. Charles Guiteau was likely suffering from what we now know as antisocial personality disorder, characterized by a
ASPD.
profound lack of empathy for others and the inability to distinguish between right and wrong. People like this seek constant stimulation of their own ego at the expense of others. They are often drawn to positions in society that inflate their sense of self-importance. Most
Middle
people who ever
management?
encountered Guiteau could immediately tell that there
We
was
have
something
that.
wrong
It's
with
called
him.
middle
A
management.
family doctor even recommended that he be institutionalized, but no one could afford to pay the bills.
Wow.
And so, Charles Guiteau was left to roam free in society, eventually winding up where most people like him do, the wonderful world of politics. In 1880,
Politics!
right around the time
Yay!
of the Republican convention, Guiteau develops a fascination with Roscoe Conkling and the Stalwarts. This was probably because their corrupt nature
Stalwarts?
aligned quite well with
Money?
his own personal
Don't
values.
mind if I do.
After learning about the spoils system, Guiteau hatches his greatest scheme yet. He will help a stalwart get elected and subsequently be rewarded with a position of political power. And so, he
Oh
cobbles
boy.
together what could be
Delicious.
described as a
Why are
speech in support of General Grant, the presumptive nominee. But after Garfield emerges as a dark horse candidate, Guiteau has to make some major modifications. He pretty much just crosses out Grant's name and haphazardly replaces it with Garfield's.
An ode to
This literary
Garfield.
masterpiece is going to be Guiteau's ticket straight to the top. He travels to the Republican Party headquarters in New York City and passes
New
out
York
copies of his
City?
speech to anyone he comes across. He spends the next several months orbiting around the rest of the party sycophants, and then in November he hears the good news. Garfield has been elected president, and Charles
it.
Guiteau believes that he is personally responsible for the victory.
Jackpot.
After the inauguration in March, he heads to the White House to accept whichever important government position that Garfield has handpicked
Oh,
for
boy.
him. But when he gets there, he finds that he's not alone.
He's in for a rude awakening.
It turns out that hundreds of other deadbeats from all over the country have also showed up to the White House lobby to beg for a
They
job.
all had the
Garfield's
same
personal
idea.
Secretary Joseph Stanley Brown has been instructed to let them down gently. He thanks the applicants for their
Gently.
interest and assures them that their requests have been taken into consideration, when truthfully, none of them has a snowball's chance in hell of actually getting what they desire. But as the weeks go by and the crowd eventually thins out, Guiteau doesn't seem to get the memo. He keeps showing up to the White House in his shabby, tattered suit, expecting his job offer to arrive at any moment. Eventually, he gets
so
a bit
much
impatient.
worse when it's
He
more
starts tracking
detailed
down
like
various
this.
high-ranking Republicans and badgering them over when the president is planning to appoint him. Shockingly, this does little to help his situation. Every time he's ignored, Guiteau gets more and more desperate. After 2 months of loitering, he finally gets banned from the White House lobby. That same day, he runs into James G. Blaine, whom Garfield has promoted to Secretary of State. After sitting through Guiteau's non-stop pestering, Blaine loses his temper, storming away and demanding that he never speak to him again. Guiteau's fragile psyche can no longer cope with this level of rejection, and his intentions turn cruel. He has been utterly humiliated, and it's all Garfield's fault. He realizes now what he has to do to set things right. In the meantime, the Garfield administration has gotten off to a promising start. Soon after taking office, he refinances the national debt, saving taxpayers millions. This is a kind of fiscal responsibility that we rarely see with our modern politicians, who prefer to push our budgetary burden down the road to future generations. Unlike them, many of Garfield's policies actually demonstrate a bit of forward thinking. He begins the process of modernizing America's naval fleet with the construction of steel ships. This may come in handy if a war were to break out in the vast archipelagos of the Pacific in, say, 60 years or so. Garfield also lays out a proposal for universal free education, intending to give everyone access to the very instrument of his success. This one might be a bit of an uphill battle to get on the books, but if Congress puts their minds to it, they can surely get it done in the near future. However, Garfield's most pressing issue is fighting off the corruption of the stalwart faction. At first, Conkling tries to intimidate the president into backing down. But Garfield pretty much ignores him and moves forward with his plans. He appoints one of Conkling's many enemies to a prominent role in his New York City machine.
Isn't a half-breed what we would call a libertarian now?
Media connections to drum up some slander against Garfield in the press. Public opinion mostly sides with the president, however, as they too have grown sick of the corruption. Unwilling to concede this fight, Conkling resorts to drastic measures. In one final protest against the appointment, he makes the decision to resign from the Senate. His idea is to inspire a wave of passion and solidarity amongst his faction, and afterwards simply reclaim his seat through re-election. Unfortunately for Conkling, he has greatly underestimated how little people care to see him go. The years of bullying and theatrics have finally caught up to him, and after this stunt, he is essentially laughed out of the building. His gambit has completely backfired in every possible way. To add insult to injury, he even fails to get re-elected, and his career is over just like that. In only a couple of months, Garfield has toppled his greatest political threat by doing almost nothing. But after all of this, Conkling still has one trick up his sleeve, because within the Garfield administration, he has embedded a poison pill. His name is Chester Arthur. The
Chester Arthur with his magnificent
For years,
mutton
Arthur
chops.
had served exclusively as Conkling's political minion. For his efforts, he was rewarded with a cushy city job and an exorbitant salary. Thus far, this had been the only political office he ever held. Arthur was added to the presidential ticket as a means of placating the stalwarts, but was otherwise intended to pose no threat to Garfield's leadership. Conkling, however, was more than thrilled to have a man on the inside. Arthur was about as loyal of a subject as he could choose, and if, of course, Garfield was somehow removed from office, Conkling would essentially have his own personal puppet leading the nation. But honestly, what are the odds of that happening?
Clueless.
On June 6th, 1881, Charles Guiteau purchases a handgun.
A gun. This is a gun.
He heads down to the Potomac River and practices his aim on a small sapling.
It's
As he
yours,
lines
my
up the
friend.
barrel, he envisions precisely one man as his target. After weeks of paranoid delusions, Guiteau now believes that God has commanded him to kill the president.
God
He begins stalking
himself.
Garfield all around the city, making note of his routine and daily schedule. He soon discovers where Garfield goes to church every Sunday and plans to dispatch of him there. On June 12th, he finds the president sitting in his familiar spot with his family next to an open window. Guiteau steps outside and walks to the window with his loaded gun. He has a clear shot to the back of Garfield's head, but before he pulls the trigger, he gets distracted by the sermon inside the building. The pastor apparently offends Guiteau's delicate religious sensibilities, causing him to head back inside and start a belligerent argument in front of the whole congregation. Garfield directly witnesses this outburst, later referring to Guiteau as a dull man with a loud voice. He eventually leaves the service in peace, and Guiteau has to regroup and try again. Throughout this whole assassination plot, Guiteau was not exactly discreet. He sent threatening letters to the White House which no one bothered to read.
You've got to be kidding me!
He
He
toured
sent
the
death
prison
threats?
where he expected to be sent after the crime. He even just loudly revealed his presence right in front of his target, but Garfield somehow doesn't recognize him as the same lunatic who's been loitering around the White House for months.
Who cares?
I guess
Some
Charles Guiteau has already spent
other
his
guy.
whole life getting ignored, so why would it stop now? Guiteau's next attempt would come 6 days later at the Baltimore and Potomac train station. There, Garfield was escorting his wife Lucretia, who was departing on vacation. Guiteau was in position and fully prepared to carry out his plan. But upon seeing the First Lady step out of the presidential carriage, something unusual happened. For possibly the only moment in his adult life, Charles Guiteau experienced a single shred of empathy. Lucretia had been recently recovering from a near-fatal illness, leaving her with a thin and frail appearance. She clung on to her husband as they walked right past Guiteau, who decided that he could not carry out the assassination in this fashion. Killing the president
ain't
is
got
one thing,
touch,
but
kid.
doing so in front of his wife, now that's just cruel. Despite a second close encounter with his deranged stalker, Garfield still couldn't sense that he was in any sort of danger. Just a few days later, fate
didn't
itself
care.
tried to warn him. On June 30th, the president met with his Secretary of War, Robert Todd Lincoln, son of the late Abraham Lincoln. Sometime during the conversation, Robert divulged that his father once had a prophetic dream about his own assassination. Garfield himself suffered from paranoia that he too would die an early death. He thought about his father, who sacrificed his life so that the people he loved could prosper, and often contemplated whether he would be forced to repeat the cycle. The next day, Garfield decides to pay a visit to Secretary Blaine. The two have a discussion while taking a nice, fully exposed stroll through the open streets of the city. Neither of them notice the man in the shabby, tattered suit who has been following them around the whole time with the loaded gun. If they turned around at any moment, they probably would have recognized him. By now, both Garfield and Blaine have had memorable experiences with this fellow. After all, it was Blaine's scolding of Guiteau which sent him on this downward mental spiral to begin with.
He's the
Seeing
one that
Garfield act so
triggered
friendly
him.
with him only enrages Guiteau further. These two scoundrels have deprived him of everything he deserves. He could kill them both if he wanted to, but once again, he hesitates, and they retreat into the White House. That night, Guiteau seethes at his cowardice. He will not let another opportunity go to waste. I'm sure that at this point, many of you are asking the same question. How is it possible that someone can just follow the president around with a gun? Where is the Secret Service?
Well,
Which certainly exists at this time, because everyone knows the oft-repeated factoid that Lincoln infamously signed the Secret Service into existence the night he got assassinated. Well, as it turns out, the Secret Service was originally created to protect the only thing that really matters in this country.
Money.
In the 19th century, their responsibility was to identify counterfeit bills. The agency's modern role of protecting the president will only come about after the McKinley assassination in 1901. And why exactly did it take us so long to figure out this seemingly no-brainer policy? Well, for a long time, most Americans maintained the naive belief that the president did not need protection. This way of thinking was unique compared to the rest of the world. Across the pond in England, for example, 7 different men had tried to assassinate Queen Victoria over roughly the same time period. But Americans didn't like the idea of surrounding their leader with armed guards, as it evoked images of tyranny. Even Lincoln's death was excused by the unprecedented war that led up to it, and lawmakers refused to imagine that an assassination plot could occur during peacetime. It was widely understood that since the president was democratically elected, no one would have any good reason to forcibly remove them from power.
Assassination can no more be guarded against than death by lightning. It's best not to worry about it either.
Was someone killing the president for an incredibly stupid reason. If one of America's many nutjobs happened to develop such an obsession, there was very little standing in their way.
Who cares,
At each passing moment, President Garfield was at the complete mercy of his surroundings. No one was coming to save him.
Now here comes the lightning.
On July 2nd, 1881, the president was scheduled to depart on vacation from the Baltimore Potomac train station.
Because thunder
had been widely
comes
publicized
after
by the press ahead of time, which Charles Guiteau read about and prepared for. He arrives at the station half an hour before the president and hides in the bathroom. When Garfield arrives alongside Secretary Blaine, Guiteau emerges, pulls out his gun,
there he goes,
and opens
and
fire.
Boom!
One bullet grazes Garfield on the shoulder, and another strikes him directly in the lower back. He stumbles over and falls to the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, the president has been shot. Pandemonium fills the station. Some people run for their lives, while others try to track down the shooter. As the crowd learns about the fate of the president, the sense of panic quickly turns to fury. Guiteau attempts to flee the scene, but runs directly into a police officer who takes him into custody.
Damn it!
Had he roamed free for a moment longer, he likely would have been surrounded and lynched on the spot. Unlike many other deranged killers, Guiteau is quite interested in his own self-preservation. He certainly does not want to meet the fate of John Wilkes Booth, who was publicly slain after a week-long manhunt. On the contrary, Guiteau is more than content with sitting in jail under federal protection. He starts to fantasize about his future life as America's newest celebrity. Meanwhile, the President of the United States is lying face down on a train station floor in a pool of his own blood.
At least
People
he
try
missed
to help him
his...
to his feet, but he simply collapses and starts profusely vomiting. A couple of doctors arrive on the scene. Unsure of how fragile the president's state is, they choose not to transport him to a hospital. Instead, they drag him onto a filthy old mattress in an abandoned room of the station and start examining him.
Now?
Watching this whole scene unfold was a horrified Robert Todd Lincoln, who is now reliving
oh
the
my
most traumatic
fucking god,
moment
what
of
are
his
you
life.
doing?
Not knowing what else to do, he decides to summon another doctor. The only doctor he can recall at the top of his head.
Dr.
It's
Pepper.
a doctor who was very difficult for most people to forget, because his name is Doctor.
Dr. Willard Bliss.
If you want to be remembered in the future,
Dr.
it helps to have a
Willard
really stupid
Bliss.
name. Dr. Willard Bliss was named after a local surgeon whom his parents admired. As if marked by prophecy,
Oh my
Doctor would
god,
grow
it
up to
gets
become
even
a
worse.
doctor, and specifically a surgeon. He specialized in ballistic
Formerly
trauma and opened up a successful practice treating wounded soldiers from the Civil War. Less successful, however, was his track record while treating presidents. Thus far, he has extended his medical care to precisely 2 presidents, both of whom happened to die in office.
Oh,
but to
no.
be fair, each of these deaths happened independently of Dr. Bliss's actual
has a
treatment,
very funny
and
sense
by all
of humor.
accounts, his expertise was well respected across the nation. His character,
Well
however, was
respected.
the true
Sure,
cause
let's
for
go with
concern.
that.
Like Charles Guiteau, Dr. Bliss had developed quite an appetite for fame and fortune. But
Oh,
unlike
no.
Guiteau, he is a man of science. Or at least his own personal brand of 19th century science. A long career has left Dr.
At least
Bliss
what we
rather
thought was
arrogant
science.
and stubborn.
Yeah, that's
He
what I
doesn't
mentioned,
respect
Dr.
anyone
Dr.
else's
Willard
medical
Bliss.
opinion and always has to be in charge. He also lacks the integrity you'd expect from a man in his position. For years, he enriched himself by selling a snake oil-like product which he claimed could cure cancer. But despite his checkered past,
brain and
many
nerve
still
tonic.
believe that Dr. Bliss is the right man for the job.
You gotta be
After
kidding
all,
me.
He's a professional, and as we know, professionals can't possibly be incompetent. When Dr. Bliss arrives on the scene, Garfield's condition has actually improved significantly. He is alert and responsive. He has feeling in his extremities and the bleeding has mostly stopped. By all
Oh no, is this
indications,
the final
it appears
sprint?
that the bullet has missed his spinal cord and any vital organs or arteries. With this in mind, the doctors have an important decision to make. On one hand, they can simply choose to do nothing. They can presume that the bullet has landed in a benign place and let the wound heal naturally. After all, at this time, there
It'd
are
be
thousands
funnier
of
if he
Civil
became
War
a
veterans
judge.
living normal lives under this
Judge
exact
Dr. Willard
circumstance.
Bliss.
But now that Dr. Bliss is here, everyone is practically forced to go along with the other option, attempting to locate and extract the bullet lodged somewhere in the president's torso.
Time to
of
cut
course,
out
Dr. Bliss is sort of
Time
known
to
as
cut
the
out
guy
the
who
bullet.
extracts bullets, so you can't just bring him in to not do that. And besides, this is
I mean, we did
America,
hire
the
him
land
already.
of medical intervention. We pay our doctors way too much for them to simply do nothing.
Oh, oops!
The first thing Dr. Bliss does to Garfield is jam a comically long, unsterilized probing rod directly into the bullet wound. Under no anesthesia or painkillers, he drills the probe up and down until it's several inches deep in the president's back. When he tries to remove the probe, it gets stuck on one of Garfield's fractured ribs. Dr. Bliss then has to press down on the broken bones in order to free his Excalibur from the flesh. He then sticks his filthy, unwashed finger into the wound and swishes that around some more.
Free
After this,
antibiotic
he picks
surgery,
up
everyone.
A second unsterilized probe and shoves
Oh,
it back in.
sir,
It may be
another
tempting to
unsterilized
excuse
probe has
Dr.
hit the
Bliss for having to
president.
work within the scientific constraints of his time. But even that would be giving him too much credit.
Oh,
By
no.
1881, germ theory had already been around for decades. As early as the 1860s, Dr. Joseph Lister had revolutionized surgery in Europe
Lister?
after discovering
The
the process
Listerine
of
guy?
antisepsis. He
Wait,
found
is that what
operating in a
Listerine's
clean
named
room
after?
with clean instruments dramatically reduced the patient mortality rate. The American medical establishment saw this data and simply chose to ignore it. Many surgeons like Bliss stuck to the medieval method of wiping your ass and then immediately touching someone's internal organs.
Ah, yes, the Indian method.
In addition to his
Because,
existing injury,
you
Garfield
know,
now has to
poop
deal
has
with
healing
the deep
properties.
tissue bacterial infection that Dr. Bliss has so graciously introduced. His immune system might be able to
necrosis.
fight it, but several factors are working against him. One is that Washington, D.C. is a disgusting hellhole.
It still
Every
is.
Summer, the raw sewage that openly flowed into the Potomac River would get baked by 90-degree heat, causing the whole city to smell like literal shit. The surrounding swamps were infested with clouds of mosquitoes carrying malaria.
Oh,
if one
no,
were to bite
the
Garfield in
swamp.
his current condition, his fate would certainly be sealed. The president's caretakers
literal
tried to seek
swamp.
refuge by moving him to the White House, although it was hardly the sanctuary you'd expect. At this point in time, the building has fallen into disrepair. The roof leaks, the plumbing is failing, and there are so many rats that the sound of them scurrying keeps people up at night. By now, most presidents refuse to
nothing
even
has
live
changed,
there
by
during
the way.
summer months. But Garfield, in his dire state, has been given no other choice. However, the single biggest threat to the president's survival is that Dr. Bliss has taken full control of his medical care. In doing so, he has temporarily become the most powerful man in America. From the moment he entered the room, Bliss has bestowed upon himself a quasi-power of attorney over President Garfield. He seized this position of supreme authority pretty much on his own,
power
without
vacuum.
any oversight or even permission from anyone else involved. As word of the shooting spreads around the nation, dozens of doctors travel to the White House to offer their expertise. But when they get there, Bliss turns them all away, refusing to even let them see the president. This included Garfield's personal physician who had been treating him for years. Any doctor who insisted on staying was forced to relinquish all medical control and become a glorified nurse. For Dr. Bliss, this authoritarian rule was necessary to ensure that no one else could steal his glory. For he and he alone shall reap the rewards of saving the president's life.
The best doctor
Dr. Bliss
ever.
has also decreed himself as the only official point of communication between the White House and the outside world. He now has the exclusive responsibility of relaying the president's status to the press. Naturally, it's just a matter of time before Bliss's statements have completely departed from reality. Every news bulletin he issues is always the same.
It's like he got
The president
possessed
is doing
by
great.
Guto.
He's recovering just fine, and he's gonna be back on his feet any day now. But the truth of the situation,
He's been
as you'd
dead
expect,
for
is getting far
days.
more bleak.
He's been dead for days.
Garfield's temperature is hovering around the low 100s. He feels excruciating pain all over his body, and his condition is clearly deteriorating. Nearly every one of Bliss's medical recommendations is so baffling that they defy basic intuition, let alone physical science.
Literally,
Imagine that a
Dr.
wounded
Nick.
patient would be given soft and bland foods to eat in order to prevent an upset stomach. Dr. Bliss has decided to feed Garfield a diet of steak and lamb chops, which almost always lead to bouts of severe vomiting and distress.
God.
Garfield's condition is also causing him to rapidly lose fluids.
Steak and
The
lamb
constant
chops.
sweating,
That's what
vomiting,
I'd
and
eat when
drainage of
I
his
was
infected
sick.
wound are making him dehydrated. But this whole time, rather than giving the president, I don't know, water, Dr. Bliss has been making him drink alcohol, which only dehydrates the body
it'll
further. In
clean
addition to
it.
this, Garfield is also being administered regular doses of quinine, a toxic
Quinine?
compound which is now known to carry a list of deadly side effects. Week after week,
Oh
the
my
president endures
fucking
these
God.
conditions. When he's not in
Professor
severe
Toothy
physical discomfort,
from
he suffers
Fletch.
from profound loneliness. The doctor rarely lets him see his family or his friends, and he spends the rest of his time stuck inside a sweltering room with hardly any views of the outside
No,
world.
it's
At times,
oh,
the
it's
pure
just some
dysfunction of
random-
the situation does give way to some
I don't know what that
genuine
is.
brilliance. To help the president
I
cool
actually
off,
don't know what
a team
Dr.
of engineers
Toothy is.
devised what is
I'll have to
essentially
check
the
it out
world's
later.
first air conditioner. But this breakthrough ultimately
conditioning?
does little for Garfield's
Wow.
health. As the days continue to pass without improvement, Dr. Bliss decides to call in an expert.
Oh, an expert. That isn't him? That wasn't him? Alexander
In 1881,
Graham Bell.
Alexander Graham Bell is suffering from success. After inventing the
phone
telephone,
guy?
he has made millions.
We got
but
the
he hates the
Listerine guy, we
constant
got the
hassle of
phone
business.
guy, we
More
got-
of an idealist than a capitalist, he wants to focus his intellect on something that can benefit mankind by saving lives. When he learns that the president has been shot, he springs into action. Like Garfield, Bell is one of these true diamonds in the rough. Originally born in
Finally.
Scotland, he moves to the
A
United
diamond
States
in the
and
rough.
becomes a prolific inventor, mostly specializing in accessibility tools for the deaf. He always had the desire to help people, and now the time has come for him to help the most important man in the nation.
All right, big
Had
dog.
Garfield been
All
shot
right,
just
big
14
G.
years later, his doctors would have immediately been able to find the bullet through X-ray imaging.
Finally.
But for now, he's gonna have to settle for Bell's invention. It's a device that has been painstakingly crafted over the past several weeks. In front of the president and all
telephone?
of his doctors, Bell unveils the world's first metal detector. He has
Oh,
already
okay.
successfully tested it on several Civil War veterans, and by all measures, it should work on the president. This is pretty much his last hope. Maybe after all the stupidity it's taken to get here, a genius is just gonna come in and bail us out at the last moment.
Finally.
But even now,
God
after the
damn it,
smartest man
Will
in the world
Bliss.
shows up on his doorstep to help, Dr. Bliss
Fucking
still finds a
Dr.
way
Bliss.
to screw things up. He believes that the bullet is on
Oh
the
my
right side
God.
of Garfield's body, so he insists that Bell only use the metal detector on the right side. There is really no reason why he can't check Garfield's left side just to be sure. He's come all this way, invented a whole new thing. Why would you not use it as much as you can? But Dr.
Yeah,
Bliss
why
doesn't
not?
actually want results.
No!
He simply wants to be proven right. He needs to be the smartest man in the room, even if it involves
Wow, it
sabotaging
really
a
is
real
another
genius.
Guteau.
And so, Bell runs the detector on Garfield's right
this
side
is a
only,
lesson.
listening for
There
the
are
correct
many
tone.
Guteaus
He
out
hears
there
something,
that would do
but
this.
it doesn't match the sound he remembers from his tests. It's a noise more similar to interference. He asks the doctors if all metal has been removed from the room, and they tell him it has. After this, Dr. Bliss has seen enough. He concludes that the detector has found the bullet precisely where he expected it, and quickly ushers Bell and his invention out the door.
Oh,
but as it
no.
turns out, there was metal in the room all
The
along,
coils
as
in
one
the
of the mattresses
mattress!
supporting the president had steel springs, which totally threw off the detector. Oblivious to this fact, Dr. Bliss embarked on one final odyssey to remove the bullet once and for all,
Oh,
only to
no.
find nothing yet again. But even if Bell or Bliss had succeeded in finding the bullet, it's doubtful whether Garfield could have even been saved by this point. His body weight has fallen from 210 pounds to just 130. His once robust
Damn.
build has now withered into little more than a skeleton. Pus-filled abscesses have formed across his whole body. He can no longer consume any solid food and has to be sustained through rectal feeding. One doctor quietly confesses to the press that he's not sure how the president is still alive. While all this has been happening, Dr. Bliss has still been trying to assure the public that everything is fine and that a full recovery is right around the corner.
Move along,
By
nothing
now,
to see
he
here.
doesn't even believe that he's convincing anyone. He's just trying to ride out his last moments of still having any sort of professional reputation. After 2 months of non-stop torture, Garfield finally decides that enough is enough. On September 5th, 65 days after the shooting, he demands to cease all treatment and leave the White House immediately. He will be loaded onto a special train and taken to the town of Elberon, New Jersey to experience the last moments of his life in peace. And with that, the president has officially checked himself into hospice.
And now, he may finally
After
pass.
49 years of life, he finally accomplished his boyhood dream of making it to the sea. He spends his last days surrounded by friends and family just staring out over the ocean. Perhaps all along, he had only been running on borrowed time, ever since he fell off that boat into the dark and uncertain water. This time, as he was drowning, there was no rope to pull him back to safety. But even after meeting such a grim demise, he never lost his faith in other people. He never lost his gratitude for those who helped him, even Dr. Bliss. He never even harbored any resentment for Charles Guiteau. The world tried to take everything from him, as it does with most
The world was
brilliant
out
people,
for him.
but it could not take his integrity. He held on to it until the bitter end. On September 19th, 1881,
Went down like a
James
champ.
A. Garfield passed away, and America's forgotten
He really
presidential
had out.
assassination had
He
finally
really held
run
out
its
for
course.
super long.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
No. No, no, no. This
What?
can't possibly be true.
Wait,
it
what?
has to be some kind of sick joke. Because
What?
you mean to tell me that Garfield died on a Monday?
On a Monday? On a fucking Monday! So that's where it all...
This is not just your ordinary everyday stupidity. This
is
profound
advanced stupidity.
Cosmic stupidity, even.
Oh,
This
how
has
did
to be
Jim
evidence
Davis
of some malevolent
know?
creator that's just toying around with us. Why else
How did
would the most
Jim
inspiring
Davis
president
know?
we've ever had be condemned to die in such a hideous fashion?
It's
Was
time
this all
for
just
your
divine
rectal
punishment
feeding.
for slavery, or the demise of our native people, or some other sin that we committed along
No,
the
it's
way?
for the creation
It's no
of
secret Why
Garfield.
this whole shit show was forgotten. If you've ever wondered why no one in America brings up the 1880s, this is why. Because the story it contains is so disgraceful that we all decided to erase the whole time period from our collective
Jesus
memory.
fucking
Seriously,
Christ.
how did we ever recover from this?
The Street Fighter 1
Well, it wasn't easy. For the two
of
and a
the
half
American
months
history.
that Garfield was incapacitated, the rest of the nation was essentially held hostage. This was well before the 25th Amendment, and no formal procedure existed for a scenario where the president could no longer perform his duties. The tradition established at the time was for the vice president to assume office upon the president's death, but during this whole ordeal, Chester Arthur is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, where
After
is
the shooting,
Chester
the
anyway?
public blamed Arthur and Conkling for orchestrating the whole plot as a desperate means of restoring power to the stalwart faction. Many now see Arthur's eventual succession as a thinly disguised coup, and the vice president has become the focus of considerable hatred. This intense scrutiny causes Arthur to have an emotional breakdown. He locks himself in his home for weeks and enters a deep depression. He knows he's not cut out to be president, and is terrified of what's going to happen if he does. The day of Garfield's death, reporters storm
left.
his house and find him sitting alone, crying his eyes out.
Wow.
Moments later, Chester A.
What a
Arthur is
fucking
sworn in as the
bitch.
21st president, and the second in a row who never actually wanted the job. Nobody's
Dang.
expecting anything good to come
But
out of
hey,
his
at
reign,
least the
but
stalwarts are
shockingly
back
enough,
in town.
Arthur has undergone a transformation. He vows to step out of Conkling's shadow and follow in Garfield's footsteps as a man of integrity.
And now he's a
Just 2
half-breed.
years later, to Conkling's
Darn.
fury, Arthur signed sweeping civil service reforms into law. He also
Damn,
gave the
he
White
really
House some
came
much-needed
around.
renovations. When his term expired, he did not seek re-election. He died just 2 years later at the age of 56. Following Arthur's betrayal, Roscoe Conkling pretty much gave up on politics altogether. He attended Arthur's funeral, but never forgave him. Within 2 more years, he would die at the age of 58 after trying to walk to work in a blizzard. No one was happier to see Chester Arthur take office than Charles Guiteau. He has spent the past 10 weeks as the most hated man in America. Multiple people have tried to kill him, but he ironically has better security than the president ever had, so nothing comes of it. With Garfield now dead, the last phase of his plan is finally complete, and he expects to be pardoned for helping Arthur ascend to the throne. That pardon never comes, and Guiteau is forced to stand trial instead, which will certainly conflict with the nationwide celebrity seeking
doesn't like that
Not a single
darn
lawyer
murder.
in the country wants to defend him, except for his trusty brother-in-law who had always been
yes,
there for him.
Mr.
For the
Hot
next few
Sauce. I
months,
forgot about
Guiteau
Hot Sauce,
chimps out in
man.
court, berating the
I
one
forgot about
ally
Hot
he
Sauce,
still has
man.
left.
Him.
For
I
a
forgot.
moment, there are serious concerns that he'll be let off the hook by reason of insanity. But
No.
I don't think America had enough troops to contain the riot which would have taken place if that actually happened. On January 25th,
No, they would have fucking
1882,
skinned him alive.
Charles Guiteau was found guilty and sentenced to death. Even after this, he still believes that Arthur will eventually pardon him, all the way up until the day of his execution. He chooses to spend his final moments reciting another speech. As was the case with everything else in his life, no one had any clue what he was saying, so they just tuned him out. Charles Guiteau was put to death on June 30th, 1882.
Emp forgot to mention that Sam did is that he had the falsetto voice. That whole speech was under falsetto because it was in the point of view of a child. And yes, it is the most ear-wrenching, horrific, most annoying experience imaginable. Kind of like watching a Captain Blue Shark stream.
Nearly 1 full year after the assassination, he was 40 years old.
Damn.
The day after Garfield's death, Dr. Bliss and company gathered around his remains to perform one final desecration. An autopsy was necessary to reveal just what the heck went so wrong for them. After slicing him open, they discovered, to their astonishment, that the bullet had actually been on the left side of his body the whole time.
What a
And on
fucking
top of
guess!
that, it had been safely tucked away in some benign scar tissue. They never even needed to remove it. Pretty much everywhere else on the corpse, the profound devastation they had inflicted on the president
put
was
some
fully
Listerine
revealed.
on
The
antiseptic
giant
on the
infected flesh tunnel
wound.
they had bored into Garfield's back eventually resulted in catastrophic septic shock. His body had
Septic
been literally
shock.
rotting from the inside.
Superhero
it was a scientific
septic
marvel
shock.
that he somehow lived as long as he did. For his blunderous job at saving the president, Dr. Bliss was ridiculed as the biggest quack in the nation. But despite getting served a career-defining humiliation, he never once apologized for totally butchering the most important
I would have
assignment
fucking
of his
killed him
life,
on the
or
spot. I would have
repeatedly
stabbed him in
lying
the
to
jugular
public.
with
Much
a,
like
a
Charles
rusty
Guiteau,
scalpel.
he refused to admit that he had done
Fuck that
anything
guy.
wrong. But unlike Guiteau, Dr. Bliss never faced any sort of justice. He wasn't tried for malpractice and he didn't lose his medical license.
Malpractice
like most
wasn't a
terrible
thing
doctors
yet.
in this country, he got away scot-free and was even paid for his efforts. He lived for
He
7
got
more
the
years,
last
eventually
laugh.
dying of a stroke at the age of 63. And as for his all-important legacy, let's just say he brought new meaning to the expression, ignorance is bliss.
Yeah,
Well, guys,
so that's where
the
it comes
operation is
from.
complete. But I couldn't save him.
Damn.
I did all I could.
Yeah, you did everything. Oh, you did everything all right.
According to all modern medical consensus, Garfield's bullet wound was easily survivable. If it happened now, he would have been treated and discharged in a matter of days. I suppose that's the most aggravating part of this whole story, just how preventable it was. Not just Garfield's treatment,
All
but
because of a
everything else leading up to
schizophrenic
it.
Frenchman.
Why did Charles Guiteau have to survive that shipwreck? How did he not end up in prison or a mental asylum? Why didn't a single person notice him stalking the president for weeks? At every step of the process, Garfield couldn't catch a single break. It really makes you wonder how close we were to potentially living in a drastically different future. Maybe if Garfield survives, he goes on to become one of the greatest presidents in history. Maybe the United States ends up getting free universal education in the 1880s rather than never at all. Maybe Garfield wins a second term and changes the outcome of every presidential election that succeeded him. Maybe Woodrow Wilson never gets elected. The US never gets involved in World War I, and the course of world history is completely altered. The whims of fate operate on very fine margins.
Ignore.
Who knows where our destiny
and
could
guess
have taken
what?
us if we had
a
just
certain
been
mustachioed man
stupid.
would win. Would win.
For the few short months he spent leading the nation, President Garfield would look out of his office window to see an unfinished Washington monument. The project broke ground decades earlier and quickly ran out of money, so whatever was already built just got left there as this sad, ugly stump. Garfield would see this stupid thing day after day, even as he lay in bed dying. It symbolizes our reckless ambition, our short-sightedness, our inability to accomplish the most basic of tasks. They might as well have renamed it to the Idiot Monument, because that's what it represented. Garfield was certainly no stranger to idiots ruining his life, but he still maintained the patience that if you gave them enough grace,
his lineage would have
any
helped
idiot
the
was
mustachio
capable
man.
of great things. I wonder if he could have guessed that the same idiot nation who built this eyesore and accidentally got him killed would end up
Kaiser
lasting
Wilhelm
for
had a very
250
prominent mustache.
years. Could he have possibly imagined
Yes,
that the
indeed.
ragtag government, who couldn't even protect their leader from a
We would
single
all
gunman,
focus on
would one day
ourselves.
grow so powerful that it is now feared the world over? The Washington Monument was eventually completed just 7 years after Garfield's death. It stood
Nice.
taller than any other structure on Earth. As was the case in Garfield's time, we find ourselves today living through a very stupid era of American politics. It feels like everything is falling apart, and no one in charge can do anything
they
right.
gave
There's
Israel
widespread
300
corruption, greed, and
billion.
hopelessness everywhere you look. These days, America could really use someone like Garfield, because it feels like we're stuck with an unending supply of Charles Guiteaus and Dr. Blisses. I must admit that for most of my adult life now, I've been getting more and more disillusioned with the current state of America. To help make sense of things, I've tried seeking guidance from the past, and from stories like this. Obviously, this particular one didn't do much to improve my mood, but it did lead me to one valuable insight. There existed a narrow slice of Americans who were alive to remember Garfield's incredibly stupid death. Some of them went on to experience deadly pandemics, economic collapse, and the most brutal wars ever fought. But a few of them, if they hung on long enough, would have witnessed this country
American
put a man on the moon.
excellence.
Chaos, dysfunction, and ineptitude are nothing new. They've been around at every
Diamonds
point
in the
our
rough,
nation's history.
all the way
Brilliance,
down.
on the other hand, is truly rare. Few of us ever get to actually experience it. Most of us simply get to hear stories about it. It's important to cherish those few brilliant moments of life, because there's no guarantee you'll ever get another one. Anyway, here's to another 250 years of stupidity. Perhaps we may live to see
All
America
free
be
governments
brilliant again.
are managed by the combined wisdom and folly of the people. Here's to another 250 years. Let's make it to 500. Or at the very least, let's outlive the Romans. Tortured to death by a doctor named Doctor after being shot by a guy you never met while doing a job you didn't ask for. If Germany and Austria-Hungary wins, then that leads to the political subjugation of France. Exactly. The world would have been such a nicer place. And I'm saying too much. Almost died on the job, got elected as a meme, rival so unkillable he literally ran himself out of government, gets shot by a hater stalker, medical professional so arrogant he literally worsened his condition, and then got reincarnated as a comic strip cat. Truly the American way. The doctor that killed the president through medical torture being called Dr. Bliss is the most Kojima-coded thing I can imagine. I'd hate the doctor more than the... Yeah, that's something about the salmonella thing. That's actually something the salmonella video didn't mention. Guiteau was a freak, but Dr. Bliss, Jesus fucking Christ. I actually wanted to hurt him. I wanted to hurt him. I wanted to make him feel pain. Gotta thank Salmonella for that. Yeah, real American hero. Rest in peace, Garfield. There will never ever be a president like you ever again. All right, with that said, it is time for me to say goodbye. I sincerely appreciate your patronage, and I hope I've succeeded in giving you an enjoyable afternoon of entertainment. Please drive home carefully, come back again soon. Goodbye, stay beautiful. Love you all. Tomorrow is marathon, possibly the end of marathon. Hopefully. And then Thursday is Ace Combat. So, again, VOD channel, slop channel, Twitter, and Discord. All right. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
What spurred this on?
I've been fucking busy.